Last time on the Sith Clone Wars, the Star Forge rose. Thanks to the turncoat Sith, Sola Grey, the Republic was able to apprehend the super weapon and begin constructing a future war effort for themselves. Sola Grey herself, after betraying the Sith due to nearly being killed by the rebellious Corel Sue and the monstrous Darth Malgus, found herself refuge on the Jedi homeworld of Actu. Her contributions to the Republic war effort, through revealing the location of the Forge, was useful, but her treatment with the Jedi never depicted such grace. On the front lines of combat, Anakin and Natabre, the Jedi Masters of Ahsoka and Zala, remained focused on the objective, destroying the Sith. Unbeknownst to them, after the death of Exar Kun, another Sith rose to the ranks, a master of the dark arts, Lord Valkorin. The rising Sith Emperor presented a calm and strong mind, compared to the pugnacious Exar. With a new leader atop their ranks, he turned all attention towards a perfect counter to the Republic, a larger and more effective battleship. Against the rebellious population of Coruscant, Valkorin started the construction of a new shipyard. Though rebels on the surface led by a local hero named Betrayal would stand in the way of his efforts. Due to the war heating up and Mandalore providing a stronghold to pass through for the Republic, Anakin, Natabre, Ahsoka, and Zala pushed across the eastern quadrant of the galaxy. They, with this aggressive push, marched through Sith territory until, in the middle of one of their engagements, Anakin was thrown into hyperspace by Revan, who crashed into him. When they landed on Dathomir, Skywalker fought off the Sith Lord and encountered a ghost from his past, named Darth Maul. Thankfully, their engagement was cut short, and Skywalker was able to retreat. After Anakin departed, Lord Revan had a curse lifted by Mother Talzin. Emperor Valkorin's several thousand-year torment came to an end with her command. At Skywalker's return to his fleet, he was informed of the shipyards at Coruscant, and with his best friend, dispatched to the fallen capital. Ahsoka and Zala were quickly transported away from their master's fleet back to Actu, where their training could continue until Anakin and Natabre returned. Once the two Jedi sneakily arrived on Coruscant, they were met with scorched earth. The planet had been reduced to rubble, but their mission remained imperative. Surprisingly, Anakin and Revan reunited, this time as allies, to fight back against the Sith. In a heroic push, Jedi and rebels fought against the Sith Empire, leading to the total destruction of the shipyard above the planet and the believed erasure of the Sith battleship blueprints. But celebration did not last. Valkorin's flagship appeared through the atmosphere and he dropped a bombardment onto the rebels. In the counterattack, Natabre was struck and nearly died. Skywalker was able to get her into a sarcophagus tube to protect her. He rushed her away from Coruscant and back to his fleet. Admiral Coburn, his fleet and division admiral, sent word back to Actu. Natabre, in a medically induced coma, received some treatment before leaving, and all the way back on the Jedi homeworld, before they could actually return, news was passed to Zala. After being mistreated by her peers prior to becoming Natabre's student, she was faced with what she presumed to be the death of her closest friend, her master. In both fear of being abandoned and agony of heart, Zala departed from Actu in the middle of the night. Our season begins on the Jedi Sanctuary at Actu. It had been exactly 3 days since the semi-successful operation at Coruscant. There hadn't been news from the freedom fighters that called that planet their home. If they had won, no one knew. If they had been slaughtered, as was presumed at this moment, then still, no one knew. Anakin's thoughts lingered on his friends. Dural and Revan did so much work to help him. They made sure he was free, and now the fate of his closest ally remained uncertain. Jedi and clone medics present on the planet were doing everything they could to heal her, from the burn wounds across her back to the deep cuts across her skin, or the concussion that left her in this comatose state. They were unsure if she could be saved. Natabre and Anakin had done so much for the people of Coruscant. Skywalker knew that he shouldn't waste her sacrifice lamenting her absence. She wouldn't want that, and he knew that assertively because she had told him that. He still didn't know what to do though. Ahsoka and he spoke over the last 3 days about the losses of Natabre and Zala. Truthfully, they were more concerned with Zala because she wasn't in a coma. They could do something about that. She was just lost amongst the stars. The tracker on the starship she took was disabled, leaving the Jedi without any chance to identify her location. The High Council did not press Anakin for answers, knowing that he couldn't know due to his situation on Coruscant. The last he saw of the 2 apprentices, they were being escorted back to Actu, while Admiral Coburn maintained a strategic position at Borgo Prime after the victory they had with Skywalker, Morden, and Master Saesee Tin. The biggest raise for concern was what Zala could be doing now. She was just a Jedi Padawan. So many strategists weren't exactly overly concerned, but the biggest draw was the fact that she had been at System 9Z1, where the Star Forge was currently located. Tarkin accused her of treachery, and Coburn again in this discussion backed his Jedi ally. These deliberations would continue to circle themselves in a loop that seemingly never ended. Anakin knew none of this. He had consoled his apprentice because she was devastated over these losses. He reminded Ahsoka assuringly that these things happen in war, and that this was a war different than anything they had ever seen in their lives. This wasn't to say that Anakin wasn't struggling, but he needed to be a strong resource for Ahsoka. Neither of the 2 of them could rely on their other half, whether that being the other master or the other apprentice, and so they had to form a new whole one together. No one knew when either Zala or Natabre would return to them. They just had to hope that things would go positively for their friends, as they redirected their focus to themselves. Aside from the emotional wreck Anakin was when he returned to their sanctuary, he had the genuine benefit of those close around him. Jocasta Nu had been a firm hand of guidance. She didn't convey deep emotional support, but she was calming and meditative. This helped Anakin retrace steps that were once covered with Natabre. The 2 of them made a lot of work in the past year of this war. Anakin was no longer at risk of repeating the Tusken incident, and now that's where he was now. No longer was he plagued by a Sith Lord hidden on Dathomir. No longer was the war knocking on his door. He had lost so much, but he had found serenity inside the Force. On the Garden Island, where the younglings and Padawans had been gathered for the entirety of the war, he sat quietly on a stone out by the ocean. He found his friend here many times before their first mission to Tython. He found home. It was created by memories, and they existed within his heart and his mind. Skywalker's eyes sat still, and with his hands outstretched, rocks and personal effects rotated around his body. He was one with the Force, and the Force was with him. His lightsaber looped in circles behind an assortment of other stones and his communication device, plus some other things that slipped off his belt during this meditation. Anakin recited a mantra in his mind. It was something Natabre and he created during one of their missions following the incident at Thifera. I am a beacon of peace. The Force gives me knowledge through serenity. Harmonious and luminous beings are we. The Force is my guide. A smile sat gently on his face, and he was home. Being away from Actu for so many months took the life out of him, and he had barely realized it. This was a place where he had truly found himself, and came to grips with his purpose in this war. Without his dear friend Natabre, these ideas had to remain steadfast, potentially even evolve. Skywalker, as he finished another recital of the mantra, opened his eyes. He looked at each of the floating objects around him, and one by one they gently found home on the surface. He gathered his pieces up and planted them on his belt, before slipping his legs out from under him so that he could get up. As Anakin moved from his position, he startled himself. An individual was located not far from his position, someone he hadn't sensed. Their framed logo wasn't too large, so he assumed that it was another Padawan. He quietly got himself up and moved away. The other individual hadn't impeded. just found peace in a similar location to he. The night would slowly pass by. Anakin, unable to find sleep, would abandon a small hut that was set up for him. Overhead was a crescent moon and it looked beautiful, but it too represented the divide. As Anakin moved from his hut to a bundle of rocks at the top of a nearby hill on the island, he found the same figure. This time, they weren't meditating, but somehow just as sleepless as he. Anakin hadn't interacted with her before, but she was startled by his appearance. The individual was a turncoat, a former Sith, who helped lords conquer planets and get closer to the Star Forge. However, her betrayal of their kind led to the Jedi securing the Forge itself. Perhaps one of the most consequential choices for the Sith in this entire conflict. Anakin apologized for having disturbed her and she accepted it, but expressed that there was no need for any apologies. She told Anakin that she was glad that they could finally meet one another. A confused Anakin outstretched his arm to shake her hand as she revealed her name to be Sola Grey. He asked if she were the one who got him to the Forge, and she nodded, but responded hesitantly, suggesting that he had done that himself. He grinned and shrugged his shoulders, a little arrogantly, then attributed it to his crew who did most of the heavy lifting. An awkward silence then fell on the two individuals, as Skywalker asked if she was having trouble sleeping, and she shrugged. She wasn't really much of a daytime person. The Jedi had kept an eye on her for the last several months since she arrived. They still didn't trust her because she was a Sith, which, fair enough, though Sola made an odd comment that caught Anakin completely off guard. She had a vision of him when she was still a Sith. She envisioned an overly large hulking brute of a Jedi, someone who mercilessly killed, and while this wasn't a combative Anakin standing before her, he didn't show any of those attributes from that vision. Anakin squinted and then found the words to say, suggesting that perhaps he hadn't progressed that far in his own training yet, but truthfully, it was a jarring vision. A stiffness, again, sat in the air, and Sola Grey thanked him for his efforts before shuffling away. It was a situation that left Anakin really confused. He didn't know what to think of that interaction. It was bizarre, but okay. He turned back and Sola Grey was already gone, which was perhaps a little creepy. Anyways, back to standing dramatically in the wind with his robes fluttering behind him. Actu provided a surreal level of comfort, and here, on this small perch over the crashing waves of this ocean world, Anakin relished in everything he could take from this peace. Out on Zaheth was Vaylin, who had otherwise been unsuccessful at utilizing the captured Republic communication relay station. One of the clones bugged the system before the Sith could access it. Valkorin supplied reinforcements to the scanner just before the Battle of Coruscant, but still, the engineers weren't able to get the technology to operate. The Republic didn't make a counter move on the system because there was no usage coming out of the station, assuming that a clone or Republic personnel had valiantly undone any work done on the station before their death. This assumption was right, for now. In the tree line, a Sith shuttle closed its wings in a firm landing sequence. Out from the vessel walked a group of red Praetorian guards. Their staves hung by their sides, and they parted the way, lining up in formation as their leader walked down the ramp of the ship. She wore a dark cloak, one that covered her head, and she stepped into the forest that had blasters aiming at her from all around. Vaylin stood with her lightsaber at the ready, and the woman's voice crawled out from under her cloak, asking why they would greet such a good friend with such hostility. The robes dropped and a familiar face was revealed. Vaylin bowed her head in respect, as Bastila smiled, telling the girl that was better. The Sith Lord stepped forward, and with a wave of her hand, the Praetorians picked up and started behind her. Vaylin sidestepped before getting beside Bastila and demanding answers. Why was she here? Where had she been for the past year? Did she know of the developments over Coruscant? Bastila was surprised by the lack of transparency between father and daughter, something likely shared between Valkorin and his sons. Perhaps they didn't know everything she knew, and this was at the bare minimum an inkling of trust that Bastila could have for the Sith Emperor. She explained ever so briefly that she'd been operating behind enemy lines with this Praetorian unit. Their work was not limited to Jedi or Confederacy. She was gathering resources because Sith commanders were so inefficient at their jobs. Bastila revealed from her cloak a small cylindrical device and handed it to Vaylin. She told the girl to plug it into the main control station and see if the virus is eradicated. Not for nothing, Vaylin was slightly confused why she had been cut out of this information by her father, Valkorin. It was an unknown alliance, formed back before the days of Exar Kun. It was meant to remain a secret because it was done without Revan or Malik's knowledge. Valkorin and Bastila were allies. That's all anyone needed to understand. She wasn't quite a rabid cur, but she would suffice for their desires for galactic expansion. Vaylin stepped up to the control console and plugged the device in. The system shut down before reviving itself with a hiss and a jittering of commands. The long-range scanner was activated, but before Vaylin could target anyone in particular, one of the Praetorians planted their fat finger in her path, tapping on the computer and activating the scanner. Above them, the sound of the creaking satellite dish could be heard. It twisted left and shifted itself upwards before locking into place and reading transmissions from nearby star systems. Bastila informed Vaylin that this wasn't the key to winning the war. These were just pieces to the cake. If they had any chance in defeating the Jedi, Bastila lightly tapped the younger woman's forehead. Then they needed to have a more expansive mindset. Vaylin and her brothers were acting as cogs. They should search for more effective uses of their skills, or they might just be replaced. Outside of Mandalore, a shuttle carrying an injured Plo Koon broke through the atmosphere and landed just next to turret installations. The Jedi Master again apologized to his troopers for bringing them to Malachor. It was a mistake on his part. The Duchess, dressed in her Mandalorian armor, greeted her ally, asking if he was alright. The missing arm was an indicator that something terrible had happened. Plo nodded his head, regretfully informing her that they had gone too far. His own skills with the blade weren't as grand as he once believed they were. He would do more to hone in his skills. The Sith at Malachor, Malgus, he thought his name was, had completely decimated them in a surprise attack. Luckily, there weren't many casualties, but Plo took this loss especially heavily. There never should have been any losses because they never should have left their protective circle. It was a quest for knowledge that should be abandoned. Satine moved to Plo's side and took him under the shoulder, informing him that they would get him a new arm. It was time to learn from the past. The future awaited them. It was meant to be uplifting. He concurred, following her into the defended gates of the Mandalorian capital. From the planet he just abandoned, Lord Malgus quietly investigated the temple at Malachor. He was impressed with his own show of strength against the Jedi Master. The report he sent back to Valkorin was at least satisfactory, so he needn't concern himself with the Emperor's thoughts, though not everything had to be shared with Valkorin. The temple was still accessible, but only by a master and apprentice. The Sith Lord grinned. He wouldn't touch it now, but Malgus would find the appropriate pupil for this gift from the past. On Actu, daylight crested over the rock formations, protecting the garden island from the heavy seas. These natural groupings of large boulders stopped the sound of crashing waves from infiltrating the youngling camp. Anakin was last to wake. Ahsoka was out with all the other younglings and Padawans, finding herself a place to call home among their ranks. Anakin knew that his student would be okay without Notabre and Zala. She was resilient. He watched her from a distance and then caught a glance at that Sola Grey individual. She was assisting Master Jocasta as a temple guard mirrored her movements. Skywalker knew that Sola Grey wouldn't hurt a fly, at least now in this form. It was a simple contrast for Anakin and very easy in his mind to delineate. Notabre was someone who knew her place in this galaxy, an open-minded Jedi who believed firmly in the code and worked with what she didn't understand with patience and grace. Sola Grey, at least from Anakin's first interaction and perspective of her, hadn't found her place in the galaxy. She yearned for belonging, and the Jedi were too skeptical to give it to her. In a way, it reminded Skywalker of Zala. Anakin fastened his robes over his shoulder and joined Ahsoka with a group of younglings. They were all excited to talk to Commander Tano and, of course, General Skywalker. Their inquisitive little minds had questions that needed answers, and the two Jedi were obliged to give them. But first, their training had to come. It was during this day on Actu, the first day back where he was semi-functional on the Garden Island, that Anakin learned the whole dynamic shared between the Jedi on this planet. They weren't just restarting what had been established on Coruscant. This was a truer understanding of the Force and how the Jedi operated with it. Oppo Rancisis and Terras Anube were leading guided instructions with Jocasta Nu, overseeing the entire grounds of this new temple. She had found a number of holocrons, both new and old, for these lessons, and the Elder Masters, Sunube and Rancisis, were mostly teaching from memory. This was where Sola Grey earned the trust with the Jedi. She wasn't technically one of them, but she did everything to earn their trust, everything she could at least. She was open and communicative with each of them. She saw the importance of unity within Jedi ranks, and she just wished that it could be shared with her. Anakin, despite their very, very awkward conversation from the previous night, caught on to this because he was once that. He was limited to being an outcast, and he would make a more generous approach, something that Jocasta Nu silently scoffed at. The Elder Archivist may have been a sweet old lady, but she was stuck in her ways. Former Sith were not to become Jedi, no matter the transformation they made internally and thus externally. Skywalker could sense this bubbling change for Sola Grey, and he offered her a chance to shadow him and Ahsoka for the day. From what Anakin could tell, Sola Grey wasn't much older than himself, if not older, so it slowly became easy for the two of them to get along. It just took some work and ironing out the awkwardness. That vision that had been referenced the night before sat in both of their minds, but slowly, the fear that had consumed Sola Grey as a Sith vanished. She was able to relax herself and trust that the Jedi she had surrendered herself to wouldn't hurt her. Sola Grey had been playing the survivor's game. Now Anakin gave her the avenue to being welcomed as a Jedi. He had gone through that path, he had rejected darkness, and he could sense the similarity. Being a Sith didn't include having friends, and after the situation with Coriel Sue's rebellious outburst on Lord Revan's flagship, Sola was extremely reluctant to trust. She had breached that barrier here on Actu with the Chosen One and his apprentice. In deep space, a Jedi starship was picked up by an Imperial destroyer. The fighter was brought into the flagship by a tractor beam, and when the vessel landed, it was swarmed by Imperial guardsmen. Marco Ragnos walked from the main corridor to investigate this himself. He had remained away from the deliberations of what he called the Sith Congress. It was a band of blabbing fools, only haranguing their self-aggrandizements to a crowd of no one that cared. Marco loved a good back and forth, but the Sith Council were foolish in his eyes. As he stepped towards this vessel, his guards got angsty. He laughed at them and told them to loosen up. If he died, he died. The half-bred Dark Lord watched the cockpit of the ship flip open. On the inside was a girl. How peculiar. Her robes identified a Jedi, and as his men readied their weapons, he told them to silence their excitable minds. They hadn't caught prey. They stumbled upon a cure. The men looked to each other with a bumbling confusion, another one of Lord Ragnos' riddles. He walked with a hitch towards the girl and asked why she was here. Zala looked afraid, but certain in her mind. She told the individual she was scared, which Marco understood, raising a hand to help her from her ship. He told the crew to investigate for trackers. They listened, as the two of them walked away from the hangar bay. He placed his hand on her shoulder lightly and guided her through easy questions, twisting the dagger of darkness deeper into her soul. Zala found answers very easily, intentionally. She understood what Marco was saying to her, and she listened to his hypnotic voice as if she were in a trance. Zala wasn't afraid of him, when somewhere deep inside she believed that she should be. The confusion that drove her away from Actu was uplifted by Marco in this moment. He could understand her grievances and he sympathized with her uncertainty. Lord Ragnos and Zala walked side by side until they entered the bridge, where they sat down at a communication table. Marker's bridge wasn't designed like a traditional vessel. There was a room for briefings, and just beyond down the catwalk was the front of the bridge, a very simple design that he preferred. He asked his child to explain all of her troubles, and Zala slowly rambled them off, not in succession, but pieces to a puzzle that the Sith Lord quickly assembled in his mind. He smiled the further she went as she delivered intel that the Sith Emperor would find value in. Zala explained that she felt some semblance of belonging. Her master, Natabre, was a good person. She cared a lot, but she was dead. Zala's eyes watered as she explained that she wasn't supposed to hear it, but she accidentally overheard Master Jocasta explaining Master Morden's situation. Natabre was apparently dead before they even left Coruscant, and Zala couldn't bear the idea of being left behind again. Jedi weren't permitted to train two at a time. It was against the code, and sure, rules were broken during the war, but Skywalker, the only other instructor she semi-trusted, wouldn't be allowed to train her because of the Council. So instead of getting paired up with another Jedi that would see her mishaps as a flaw on her character, she left. Marker had all day, so he was able to learn that Zala had once stood up for bullied children in the aftermath of the Sith returning to Coruscant. Instructors always saw Zala as the aggressor because she was one of the oldest kids in the middle of scrums. This brought up tension between her and the Jedi instructors on Actu, but Natabre, she was a good master. She was just... Zala stumbled over her words as she started to slowly sob. Marker got up and comforted her by kneeling by the chair and telling the young Jedi that she would be protected. Despite the propaganda spouted by the Jedi, the Sith would take her in and take care of her. She would have a family with them. She wiped tears from her eyes and he smiled, telling her that everything would be okay. She asked if she may stay with him, and Ragnos apologized, explaining that his post was too dangerous for her. But instead of remaining by his side, he had a very good friend that would willingly accept her in. Zala looked at him with concern, but his reassuring smile and tone promised her an audience with the Emperor Valkorin. Within the coming hours, she'd be sent to the Galactic Core to meet her new master. Back on Actu, where peace remained a constant within Jedi ranks, the sound of starships exiting from hyperspace could be heard. Anakin, Sola Grey, and Ahsoka were standing with a group of younglings, and their eyes turned to the skies. A fear crossed over Anakin's heart, but at the sight of a singular Venator, he was no longer concerned. Their attention shifted back to the practice they were doing with the younglings. Sola was smiling and feeling more comfortable being herself. Ahsoka was getting the kids to laugh, and Anakin was overseeing all of it with pride. He felt good. There was still a hole in his heart, but he felt right, and that was a start. He didn't have to turn everything around instantaneously. He just needed to have the desire to make the change, especially without his friend. His eyes turned up towards the Temple Island, where Natabre was currently being kept. She was with a couple of other wounded Jedi, hidden inside the peak of their ancient temple. There was a view of the ocean from there, and if she did unfortunately get taken by the Force, then it would be the most peaceful place for her to be. Anakin did not want to lose his best friend, but knowing that she was in a peaceful state at this moment brought him comfort. As his thoughts remained on Natabre, something broke his concentration. Cannons launched from the Venator and the ground erupted into blazes of fire and ash. Younglings scattered into various directions as Anakin watched Jocasta Nu and a class of students get detonated by a flash of green and blue. He yelled out, watching the vessel creep lower towards the surface. Anakin searched for a speeder and told Sola and Ahsoka to get everyone to the shoreline behind the rock formations. They could at least kind of hide there. He gripped a speeder and revved the engines and ripped towards the Temple Island. Inside the main bridge on the Venator, there was not a Sith. There were not separatists. It was Captain Tarkin. His hands were pinned behind his back, and he ordered his own men to continue firing. Some of the crew knew this was happening. Others did not. Very soon after their arrival, a few of the clones on deck tried to stop this madness, before Tarkin executed them himself. The bridge itself was sealed, and Tarkin promised a future for the Republic that did not involve the Jedi. The Spat cannon on the Venator loaded up and fired directly into the Temple Island, shredding through caretakers, Jedi homes, and starships alike. Dozens of Jedi were strewn about, dead or mortally wounded. Skywalker pulled his speeder up the side upon his arrival to avoid the beam of light. He watched another duo of Jedi die in the process as he looked over his shoulder. Cannons were still firing into the Garden Island. Anakin was now left with a choice. He could try and save Natabre, or try and save the others who had a better chance at surviving. His heart was stuck, and he watched a class of younglings get launched into oblivion. Skywalker jumped off the speeder and jumped onto a Jedi starfighter. He shoved the throttle in before the engines could fully even ignite. The ship struggled to flip out of the right gear, but Anakin pushed the vessel so hard it jumped into the air. Some more clones attempted to stop Tarkin, but he was able to remind them that their brothers were dying because the Jedi did not know how to command. He was doing this for the Republic. They could have a fully automated army with the Star Forge, but no, the Jedi didn't want to kill another star. Then, overwhelmingly, they voted to create starships so more clones could die. Their blood was on the hands of the Jedi Order. Some clones had the ability to stop themselves from turning against Tarkin, while the others were labeled as traitors and shot or stunned. As Tarkin turned back around from his little mutiny, a Jedi starship spun through the air, firing rounds into the bridge. The captain demanded that they shoot down that ship. He attempted to get the pilots to do anything, but none of the clones in the hangar bay wanted to kill Skywalker. In their eyes, he was one of them, and so were the rest of the Jedi. Explosions continued to sound off on the ground as the crew watched dozens of Jedi die by the minute. With everyone on the Garden Island going into hiding, another Spat cannon targeted the Temple Island, shredding the command center and leveling the original Jedi Temple, hidden within the Tree of Life. The history of the Ancient Order had been decimated. Skywalker continued to pepper the Venator, but nothing was getting through. He was getting frustrated due to his desperation. Luckily, the younglings, some of them, had been guided to a safe location. As Anakin continued to fire into the ship, another Venator appeared, and his heart sank further. But shots blew past him and hit Tarkin's flagship. Admiral Killian, the one Tarkin called a Jedi lover, was proving him right. The Republic Admiral wasn't standing for this, and he also happened to be in the area because he was delivering extra supplies to the Jedi Sanctuary. Anakin weaved between cannon fire as the clones inside the hangar bay evacuated. Admiral Killian ordered Tarkin to stand down, but he refused, sending many of the men on his bridge into a frenzy, but the captain refused to let them fail him. Those who remained loyal turned their weapons on Killian's Venator and opened fire. The new mutineers were shot on sight by Tarkin himself. An individual tried to fight him, but decades of refined training made him a vicious combatant, and he snapped the clone's neck in an instant. All the clones inside the flagship started to retreat, looking for escape pods or vessels to help them jump ship. Killian didn't want to do it, but the Spat cannon smashed down into the hull of the opposing Venator, and it started to lose its ability to hover. The ship dipped down hard and more cannons fired on it. Tarkin marched to the front of the bridge, holding on to the control panel and pressing buttons to fire the cannons. He wasn't going down without a fight. Killian and Skywalker continued to attack the vessel, but the bow dipped into the ocean, and before the ship could sink, the pressure split down the middle, sending Tarkin backwards into the crushing depths of the ocean. Admiral Killian would send a crew to investigate the wreckage and search for survivors, so that they could be tried or saved. Anakin spun his ship back around and landed on the Temple Island. He jumped out and ran up the massive hills, as he used his wrist to get into communication with his apprentice, who confirmed her safety. She also told him that Master Rancisis and Sola Grey were accounted for, but Terra Sinube and Jocasta Nu were unknown at the moment. Anakin thanked her as he continued his ascent. The further he got up the mountain, the harder it became for him to breathe. This wasn't even due to the air pressure changing, it was because of the sheer death he saw. The entire caretaker village was wiped out. The few Jedi inside the village at the time were dead. Some of them had survived, but they died of their injuries before they could be saved. Not a soul had survived the attacks on the Temple Island, but Anakin kept climbing. He had to see for himself. When he reached the perch Where the wounded were being kept before the attack, he fell to his knees. The Jedi and clone medics were plugging in alternative power sources into their patients' chambers. Natabre's heart rate was steady, and Anakin let out a deep breath. He asked if the medics were alright, and they were a little shaken, but overall, still breathing, which was good enough for them. The following hours would have news spreading out across the Republic. Masters Jocasta Nu and Terra Nube were killed in the bombing. Following the attack on the Jedi Temple a year before on Coruscant, the Jedi had 3,000 members left, survivors of that initial attack. 2,000 of them were Padawans or younglings. This attack had decimated that number. There were a few new recruits since the beginning of the war, but not a lot. So when the head count was finalized in the coming days, they would learn that only 950 of the Jedi on Actu survived, leaving the entire Jedi Order with 1,400 or so Jedi in the entire galaxy. The worst part is, a solid number of the non-training Jedi were instructors, which were situated on Actu. They were there to help grow the next generation, as the warriors remained on the front lines. Now things were even more desperate than ever before for the Jedi Order because no one could train them. Most of the instructors were killed in the attack by Tarkin. When night fell on Actu, silence filled the air. Children were reminded of the trauma they spent the last year trying to get over. The Order was in shambles internally, and no one knew why Tarkin made this move. It blindsided everyone, and hearts were truly broken over the attack. The surviving instructor-level Jedi did everything they could to keep morale high, but even at this point, they could see the writing in the sand. The Jedi Order was bound to go extinct. Anakin spent the entire night walking to groups of younglings, consoling them and hugging them, promising each of the young Jedi that he would protect them. They would stop the evil that caused this and end the pain they felt. Those around him started to see Anakin as the true chosen one. He was among the youngest instructors on the island, and yet he was rallying everyone together as best as he could. He promised them a future that he didn't even know existed. All he did was lift spirits, until his very own was shattered. After mostly everyone was asleep, Anakin stumbled to a secluded area on the shoreline and fell to his knees. The night was dark, clouds hid the growing moon, and thus, light was very hard to find. Skywalker, on his knees, felt the sand surround his legs. He had never felt so lowly in his life. He heaved as if he were going to regurgitate, but nothing came out, and then he fell back just a little. He didn't know where he was, or who he was anymore. He couldn't even find tears to release. He kept losing everyone, first his mother, and then Padme and Obi-Wan, then Natabre probably, and Zala. Now the Order was in shambles. The attack, the hellfire, it came from their own ranks. That was their own troopers, their own officers, their own alliance shifting to attack them. Anakin looked to the lifeless sky and pleaded for an end to the suffering. He asked for anyone out there to listen. He needed support, he needed someone. He was so broken, and his heart couldn't take any more tears. As silence ceased the day, overshadowing the words he whispered out to the galaxy, he felt warmth. Typically, he would look for Natabre. She was everything to him. His eyes heavily drifted to his left, hoping that she had risen, but nothing. Same to his right, with the same unsatisfying result. Anakin leaned back against a rock and wrapped his arms around his torso, an embrace for himself. The last bit of energy he had, after having given everything to those who needed it most, found itself encircling his body. As he bent over, tightening his grip, he heard his name. Anakin's eyes opened, and he looked up, to nothing. As he started to believe that he was losing his mind, the voice came again, and he looked into the apparition of Qui-Gon Jinn. The former instructor was kneeling down before Anakin, smiling. He asked Anakin if he trusted the Force. Skywalker responded, but it trailed off. He did, but how could he anymore? All he did was put his faith into it, and he had only been rewarded with loss. Qui-Gon nodded his head. It was a difficult path, he remarked, but a difficult path forges those who are most deserving of its rewards. The Force is guiding him to something more. Maybe it can't be seen in the shadow of the night. Maybe it can't be felt in the heartache of what had been lost, but it existed. Qui-Gon reached his hand out, as if he could physically console the boy he promised to train, and told Anakin to trust in himself. His future had not been written. He would see it someday, and he would rejoice in knowing he stayed true to himself. Qui-Gon told Anakin to keep pushing. The gift of the Force would reveal itself. Anakin placed his hand over Qui-Gon's, and he would fall asleep embracing an apparition that gave him a new sense of direction and even understanding. Back at the listening post on Zaheth, Bastila sat with her face hidden under the dark cloak. Imperial troopers were plugging information into data logs of everything they were picking up on. An aspect of Bastila's face that remained hidden was a scar that covered the left side of her cheek. It was deep, too. She then raised her hand as Valen quickly turned backwards. Everyone in the room was listening to different calls in the area. Then everything transformed into a singular distress signal. The code wasn't something that could be identified, but they were able to, by using this long-range communication array, learn that the Jedi home at Actu had been attacked. At long last, the Sith had a location to search for, but it turns out their need to hunt wasn't even warranted. The Jedi had destroyed themselves by turning the Republic against them. Valen smiled and quickly moved to inform her father, but Bastila gripped her wrist and shook her head. The time for that would come later. Now, they had to pack up. Bastila had noticed something that no one else had. The giddiness of knowing that the Republic openly attacked their Jedi counterparts sent everyone into a frenzy of excitement. Bastila overheard an officer address the code, spying on their call, recognizing that the station at Zaheth had been turned back on. While the usefulness of the station didn't see much production, it wasn't the quantity, but the quality of what the Sith had learned here today. The Jedi and Republic were at odds. For someone as intelligent as Lady Bastila, this was a sign that a wrinkle could be thrown into the Jedi ranks and disrupt everything for them. She smiled and led her Praetorian guard out of the chamber, as Valen quickly gathered up everything she could inside the facility. They would all escape Zaheth before the closest Republic fleet arrived at the system. When the morning regrettably found Actu, the Jedi were being escorted away. They were now again without a home. They were betrayed by their ally, the Republic. No one felt safe with clone troopers or Republic officers. Many of the adult Jedi were able to at the very least recognize that they had to maintain something with the Republic, but the younger Jedi couldn't fathom such a relationship continuing to exist. They had been betrayed. They needed to disappear and let the galaxy fend for itself. The Jedi Council, including Skywalker and Rensesis, were able to speak with other masters around the galaxy. Mace's instruction for his peers was to keep steady. The war was reaching a breaking point. He sensed a disturbance that would rupture lines. Something was coming. He promised to meditate on these premonitions or feelings. The Council was instructed to send Jedi out to search for a new and hidden home. For the time being, until otherwise requested by another counselor, Anakin and Rensesis would remain with the younglings as they were transported to a new home. Windu was very aware of what Skywalker had been doing for the children on Actu. He saw Anakin's placement with those Jedi as necessary for their cause for the time being. Across the galaxy, inside the galactic core, was the Sith Emperor. He sat silently with his eyes closed, listening to the air swim around him until the door creaked open before him. Valkorin's eyes flipped, and he smiled at the individual. Zala had come far to meet him, thanks to Lord Ragnos. They had much to discuss. Unlike his typical approach to Jedi or servants, he rose to his feet and descended the stairs to meet her on an even level. He could sense her terror, and he told her not to worry. They were safe here, much safer than she would have been at her home. Zala asked what he meant, and he stumbled over his words apologetically. He thought she knew. She demanded to know what she didn't know right now. What did he do? And he placed his hand on her shoulder and leaned over so that their eyes could meet evenly. His eyebrows raised from the center of his face, giving off a confused and worried, fatherly expression. Valkorin told her that the Republic attacked the Jedi at Actu. Early reports were suggesting that clones and Republic officers championed this moment. He believed that her dear friend Anakin Skywalker had died in the attack. Zala started to breathe heavier, as if she were having an asthma attack. Valkorin held her back, telling her that she would be alright. She heaved, stumbling over her feet, as her head sped back and forth with no true direction. A few tears slipped down her face as she asked the Sith Emperor how this was possible. Valkorin lowered his head shamefully, telling her that greed existed within the Republic for centuries. It's why the Sith were always at war with them. The Jedi sadly couldn't see their path, always aligning with the government that sought power and pleasure over duty to the galaxy. Zala tried to think of questions to respond with, to try and remind Valkorin of his actions in genocide across the galaxy, but before she could ask a single question, he told her assertively that the Republic officers and their clone armies sought to steal from the Jedi. A weapon held by them, won by their greatest warriors, is what the Republic wanted. Natabre and Anakin's sacrifices would be swallowed whole by the Republic war machine. They would seize the Star Forge, kill every star in the galaxy, and create a military so vast that it could level everything. He asked if that was what she wanted, if her masters would want that pain to envelop the galaxy. Zala shook her confused head, wiping a tear from her eye with her sleeve. Valkorin pulled a handkerchief and wiped her eyes for her, telling his child that she would be okay. He placed his hand on her back and told her to walk with him. If she could tell him where the Star Forge was, they could destroy it and stop the Republic from enslaving the galaxy. He asked that she not let them waste a moment. The dogs of war would be coming for their power. With the Jedi out of the way, there was nothing stopping the greed of the Republic. Zala raised her head to the Sith Emperor as they entered a separate chamber. She promised Valkorin that she would do everything within her power to avenge her masters. He smiled, nodding in agreement. He knew she would. Our season continues with a madman, rambling on and again about the changes of the Force. He was laughing, hunched over a fire with a scar drawn down his massive face. Darth Plagueis the Wise had many contingencies, and it seemed that the individual saved by Mother Talzin, Revan, had disrupted his plans. Plagueis twisted his hands over an altar and watched blue smoke rise over it. His alliance with Talzin had been established following his apparent death on Coruscant. She saved his life, and as a result, he saved Maul's. They were indebted to each other, but more than anything, his new apprentice, Maul, was a loyal servant of his. Plagueis had taken greater care of Maul than Sidious ever had, and now it was time for their ranks to expand. He had hoped that by appearing to Skywalker, he could convince him to fall down the dark path, but that was an unfortunate setback. Plagueis, though, wasn't foolish enough to rely all on one future pupil again. He raised his hands and lowered them, as a flush of air spread out across the cavern. He turned and looked towards the entrance to see his student's silhouette staring at him. Plagueis was the mastermind of all of this. He had foreseen the changes necessary to claim victory over the galaxy. Despite Mother Talzin unintentionally changing his plans for Skywalker by saving Revan, he didn't firstly know, but secondly, wouldn't blame her if he did know. Plaggus and Talzin had a long-standing relationship. They were business partners. They understood the need of the other. She had saved his life after that wretch Palpatine betrayed him. Plaggus had become thankful for that, because none of this would have been possible without Palpatine's foolishness. He asked his apprentice if he was ready to go. Maul knelt before him, his metal knees indenting the mud in the cave, and Plaggus told him to rise. The confirmation of his readiness was non-verbal, as they walked side by side out of the cave. He told his boy that the twin suns would not be kind to him, the desert would challenge him, and his metallic gears. He would be tested in saber combat likely, but if he could find himself victor, then he would be a master of his own right. This methodical, hypnotic, and even mysterious way of speaking was hard to interpret at first, because Maul and Plaggus interacted so infrequently before his betrayal. Now as master and apprentice, for the last 11 years or so, they were more tight and dynamic than his former pupil and he were. They never really spoke about Palpatine. They didn't need to. The scar on Plagueis' face and across his chest were more than enough to remember. Same went for Maul's lacking of legs. As they exited the cave, Plagueis saw Mother Talzin with her sisters. She watched the two Sith walk towards their shuttle. The Sith Lord turned towards the student and placed his hand over his shoulder and told Maul to be vigilant, to be precise, and to use his words and his mastery. Their Sith reign was only just beginning. On Actu, the last transports were lifting off the ground. Due to the trauma of the bombing, they were not flying with clones or Republic personnel. Admiral Killian provided them an entire cruiser to operate. It was an Arquentin's-like cruiser. A couple of surviving instructors were inside the bridge with Opa Rencesis. He was directing each of them with their tasks and keeping an eye on the approaching shuttles. All the wounded were placed into the medical bay first, as the rest of the survivors ferried in afterwards, ship by ship. Admiral Killian's flagship hovered over the wreckage of Captain Tarkin's vessel, as Aqua clones investigated the wreckage. There were some air pockets of surviving clones who did not participate in the betrayal, but overall, most of the crew was killed. No one really understood the motive, and the actions inside the bridge of Tarkin's flagship were being replayed by Admiral Killian inside of his vessel. Master Depa Billaba was inside with him, watching over the tapes. With Terrace Nube gone in the devastating blow, she was taking up the mantle of lead investigator. The words were horrifying. Tarkin clearly was a madman. Before they left for Actu, he expressed some discontent with the Jedi Order, and it was echoed mostly by other Republic officers, rather than any clones. The troopers didn't pay much mind, because their mission, as set by Tarkin, was to drop off supplies for the Jedi. None of it mattered anyways. The dead were dead, and it was time for the Jedi to find a new home. As Depa was adjusting to the new information, she and Admiral Killian received word from the Republic fleet over Zaheth. The communication outpost reported on the attack at Actu, but not of the survival of the Jedi. They were going to destroy the listening post, in case the Sith had rewired the technology to listen into Republic conversations after it was recaptured. Plans for another outpost were being drafted up, but the location remained undetermined for the moment. All the Sith knew was that the Jedi had been destroyed at Actu. On the surface, Anakin watched the waves smash into the sides of the cliffs. Because there were so many bodies, the Jedi couldn't reasonably bury them all, so they decided that they would release their fallen friends into the oceans. In his mind, he couldn't decide if he was looking for the lost souls amongst the seas, or hoping for another resolution. His hands were behind his back. Ahsoka, Sola Grey, and Barriss Offee were speaking behind him. He didn't really hear anything they said. Instead of staying though, he moved to say goodbye. Ahsoka turned towards her master and watched him disappear over the side of the rocks. She turned towards Sola Grey and her friend Barriss to excuse herself. They both bowed as she stepped away. Anakin jumped down the side of the rock formation and rested his hand on a stone that his friend frequently used to meditate. They had shared memories and experiences of life here. This was the place where he finally became a true Jedi. More than anything, it was where he became who he was today. Their relationship, the one shared between him and Natabre, was grounded and truly founded here, and he had to say goodbye. Even though this for him in many ways was the most binding relationship he had since the war started, it was almost the easiest to say goodbye to for now. Not because he didn't care deeply about Natabre, but because he had the emotional strength, thanks in part to her, to allow himself to have the time to say goodbye to a place, to a memory. He stepped past a stone and walked to the edge of the sand, and allowed the water to wash past his boots. He placed his hands on his hips and took a deep breath. The wind passed through his hair and he closed his eyes. It felt like a warm embrace, and a small smile formed as he whispered something inaudible into the air. Ahsoka stopped and gave him that moment. but before she could turn around, he called her name. She apologized for interrupting, and he told her that there was no need to do so. He asked her to come over to him. She did, standing next to him, and he pointed out towards the horizon. She looked at an adjacent grouping of islands, and he told her that he was hoping that someday there'd be a temple structure over there. He and the Tabre had spoken about such hopes several times before. Ahsoka tried to find the right words, but there was no need to be upset. Anakin was attempting to positively adjust the conversation. It didn't flow as easily as it would have with, say, Natabre saying it, but it was a good start, especially for him. Ahsoka optimistically hinted at another temple, a new order perhaps on a distant world. Anakin liked that idea a lot. His smile got wider, and he patted her shoulder. He called her Snips and told her to come along. They had a long way to go. The two of them got to the top of the island with Sola Gray and Barriss loading up into the last shuttle that was sent to pick them up. Before being the last on the vessel, Anakin turned back around and looked at Actu. He watched the sun split between the clouds and cast an angelic, iridescent glow onto the world. Part of him worried that this was a sign that Natabre would forever perish, and his memories with her would remain stuck here. Or perhaps this was a sign that there was hope for the future to come. Regardless of what that answer might be, Deppa would join them inside of their vessel and propose a set of coordinates for their new home. They'd be staying within the Rishi Maze, as to best be available for their comrades. The High Council was deciding on its purpose going forward, and Master Windu, on the front lines, vanished into a deep meditation. His peers were trying to see if they could actually trust the Republic. Various leaders inside the structure commented on the state of the fight and how they needed to rally behind the Order. It wouldn't be worth their time to try and defend Tarkin even if they agreed with him. He was the villain and needed to be treated as such. The Republic war effort may have had their problems with Jedi leadership, but right now was a time to rally around their allies. The Jedi Order would jump to hyperspace for a planet called Rune, just east of Scarif. They had no intention of staying there, but it would be a stepping stone to finding another hidden world in the galaxy. Within the core, Valkorin and Zala stood beside each other in the main control room inside the ship. Men and women officers ferried in and out, some bringing information to the table and others breaking down different reports. They knew that the facility at Zaheth was lost and likely destroyed by the Republic. Zala was relatively timid, as she had been for most of the time that she was with the Sith, and even her old master. The Emperor, next to her, could sense the tension, the fear. He had already amassed his gathering and dispatched them. She was just a few minutes away from giving up her information that could reset the war and switch control of the ever-so-important Star Forge into the hands of the Sith. Zala watched the consoles burst to life. When it felt like her head would explode, he turned to her and asked if she wanted to be alone. Zala didn't really want to be, per se, but she couldn't handle the amount of energy circulating around the bridge. Valkorin raised his hand and everyone in the room stopped what they were doing, turning their attention to him, and then following the wave of his hand, they all left the command center. She watched each and every body file out before she released a heavy breath and thanked him. Valkorin nodded his head and told her that he was truly sorry about her friend. It had, by now, been assumed that everyone on Actu was killed. This included Anakin and Ahsoka. Zala was in a weird predicament right now, because she knew that Valkorin wanted them dead, but at the same time, she didn't know how to feel. Her head was swelling, like the corruption of the Sith Emperor's lair was spinning inside her head. She tried to break past it, but she, at the end of the day, was only a youngling. She couldn't fully resist that pull, and the likes of Bastila, Malak, and Revan had failed eons before to that same one. Zala tried to confront him about his efforts to kill her, and he, without even hesitating, pulled up a show of the assault on Coruscant. Within an instant, her heart was transported back to the moment she heard of her master's fate from Actu, the death that she had believed consumed Natabre. Zala could see the bombs falling across the surface of Coruscant's landscape. The rebels on the surface, with Ja'Ral, Revan, and Skywalker, fought back the attack as they rushed away. Valkorin narrated at the right pauses, explaining how the Sith Empire wanted to build a new Star Destroyer, A model of the resurgence showed itself next to the continuously playing hologram. Zala was being overwhelmed with information as she then focused on her master, Natabre. The Jedi moved to save someone, helping up injured rebels before an explosive sent her off her feet and tumbling to the ground. Zala turned towards her master and clenched her fist. She told him that his cannons did it. Valkorin shook his head. The Jedi did it. If it weren't for their corrupt pursuit of injustice, then Natabre wouldn't have been hurt. He explained shamefully that he would have rather had the likes of Skywalker and Morden on their side. They understood what many Jedi could not. Their righteous path of mercy was more in alignment with true Sith values. Zala shoved her fist into the console, and her knuckles ripped open, with trickles of blood slipping out. Valkorin, almost like a shark, could sense the wound. He pulled on this transformation more. He lowered his shoulders to appear weaker, and told Zala that had those rebel bastards on the surface died like they should have, Natabre and Anakin could have become Sith. And the truth is, he looked her dead in the eyes. He proclaimed that they would have become Sith. They were strong-willed. Sadly, they didn't have the time to see the right path. Zala tried to again blame him because his cannons did the damage, but he started to explain, briefly albeit, what the rebels on Coruscant were. None of it needed to be true, it just needed to sound true. Dural, their heroic leader, was a senator's staffer. He scored big by leeching off the poor in the galaxy. Revan, well, he was a turncoat Sith, someone who went out of his way, like the Jedi, to make people suffer. After all, that Sola Grey did come from his ranks, did she not? Zala remembered the woman from Actu and nodded. She didn't know why Zola Grey had betrayed the Sith, but her heartbeats started to thump into her head. Everything she thought she knew wasn't true. Valkorin then asked, why did Zala become disillusioned with the Jedi? If they were a truly righteous sect, then surely she wouldn't end up here on Coruscant. Their betrayal at the hands of the Republic was a show that they no longer served the purpose. Instead of presenting Tarkin as a rogue agent, he pushed a narrative that saw Tarkin as a Republic hero, someone who did what fellow officers believed was right. Valkorin's hand fell lightly on the side of her arm, and he told Zala that her masters, had they been in her position, would have aided the Sith. They would have seen the path because they were strong and just. She nodded in agreement because they were. Valkorin asked, only once, and for the first time since her arrival, for the location of the Star Forge. She turned towards the console, one that was being monitored by Valkorin's two sons on the other side, and she opened up a galactic map. Within minutes she identified System 9Z1, and told Valkorin that it was there. He smiled and thanked her. The moment after Thexan and Arcan exited the transmission their father had opened up, Valkorin called Zala his apprentice. His sons assumed that he would kill her. Valen was en route to the core, and Bastila had very important information regarding the Void. In the heart of Tatooine, Maul would land his Sith shuttle, a replica of the one he used during the blockade of Naboo days. It wasn't quite the same thing, but close enough. Maul walked through the sands of the planet. He was looking for a large camp of Tusken raiders. The Zabrak warrior slipped in the sand and became irritated with how coarse and rough it was. It didn't usually hit his skin, but every time he planted his hand into the ground to stop himself from falling, the particles crawled up across his robes, and he couldn't get rid of them. Maul kept his hood over his head to shield himself from the sun. He traveled on foot, with a speeder filled with supplies behind him. He didn't want to waste all the fuel inside the speeder, so it was a smarter option for him to go on foot for now. The twin suns above him beat on his back. The black robes only made the heat even more unbearable. He infrequently drank from his water, and relied on the dark side to give him his strength. His master would be aiding him. Plaggus the Wise had found a man hiding in the sands, a former Jedi with powers akin to a master of the Force, so young and foolish to run away from his own instructor. As night slowly fell on Tatooine, Maul could see speeders and vessels gathering up around nearby vessels. Jabba's palace, which wasn't far removed from these towns, was beaming with lights and a new symbol. One too hard to make out from this distance, even with Maul's macro binoculars. It didn't belong to the Hutts or any other group that he knew of. He maintained his distance and continued trekking across the sands. Maul utilized the Force to lead him closer to his target. Hours would pass by, and in the middle of the night he would stumble upon a Tusken camp. The raiders were completely unaware of his arrival, but Maul tapped the device on his wrist that hummed alive inside of Plaggus' cave. The Sith Lord hovered over his altar and poured the Force into it. Blue electricity funneled out of his hands and burst into life inside the altar itself. Just outside the cave, Mother Talzin listened to the Sith ritual, gaining what insight she could from the Sith Master at work. The camp below Maul remained quiet until a cry yelled out, a man and then another. A saber ignited, and the apprentice of Ki-Adi-Mundi, a survivor of the Coruscant Purge, but one that did not escape on the main Jedi transports, slaughtered his people. A native to Tatooine like Skywalker, Asharad Het slipped his saber into the people of the camp, of his camp. Like Anakin, he had been plagued with nightmares and tortured by the monstrous Darth Plagueis. The Sith Lord, like he had with the Chosen One, pushed him closer and closer towards a full turn towards the dark side. The Tusken Raiders attempted to stop their ally, but it was too late. Without the help of another more experienced Force user, there was nothing the Tuskens could do. Their howls echoed out through the night. Every single individual would be murdered, the tents would be burnt, the animals slaughtered, and the people left in perpetual states of fear, never to be buried or remembered by the sands again. The silhouette of the murderer slipped away from the destroyed camp and shook his shoulders off. The burden of his pain and internal suffering had dissipated, but he could sense someone else. At the top of the hill, overlooking his massacre, was an individual. When Asharad got there, he would confront Maul with his lightsaber drawn. The Sith apprentice would greet his new ally and ask how he felt. This was such a peculiar question, but the former Jedi blamed Maul for doing this to him. Maul rose to his feet, and with the Force deignited Asharad's lightsaber. He pointed towards the Tuskens and asked if he felt shame for his actions. The man turned back and thought heavily. He truthfully didn't remember doing it. He couldn't account for his actions, but he somehow knew it was being done by him in the moment. Maul told Asharad that he sensed him from a galaxy away. His torment was a beacon of light, and the Sith were looking for new allies, new members capable with their own gifts and open to the powers of the Force, and to be taught. Asharad ignited his weapon again and shoved it against Maul's throat, telling him that just because he abandoned the Jedi, it didn't mean he would join the Sith Empire. Maul's yellow teeth glimmered in the glow of the saber. He was not a member of the Empire. He was a true Sith. He and his master were their own alignment, and no, they did not return with the Empire. If he wanted a chance to survive in this galaxy, dwelling out here with the dead Tuskens wouldn't do him any good. Maul grabbed Asharad's weapon and twisted it back, promising the man a future, a chance to see the galaxy in a different light and become a champion of the war that ensued. Asharad pulled back and dropped his hand, asking Maul what he wanted from him, and the Zabrak turned, expressing that he didn't ask anything of him but his trust. The true Sith were not demanding, they were offering a path of redemption. Maul stepped away, and the pure confusion, combined with the countless visions of Plagueis, pushed Asharad to follow Maul. They would utilize the speeder to return to the ship Maul arrived on, and before they could exit their location, a swarm of gunships landed around them. A Gamorrean guard captain would lug himself out of the lead vessel and confront the two individuals. Maul ignited his saber, with Asharad following with the ignition of his own. The Hutt captain demanded to know their affiliation, as blasters from various thugs raised and pointed them at him. Maul twirled his weapon, explaining that he was a true Sith, returning to his home world with a new apprentice. Asharad did not buckle at this. Even with the Tusken Raiders accepting him into the tribe, he didn't have someone he truly loved like Anakin did. The difference between the two Tatooine natives were firstly their support systems and secondly, their ability or inability to overcome true darkness. The Gamorrean looked at the green lightsaber of Asherad and questioned Maul if he wanted to spare a Jedi. Maul turned back and Asherad spit the words out that he was no Jedi. What he blamed them for, not even Maul knew, but surely that detail would reveal itself in due time. Plaggus knew how to gather information from anyone. The Hutt captain told his crew to load up, and reminded Maul that the Void would be willing to cooperate with the Sith, but they shouldn't find themselves within Void territory like this again. Maul nodded his head, as if any of that made any sense to him, as he and his apprentice entered the vessel he arrived on. It lifted off and sped out of the sky as the gunships returned to Jabba's palace. With the largest gathered Sith force since the beginning of the war, Thexan and Arcan departed in hyperspace, with their father's blessing. Valen and Bastila were returning to Coruscant, where they would interact with the Sith Emperor and meet Zala. The brothers had no reason to believe that the Jedi girl would survive her encounter with their father. They instead turned to each other and decided on how they needed to approach the battle at System 9Z1. It was a battle they couldn't afford to lose, and of course, they were given one of two directives by their father: capture the weapon or destroy it. The Sith Clone War could not be won if the Republic had the ability to utilize the weapon. They, with their officers, some of the most experienced men and women on this side of the war, gathered intel and prepared strategies. Without having figured out the key to destroying Republic Star Destroyers, that was their main orbit of focus. They didn't really have a chance to gather intel on how to defeat those monstrous vessels. Thexan suggested a fighter barrage, and Arcan believed a flanking strategy would work. Despite the intel Zala gave them, which included what she last remembered, the brothers didn't take it as trustworthy. From what Zala reported to their father, which obviously made it to them, the Republic had a sizable fleet present at the Star Forge. It was a very important weapon to the Republic, and they wouldn't just leave it undefended. Zala couldn't remember if the Republic was hiding the vessel for future use or if they were activating it within the next few weeks or not. Regardless of the answer, it was why the Sith were attacking right now. It could not be utilized again. Following a recent battle at the planet of Atanax, Mace Windu sat in silence. His eyes were closed and he dwelled heavily on the Force. The war had changed the galaxy and himself greatly, but the recent attack on Actu left even his courageous demeanor sullen. He meditated before the battle and after it. His eyes were heavy. He hadn't slept in he didn't really know how long. His men had suffered equally to that. Their fight was several star systems south of Mandalore, southeast of Hutt space, and slightly north above the Rishi Maze. It was an important victory, a fight that started as a small skirmish between the Republic and CIS forces. It wasn't really meant to come to that, but it did anyways. The Republic started winning, and then of course the Sith Empire pounced. Darth Marr's bomber cruiser and the fleet that had caught Master Agan Colon by surprise over Velmor arrived. The fight was a range of combat. The Republic was seeking to expand its supply lines, and the CIS clearly was too. Darth Marr's fleet continued to pillage as per the request of the Sith Emperor, but here he finally found himself outmatched in battle in space. On the surface, Captain Rex and his boys fought back against battle droids and Sith warriors. Rex even added a nice scar to his battle armor by single-handedly taking down a Sith marauder. It was to the likes that would make Republic warrior Jace Malcolm proud. The clones survived the grueling fight on the surface, and the fleet persisted with Windu's leadership in space. It mattered, but at the same time, none of that mattered because they were victorious in the end. Mace often toiled with these shifts. The fight between the Sith was an overarching battle, but every time the fight got into individual skirmishes or engagements, the size of the conflict often felt lost on him. Every time he saw his men die in explosions or felt their pulses go blank on the battlefield, it overwhelmed his mind. On the surface he was calm and collected, but inside of his head he couldn't help but wonder if any of this fighting would ever be worth it. He was the de facto leader of the Jedi Order. The pressure was always on his shoulders, and even after every triumph he felt in individual combat, it still felt nearly purposeless. The size of the enemy was nearly overwhelming always. As he slipped into his meditation, he connected to the Force nearly instantaneously. He was wounded emotionally from the war. He was more susceptible to the dark side, but he constantly rejected it. Mace, in his mind's eye, saw the galaxy. The galactic map shifted across his face. In it, he could see allies from the current era. His friends, Jocasta, Terra, Yoda, Obi-Wan, and so many more were not present, but he could feel them. As if, all at once, Master Windu felt the souls of those he loved the most with him now. A tear slipped down his cheek, and he pressed further into the meditation. Mace could feel the war, the battle for victory, and he could see it. Republic vessels crushing down on Sith fleets. He could see it. Jedi warriors, despite their little numbers, rising up. They were utilizing their lessons throughout this war to give them strength. It was all a lesson, a great reset. He could see the monsters who killed his friends on Coruscant fall to their knees. These were not merciless deaths. The Jedi were becoming victors. Mace's eyes turned from the battlefield where clones, Republic volunteers, and Jedi ran past him, and the sun shimmered in the distance. The rising light was a sign of the times to change. He joined his brothers and sisters in combat, and he envisioned every moment of battle. The weapons of war would be laid down at some point. There would be a day when the Republic could win, where the Jedi could bring balance to the Force. Where the battle took place now, he did not know. If it was a sign of the future to come, he was unsure. But an overwhelming comfort washed across his body, and before his meditation could come to an end, he felt drawn to look down. Grandmaster Yoda's apparition stood by his side, and Mace knelt, so that he could be even with his master, as even as possible. Yoda smiled and whimsically chuckled. Mace couldn't help but be reminded of every time he and the Grandmaster had shared a similar laugh, despite how serious many of their conversations ever got. Mace then, drawn back to the reality of the conflict, asked Yoda if he was the right one to lead, if he was worthy of the responsibility, if the Jedi could persist with him, and Yoda tapped his cane on the ground. Whether this was a memory, a Force ghost, or simply the Force communicating through familiar entities, Windu did not know. But the former Grandmaster spoke up. His riddled way of speaking struck Mace's ear with a surreal sense of peace. The words he said amounted to telling a former peer of his, a friend, that through the Force, the unconquerable becomes just a simple challenge. Through bravery, he can topple the threats that seem insurmountable. Yoda reflected on Mace's gift to be that rock, the rock that others needed. No longer did he need to look to the past. He was everything that he needed. Finally, Yoda reminded him that everyone who had ever cared for him would be behind him, maybe invisible, but always present. Another tear dropped down an adjacent cheek, and Mace's vision ended. The lessons, the words spoken by Yoda, would be recited into his journal, and he would finally get the rest he needed. Inside the Sith High Command, Valen would speak to her father, ever so briefly. He didn't lie, he simply didn't tell everything to her, because everything was not what concerned Valen. More than ever, Bastila's words about ensuring her importance rang true. Valkorin wasn't casting off his children, but Valen had done her part. Thexan and Arcan had to fulfill theirs. At this point, as had been made abundantly clear, Zala had given him answers that none of his children could give him. Valen should consider that going forward. She was the most successful of her siblings, but that success did not mean eternal immunity. It also didn't mean much because it wasn't a lot to begin with. Valen would also briefly interact with Zala. This was not a kind interaction. She shot the former Jedi a look, a threatening one. She was not nearly as powerful or as trained as the daughter of Valkorin. Zala didn't react to this because she believed in Valkorin's word. He promised protection, and despite her not trusting him yet, he had held true to that word so far. Valen didn't say anything to Zala, and when his daughter left the room, Valkorin told his potentially temporary student that she needn't be afraid. A challenger always brings out the best in each of us. She should remember that. Zala nodded. and he presented her with new robes, ones colored in darkness, and with it, if she preferred, a helmet. Valkorin welcomed her to the Sith Empire, calling her apprentice, before exiting the room and letting her to think on those words. The last of these 3 very important interactions was Bastila's report from the Outer Rim. It had been unknown to the 3 major factions aside from raids and short-term skirmishes, but the Void was a very important ally to the Sith Empire. Bastila had been separated from Revan and Malak because Valkorin believed their alliance would prove to be too toxic for Sith relations. He had done this well before Exar Kun ever established himself as the Sith Emperor. This alliance between Bastila and Valkorin was reflected here. He promised her a seat by his side, if she aided him in his personal interests. Their conversations over the past year had been brief, but she reported back everything, and of course, the documents that aligned the Sith Empire with the powerful group called the Void. The leader of the criminal organization was none other than Jabba the Hutt, the most powerful of his family. It was made abundantly clear by Bastila that following the outbreak of the Sith Clone Wars, the crime families realized that with the capital of the Republic falling, they needed to gather. In numbers, they would be stronger than if they split themselves up into crime families. So ranging from high powers like the Hutts, Black Suns, or Pikes, to weaker crime groups or organizations like the one run by Hondo Anaka, the entire Outer Rim united under the title banner of the Void. This was a mutual contract, similar to the one established early by the Sith under the command of Exar Kun. Obviously, it was much easier for the criminal syndicates because they didn't have the power of the Force, and they lacked the military strength of either of the major factions, which is why they united. However, Bastila noted that their growth in strength came from their raids. Pirate attacks or skirmishes went under the radar for every major faction. She had noted that a majority of the Void's forces were stolen vessels from the larger powers, though Bastila said that the Void was a very powerful sect, because their military consisted of pretty much every able-bodied citizen in the Outer Rim. There was good reason to treat this group as a contender, because Jabba had brilliantly concocted a plan to benefit all of them. He and the other crime leaders promised their people financial success in the new era. Jabba called this war the Great Reset, one that would re-establish boundaries for every single power in the galaxy. The Void itself was a promise of a future where the criminal empires dominated commerce in the galaxy, while also providing citizens with a means to thrive. Bastila explained that they had cultivated almost all of their population for this. Most of the bounty hunters and smugglers in the galaxy worked with them. It was the perfect alliance. Valkorin looked down at the holopad in her hands. It was signed by every leader of the Void, suggesting that the criminal syndicates wanted to dominate commerce in the galaxy following a Sith victory. They wouldn't impede on their territory with military power. They were simply looking for financial freedom, and to fulfill the promises they gave to their people. The Void wasn't necessarily familiar with the Sith. They truthfully saw this sect as an unknown region's force, something that had been hidden in the unknown sect for generations, building up and then fighting off the arrogant Republic. The Void professed in their treaty to the Sith that they gave to Bastila that they had personal quarrels with the Confederacy and the Republic. Despite neither side realizing it, they were of the same fight. They never recognized that they fought the same war against the other because of their continued greed plaguing them. Valkorin loved this because it helped him understand more about this fight. Aligning with the criminal empires wasn't just a dagger to him, and it wasn't even something he planned to ask the Sith Council about because it was a no-brainer alliance. They would make the war impossible, not on the battlefront, but in the supply lines. Valkorin took the holopad and signed it, which immediately sent a confirmation back to the Void and the Jabba. The Sith Empire and the Void were now one. At System 9Z1, a massive Sith fleet exited from hyperspace. Battleships lined up across a large formation, and the two brothers, after having completed a series of battles with their sister during the Zaheth campaign, prepared to show their father why they should be trusted. Scratch that. They were going to show the Sith Empire why they were the rightful heirs to their father's throne. Thexan and Arcan, with full trust in one another, prepared to besiege the defenseless Star Forge, until a Republic fleet surrounding the superstructure showed itself. Some of the vessels were hidden inside the Star Forge's bays, others were stationed elsewhere. Clone commanders at the base sent out a distress signal before realigning the fleet into position. They readied all defenses, and even with the sizable force of Star Destroyers at their disposal, the clone leadership demanded that they begin harvesting the Star at System 9Z1. The Star Destroyers were very undermanned. Most of them were crewed by automated droids, with lesser intelligence than a typical B-1 battle droid. Pretty much all sentient command were situated inside the Star Forge. With the brothers getting eager to prove their mettle, the Republic readied its point defense stations, and hangar bays inside the Star Destroyers and Star Forge opened up. Just as they did, the massive space station started to tilt towards the sun, and began to suck energy from it. The brothers got furious and pressed the attack. Waves of Sith fighters sped into battle, rushing across the line as heavy cannons unloaded, with Republic fighters slipping out of the bays and engaging just before any Sith could reach the Star Destroyers. The Sith fleet engaged its engines, moving forward, and the clones on deck ordered the automated crews to fire on the Sith cruisers. Due to the extremely long range of the heavy turbo lasers and the triangular shape of the vessels, they were able to start beating away at the shields of the Sith fleet. Pilots for the evil Sith were more capable than the automated fighters, but they were amassed in better formations and better attack patterns. Clone officers inside the Star Forge micromanaged everything. They ran from other sides of the room to maneuver the fleet into winning positions. Despite the massive flank of Star Destroyers and their ability to continuously wail on the Sith fleet from afar, they were still greatly outnumbered. The early strikes from the heavy turbo lasers did considerable damage to the Sith fleet, but even with the first few ships being crippled and detonating or falling limp, the brothers pressed forward. They, from their separate command ships, yelled into the officers' faces. The clones continued to try and call for other reinforcements, but no one was picking up. Either they were being jammed, or the Republic wasn't hearing them. The space combat continued to intensify though. The Sith were slowly coming out on top in the dogfight, as reinforcing fighters flew in to aid the automated Republic vessels. The entire fighter fleet from the Star Forge was being held in reserve, but the Star Destroyers were finally coming under fire from the Sith Empire. Their destroyers weren't doing a ton of heavy damage from the long range, but it was the beginning of a terribly long siege. When information of this attack reached Republic High Command, officers quickly prepared as many units as they could for deployment, as more emergency signals were relayed across Republic lines. How the Sith were able to do this, no one knew. It was a blinding attack, and they needed to counter it. Back over System 9Z1, the Sith were moving to overpower the Star Destroyers. Thexan and Arcan had sacrificed thousands of their own men and hundreds of vessels to win this battle. The Star Destroyers were monstrous vessels, and even though the Republic was losing the fighter fight, the heavy battleships remained untouched by bombers. The Sith had to rely entirely on their cruisers, destroyers, frigates, and capital ships to damage the Star Destroyers. Had Thexan and Arcan seized the opportunity to swing around the Republic fleet, they would have been able to wipe out the Star Destroyers with relative ease, due to their tight formation. But that tight formation also made it impossible to break through from the front. The daring move to engage the Republic in ship-to-ship engagement was not bright, and even with superior numbers, their ships were crumbling. But slowly, due to the overwhelming amount of Sith attackers, they were able to punish the Republic defense, just enough to lower some of the shields. The Star Forge was out of reinforcements to send, and they didn't have enough time with the power they had taken from the sun to create more destroyers, so the clones on deck focused on adding bombers and interceptors. They would be released by the squad, along with some light corvettes to thin the Sith fighters. Thexan and Arcane continued to bombard the Star Destroyers, and after hours of batteries firing, they were able to crack the Republic defense. The battleships lost their shields and then slowly detonated. Even with the power, they didn't have the numbers. It was a numbers game in the end, and the Sith had amassed a great force to capture this weapon. Finally, as the middle of the Republic flank crumbled, Thexan took point and led his flagship forward. As he did, some of the destroyers targeted the underbelly of Thexan's vessel and shredded it. Their turbo lasers did the same, with the foolish captains and officers who were forced to follow his command. Luckily for the Sith, a couple of the wounded vessels would destabilize just enough to crash into the Star Destroyers, creating explosions and widening the gap inside the defense line. The Sith fleet pushed through, with the surviving Republic vessels turning to their starboard or port side to unload their full firepower into the rear or into the side of their hulls. The dogfight collapsed on the Republic, and even with interceptors running to cover for the bombers, the Sith approached the Star Forge. The first Sith cruiser detonated on the shields of the Forge. They didn't even know that the shields were still up, so in an effort to break in and capture the weapon, the Sith fleet fired everything they had at the space station. It was a very flawed assault, but the Sith were closer than ever to getting what they wanted. They bombarded the hell out of the Star Forge, and the clones, seeing no other alternative, forced all power to the shields, but with the Forge itself sucking energy in from the sun, it caused a hiccup in the shields' power, and it allowed the Sith to hit the Forge directly, sending ripples of explosions across the exterior. A chain reaction bursted through the main corridors and power cells, even smashing through draining facilities. The Star Forge slowly was losing its ability to do what it was supposed to do. Thexan and Arcane pridefully thought that they'd have the chance to board the Forge, but Thexan's vessel started to burn up, and the Sith had to abandon it to join his brother. Even with the Star Destroyer fleet pretty much vanquished, there were supporting Republic vessels dropping in out of hyperspace. The brothers, realizing their opportunity was lost as soon as it was won, fired what they could at the Star Forge, before turning back and attempting to retreat. It was a terrible loss of life for the Sith Empire, and while there was some semblance of victory, they truly did not seize the day. The information Zala provided the Emperor could have been used to completely shift the tide of the war. The Star Forge wasn't destroyed nor captured. Its primary function was destroyed, so it couldn't harvest energy and it wouldn't be able to create anything new. So it was basically an oversized space station, but the surviving crew would utilize the last of the superstructure's energy to retreat from System 9Z1, with the aid of the Republic fleet that just arrived. As for Thexan and Arcane, their failures were already being reported to Valkorin. Their fleet, as mentioned before, was the largest gathering of Sith vessels since the beginning of the war. They would be returning to their father, having lost more than 80% of that fighting force. An inability to utilize strategy had cost the Sith victory. There was a temporary satisfaction in what they believed to be the destruction of the Forge, but their father would not see satisfaction as enough to sway his patience, nor his willingness to avoid punishment. Just outside of Rune, following a quick debriefing with Master Windu and some other Republic officers reporting on the Star Forge's condition, Anakin joined Oppa Rancisis on the bridge of a light cruiser. He looked down at a glowing orb just outside of Rune. The planetary body wasn't inside the Rune system, but it was found by one of Jacasta's archivists before both of their deaths on Actu. A planetary scan had been finalized by Master Rancisis, and he reported that this planet was the Land of the Youth. Citing some ancient prophesized Jedi text, Oppo suggested that they call this planet Tier Nanog. Anakin turned towards the old Jedi Master with confusion, but Oppo was happy, or at least content. As the light cruiser slipped through the atmosphere, it found a large continent, filled with green grass. The trees were glistening with life, pink petals fluttered through the wind, and small animals bumbled about. This was the animals' first interaction with sentient life, and they didn't fear it. When the ship landed, a few masters exited the vessel, using the large ramp, and examined the ground. There was a field of flowers, a mountain range that sat just above them, a freshwater lake just beneath it. Anakin looked from the port of the bridge, and it reminded him a lot of Naboo, though there were many more colors here. Instead of green and blue being primary, there was a forest of orangish trees just beyond the field. The pink petals came from what appeared to be a weeping willow of sorts. It was beautiful. Oppo slithered out and towards the tree, where he would mark it as the home of the Jedi Order. Tier Nanog was a new home. Despite everything they had lost, it was a place of tranquility. After a brief investigation, to make sure the children would be safe here, they'd be freed from the ship. They all knew that no one knew where they were, and even with their traumas, many of the children walked out with smiles and eyes filled with wonder. Anakin and Ahsoka stood on the ramp as the little ones ferried past them. some of them even jumping in excitement. In a weird way, it was almost as if some children repressed their memories and pretended that it was just another field trip and a year without the Sith War. Anakin crossed his arms, and Ahsoka mimicked that. She asked if they would stay here, and he looked to the mountains and then to her, responding with his own question. Did she think that the children would find home here? Ahsoka closed her eyes and took in a deep breath. She turned towards her master and nodded. Anakin mimicked her by doing the same, waving her on as he stepped down the ramp. He told her that they had a whole new world to investigate, a true land of the youth. Our season continues with the voices inside her head. A young, former Jedi twisted and turned. She was sleeping, not for long, but currently in a state of rest. Zala was dreaming about her master's death. She watched the hologram with Valkorin, but instead of it being through a transparent blue recording, she was on the ground, where she should have been, with her masters. Zala ran towards the blaster fire, swinging her lightsaber into various directions to block aimless bolts coming from any direction. She didn't really know where it was coming from, but she avoided death. She slipped under a rocket and saw her master. Natabre gently helped someone up, even though she was in a rush. Zala called out her master's name, and she looked over and smiled. Zala ran to save her, and she threw her hands outwards, and her master was flung from her feet, and the rocket smashed down into the surface, completely missing her. Zala had a few tears in her eyes as she leapt over the molten hot ground and landed beside her master. Natabre held her arms and asked if she was okay, and even in her timidness, she embraced Natabre, telling her master that she never wanted to let go. Master Morden embraced back, and when they pulled apart, the Jedi Master prepared to speak, before Zala's body ripped her from her sleep. Valkorin was watching her in her dreams. He saw the weakness of a Jedi. It was still a part of who Zala was. He clenched his fist and bit his lip from corridors away in the same vessel. Zala broke into a cold sweat and held herself, gripping her shoulders with her hands and pulling as tight as she could. She wanted to look onto her instructor, and more importantly, hear what Natabre was going to say to her. Her master may have not been dead, as she was led to believe, but it felt like she was. Natabre, had she truly perished on Coruscant, would have done everything within her power to save her student, no matter what it meant or if it broke the will of the Force itself. Valkorin could sense this. The tugging of the Force would forever damn his new apprentice. But there were alternatives to this. Lord Malgus had since returned from his triumph over Plo Koon on Malachor. The two of them were set to speak in the coming hours. This could become a teachable moment. Valkorin had heard ever so briefly about the turncoat that originally started with Malgus, before betraying the Sith with Revan. He decided that Malgus's brute tactics wouldn't suffice on the young Jedi. However, what Zala could learn would perhaps be more useful to him. Valkorin not only recognized the potential she had, something the Jedi had truly neglected, and something that Natabre was too young to refine at an exceptional rate. It was very similar to Skywalker and Dano. Both had true gifts at their disposal, but in their young age, much of the fine-tuning they needed to be efficient masters of the Force was lost in the chaos. Zala had the opportunity to learn from someone well-versed in the Force. Zala's potential was more comparable to Ahsoka's. Both were young with fiery spirits, though both showed them in different ways. Zala more inward, Ahsoka more outward. Valkorin just needed to fully convince her of the path she was destined for. As for his rat-bastard children, specifically the failures who lost more than half of his damn fleet at System 9Z1, they would face his wrath at the same time. If he wanted Zala to amount to anything as his apprentice, as potentially even a member of his hierarchical family, then lessons needed to be learned. At her unbalanced state, it could not be against her, and furthermore, Valkorin recognized that she didn't do anything deserving of punishment yet. She would watch his boys face their punishment, understand the stakes of being a Sith, understand the cost and whether she willingly pushed through all of that was up to her. Valkorin did not play favorites. He wanted to win. That was something abundantly clear to Valen, who quickly adjusted herself inside the fleet, as Bastila suggested, so that she wouldn't be cast off. Inside Republic High Command, the first strikes of the Sith-aligned Void were making headway across the outer and mid-rims. These attacks weren't just felt by the Republic, but by the Separatists too. Obviously, High Command wasn't concerned with the CIS, but the supply lines held together during the war were very concerning to the Republic. Officers, clones, and volunteers alike had been in hell since the battle on Coruscant. The destruction of the Sith shipyards was a total victory for the galaxy, but in retaliation, the Sith had influenced some sort of uprising that affected various aspects of the Republic. Of course, this goes in line with the loss on Actu and the minor issues with the Star Forge that was now at an undisclosed location with Republic mechanics trying to fix it. Yet these raids, aside from being total nuisances, were crippling their ability to transport goods, ammunition, food, and various other necessities across Republic battle lines. These deep-rooted pieces to the war were a give-me at the beginning of the conflict. When Coruscant fell, they simply shifted to more reliable sources in the Outer Rim and Mid-Rim. The trade routes still existed and had been under Federation jurisdiction, but without the Federation running them, supplies were able to flow without being taxed for not being on Federation transports. Regardless, even though they were at war, the Separatists and Republic held valuable trade assets populations needed. Officers without the Senate population were working diligently to maintain some semblance of good faith with opposition leadership. Admiral Trench may have been the overarching leader of the CIS forces, but the entire Separatist Senate survived the beginning of the war, even when a crucial part of their military leadership did not. These various representatives from either the Republic or the CIS kept relations good on the supply side of things, to ensure the people didn't pay the price of a war no one really wanted. Dooku's promises were thrown out the window when he died over Coruscant and the Sith Empire returned with a punishing force. Officers inside the command station at Eridu monitor the situation across their territory. These raids weren't necessarily attacks. No one really claimed responsibility for these skirmishes either. It was as if, right at the climax of the assault on the Forge, 14 different supply and trade depots were hit at once by pirates. Many of these strikes happened around the recently won victory by General Windu at Atonox. It's clear that they were decisive strikes to withhold supplies from making it to the front lines, and also disrupt trade between the two rivaling factions. The Confederacy was dealing with this in their own ways, but pirate raids on these trade routes wasn't exactly a new occurrence. These pirates had been taking advantage of the galactic conflict. Republic Command authorized the use of deadly force on local thugs to reduce these predicaments, but that rarely resulted in a positive experience for the locals. Most of these people were both reliant on the Republic, but also resented them because of the years of neglect preceding the war. The worst part is, most of these raids didn't result in high casualty counts. Most troopers who fought in these battles, or skirmishes as you should call them, experienced little suffering, a few deaths here and there, and maybe a couple bruised bodies, but nothing more. These were specifically targeting the underlying core of the war. Without these supplies, armies wouldn't be able to continue moving on aggressive assaults, and despite these several planets burnt to the ground in pure amusement, the Sith held the vast array of major trade systems formerly utilized by the Republic. High Command had done a fine job at reconstructing their trade relations, but now, with the pirates rising up, a new counter-strategy had to be created. The issue with an organization like the Void rising up against the Republic, and even the Separatists, is that both forces didn't exactly have the numbers to maintain their fight against a third faction. The clones needed to be on the front lines. Volunteers, sure, expendable, but they would get tired after continuous strikes. Their fight didn't seem purposeful even though it held their entire military together. Fighting off pirates wasn't fighting off Sith, it was a huge difference. Officers and Jedi tried to understand how it could be possible, or why these pirates were acting in unison all of a sudden. It clearly went under the radar for both fledgling militaries, because the crime families weren't a major concern before the war. no one believed that they'd be able to raise almost the entire able-bodied populace of the Outer Rim to take the fight back to the Republic. So as they developed their own counter-strategies, 5 more concurrent skirmishes were reported on. It was no coincidence that these happened barely even the day after Valkorin officially signed the treaty with the Void. He had validated them as a separate entity, and they were completely disrupting Republic supply lines. These raids would withhold ammo, medical kits, fresh troops, and even food and water from the front lines, which would soon become especially cruel for a well-developed and well-known Republic stronghold. Anakin and Ahsoka on Tier Nanog finally got comfortable with the new planet. The first night on the planet was better than expected. Due to being fresh to the system, everyone slept inside the cruiser. But now that the day was here, Opal Rancisis was delegating control over the Order into his hands. Tera Sinube and Jocasta Nu had been leaders of the Order since the Battle of Coruscant. In their recent deaths, Opal would oversee all of it. He needed to. The Order of now less than 1,000 members slowly moved out across the plains. The mountains just above the camp looked beautiful, and Anakin promised to take Ahsoka up there once things calmed down. But for now, he and his student would begin their own training exercise. Without the clones, they wouldn't have the ability to utilize the Circle of Death. Anakin liked to throw Ahsoka and Zala at the same time into a circle of clones and let them fire stun rounds at the Jedi. It was a very useful tool for training. Ahsoka and Zala thrived at it, and it cemented their bond as sisters within the 212th. Instead of that regiment, Anakin and his student ventured out into the Orangeous Woods. Unlike other planets where this color represented the changing of seasons, on Tier Nanog it was a constant color, only drowned out by the month-long winter season, where the world would experience a full transformation and rebirth. They found an opening where there weren't many trees or any wildlife, and Anakin pulled his lightsaber. Ahsoka did the same. They looked at each other and moved delicately. This was a lesson in footwork. Ahsoka watched her master's moves as he approached an attack, a few blocks and a parry, but Anakin moved into defense. He held his saber up and they moved in circles as he directed her to use more of her own attacks. She couldn't rely on defense in this war. The Sith were not going to be forgiving. He raised his metallic arm and raised his eyebrows. She got the message. Ahsoka pump faked him and planted her foot into a tree and swung down. Anakin stepped back and she rolled out of the way as he countered at where she was. Ahsoka used her speed and agility to her advantage, but Anakin was just warming up. From outside the forest, Opal Rancisis eyed the training Jedi. He rubbed his beard, as he instructed others on what he wanted them to do and how to set up the camp. There were a couple of ANT droids inside the cruiser, typically used for creating earthworks or digging trenches for long sieges. Here though, they'd be utilized to construct a proper Jedi temple. There were more than enough supplies on Tier Nanog compared to Actu's islands. Also, the ANT droids would have struggled extensively with the terrain on the ancient Jedi world. Every so often during this construction, Opal would take a long look into the forest and see Anakin continuing the train with the student, and he made a mental note of it. Finding that this training was very important, he believed that they should be off Tier Nanog, somewhere out there helping, but somehow, what he and she were doing was more productive anyways than being on the front lines. During their training session, Ahsoka eventually slipped, not physically but mentally. She avoided a strike and yelled out to stop. She tossed her lightsaber to the ground and Anakin asked what was wrong. Her dominant hand started to tremble as her eyes shut and she saw her friend. Zala was in trouble. She was running down endless corridors, and as that fear consumed her friend, it ate away at Ahsoka internally. She continued with the vision, reaching out and grabbing a tree, utilizing its purity to draw on the Force. Her face then scrunched up in pain as if she was feeling agony stretch itself across her limbs. Zala, in this vision, stopped at the end of a hallway. It looked like she tripped, but in all actuality, she fell to her knees and a crimson lightsaber knighted her. At the tip of the saber, Zala's Jedi clothes transformed into a black tunic, with pieces of armor on her shoulders, forearms, and a chestplate. A helmet sat at her knees, and she looked up into Ahsoka's eyes and told her she was sorry. Anakin grabbed Ahsoka by the wrist gently and asked what was wrong. A shiver forced her to shudder, and she told her master that Zala was still out there. She was being seduced by the dark side. The Sith had her, and she could not escape. Whether she was choosing to become one of them or not, her path was of darkness. Anakin looked off into the distance, and he felt a part of his heart die. He knew how badly his friend would take this. If Natabre were still awake, she might fall apart. He asked Ahsoka if there was anything else, and her eyes found his, and she shook her head. If there was, she didn't see it or know what it was. He pulled her saber with the Force and told her that today's session was over. Ahsoka nodded, and he wrapped his arm around her shoulder and told her it would be alright. She shook her head in agreement, hoping that he was correct. All they had, for now, was each other. They had to be there for each other as master and apprentice. Anakin gave her the Jedi weapon and gave her some warm words as they walked back to camp. When they arrived, Oppo Rancisis requested for Anakin, and by that point, Ahsoka was pretty much okay. She wasn't nearly as despondent as she was before. Oppo had gathered the new council. He believed it was time, especially following everything at Actu, to give some structure to the Jedi Order. Anakin nodded his head and looked at each of the holograms, and then he pondered why he had been brought here. What purpose did it serve him? Oppo started with himself to lighten the mood. His friend Yariel Poof before his passing would have called Oppo an egomaniac and slapped his back with a heavy old man chuckle. How much Oppo Rancisis missed his dear friend. He told the rest of the council and Anakin that he was the new master of the Order, leader of all operations on the new homeworld Tier Nanog. Anakin nodded as he listened to each of the corresponding masters. Mace Windu was Grandmaster, Shak Ti Overseer of Kamino, Deppa Laba, Even Peel, Eth Koth, Kit Fisto, Plo Koon, Saci Tin, Agan Kolar, and Quinlan Voss were the other masters. Anakin watched the counselors, all of which present from their current locations. Saci was still outside Ord Cestus. Not far from him, Admiral Coburn and Cody were stationed at Borgo Prime. He honestly didn't know where the other ones were, but he started doing the math in his head. Oppo was busy explaining what each of them would be doing or their specific importance as counselors, and then Anakin turned to Oppo with a face that screamed he had a question. The Elder stopped speaking and asked Anakin if there was a problem. Skywalker shook his head, no problem, but he could have sworn that he only named 11 masters. Oppo nodded his head. The council had come to a conclusion, and perhaps the realization that some things in tradition could be broken. Anakin might only be 20 years old, but he'd proven himself throughout this first year of combat. The resilience to defeat Darth Sion on Tython and Exar Kun inside the Star Forge. His consistent reliability was something the council recognized in this desperate time. What really sold them was his determination following young Morden's situation on Coruscant. They understood the challenge of losing someone or watching someone fall into such a precarious circumstance. Master Rancisis was hinting at a personal belief of his that Natabre would not survive. Oppo didn't spell it out, but he told Anakin that in recognition, the council was willingly asking him to join as one of them. He held himself high, he inspired those he spoke to, and despite some non-Jedi-like habits, he was everything the Order needed at this moment. Younglings and Padawans needed someone to look to. Anakin realized that while the council was willingly bringing him into their ranks if he accepted, this was also a political move, one meant to show that the council was trying to bring everyone with them. It was no longer just a council of elders, but of those who could prove themselves. He was genuinely perplexed, and he leaned over the holotable. Oppo admitted that if he needed time to reflect on this, then he could, but this was a choice the council presented Anakin with honor. Anakin nodded his head. A swirling of emotions shifted around him. He was taking what would have been Obi-Wan's seat on the High Council. This was the true succession of his Jedi lineage. Yoda was Grand Master. Dooku and Qui-Gon rejected their calling to the council, and Obi-Wan would have accepted it. Now it was Anakin's turn, in a long line of talented Jedi, to join the ranks of the council as the youngest member in their history. He felt that pressure, but asked if it would logistically change anything he was doing in this war. From across the holotable, Mace Windu denied this, expressing that, just like himself and their peers, he'd be tasked with missions similar to what he had experienced early on throughout this war. Truthfully, there was a potential mission the council had decided he and his students should take. Anakin looked at the council and asked what it would be. Even Peel, who had stopped working with Captain Tarkin to take up more commando missions, told Anakin that he'd be participating with some old allies of the Tython 4. The commando unit was returning with intel on the weakened defenses of the Sith lines, leading up to the Axis of Two. He was perplexed a little. They could have a chance to reach the major shipyards? He even nodded his head. Anakin sighed heavily and told them, honestly, that the pressure of this promotion was felt. He knew that they really hadn't always been trusting of him, so he asked each of them if they truly felt confident in this promotion. Not a single member hesitated. They all resoundingly trusted Skywalker. They wanted him, they chose him, and when the name was first brought up, no one batted an eye to it. He told them that their confidence in him is all that he needed. He accepted the rank of counselor, which wasn't necessarily accompanied by the rank of master, but he didn't really care about that. It didn't matter in this moment, and it wasn't seen as an insult. The logistics of his coming mission with Ahsoka were handed over to him, and he would read up on the details before returning to his student as a Jedi counselor. Inside the Sith lines at Coruscant, Valkorin bowed his head to Kreia, and she turned the hologram off. The murderer of Naboo, Darth Desolus, and the recently defeated Darth Mar were combining their forces with Lady Kreia. They'd be joining her on a crusade to completely split the Republic battle line in half. All this talk of trade and supply was accompanied by a strategy to cut off important heroes like Saesee Tiin and Admiral Coburn from the rest of the Republic. Skywalker wasn't on Valkorin's radar anymore. Project Skyfall no longer a concern to him. These two Sith Lords under the command of Kreia would be attacking Mandalore itself. Where Darth Zana failed during the early parts of the war, they would not. Valkorin, following this call, would reunite with his new apprentice and his daughter. Vaylin and Zala stood on opposite sides of Valkorin as they met with Lord Malgus, and walked to the hangar bay inside the flagship, where Thexan and Arcan had returned from their tumultuous trip. They foolishly dove in the combat, per reports given over by officers with Valkorin's protection. The brothers tried to frame their loss as an overwhelming surprise attack, but the truth was impatience, and as they arrived in the hangar bay, he asked the boys for the truth. They had decided on lying to their father to protect themselves, which was perhaps the worst mistake either of them could make. With the twist of his finger, they both slammed to their knees, and his tone raised. He asked them if they took their father for a fool. He stepped towards them, shoving them further into the ground as their knees slowly indented the hangar bay floors. He demanded that they speak to him with honesty. The wretched Jedi were still in possession of an enslavement weapon, one that could destroy all of them. If it was inoperable or not, it was in a location they did not have anymore. Zala had given them all the right information, and they flaunted their power like they did anything. They were failures. He yelled out the last word and flung them backwards. Their bodies limply rolled across the ground, and he pulled back towards them as they slid face first against the metal ground. Valkorin looked to Vaylin and then to Zala, before looking towards Lord Malgus. He expressed that failure has consequences. Just because they were his sons did not mean they had pure immunity. They had failed too many times. Lord Malgus ignited his lightsaber, and Valkorin nodded his head as he moved between his daughter and his apprentice, before whispering to Zala. The brutality of the Sith was often accounted by the Jedi as their lack of morals, but thousands of men, people that would have brought freedom to the galaxy, were now dead because of his sons. She had done something remarkable. She gave them an answer. He made sure that was audible enough for all three of his children to hear. Whether they noted its importance, he did not care. Valkorin told Zala that she had the strength to be one of their great liberators, but now she must watch what failure brings. Thexan and Arcan got to their feet, igniting their lightsabers as Malgus swung down, smashing through Thexan's defense and launching him back into the floor. He parried Arcan, who jumped through the air. Their sabers whirled into action as the powerful Sith Lord relished in their fear. They didn't know how far Malgus was allowed to go, so for them, this was their fight for survival. Zala watched almost in horror, but something inside of her felt their fear, and that something enjoyed it. There was something oddly powerful about taking control over someone's powerlessness. Valkorin continued to encourage that, even to his daughter's dismay. She didn't want to be replaced. But Zala, by betraying the Jedi, had awarded her father with everything his children could not provide. Vaylin wasn't in the hot seat yet, but it became clear that unless she, as Bastila suggested, found some usefulness for herself, her father would pluck someone more favorable, more deserving of his training. Thexan and Arcan were separated almost instantly, and they never found their way back to each other. Malgus laughed at them, firing electricity into Arcan's saber and turning back with his hulking strength and bearing down on Thexan. Their weapons clashed as he pressed forward, overpowering the smaller opponent, before slipping out of the way and backhanding his weapon against Arcan's. He fell backwards and rocked the floor. Thexan moved to protect his brother, jumping over him and swinging down at Malgus, who turned back and reached his hand up, gripping him by the throat and firing electricity out of his hand and across his opponent's body. Malgus championed this and prided this victory, before kicking Arcan in the nose, breaking it entirely. He turned towards Zala and showed her what true strength was. Thexan's legs hung suspended as he tried to kick his way out of this, but more electricity fired across his body, and Malgus, with all of his strength, lobbed the Sith warrior over his back and into the ground, indenting the hangar bay floors again. Valkorin asked Zala what she felt, and her eyes met his, and she iterated the word power. Valkorin smiled and then asked, what did that power give her? She looked at the others and felt Vaylin's growing dismay from behind her father's back. She looked for the words before telling him that this power gave her control. He nodded his head, pointing towards Malgus, who stood over the two failures as he tried to fight for their right to stand by their father's side. Arcan, despite the broken nose, got to his feet first and attacked. Valkorin told Zala that this strength was utilized by pulling off of fear. Her heart rate started to rise, intensity ran through her veins, and she felt as if she could destroy them both. Valkorin could sense this, but reminded her that patience and power bred true mastery. Patience was her gift. Her mind, more than anything, was her power. Malgus's brute strength was forged by discipline of the mind. They watched as Malgus defended a string of attacks and gripped Arcan's hand, pulling it out before ripping his saber under his shoulder and pulling his entire arm off with one swing. Before joining Valkorin over Coruscant, Zala would have hesitated, maybe even reacted, but she felt powerful just by watching this. She was feeling some sense of vicariousness, just by watching Malgus exhibit his strength. Valkorin wanted this. He placed his hand on her shoulder, lovingly almost, and they watched as master and apprentice, as Arcan was kicked to the ground and his brother Thexan moved to challenge the Sith Lord. As he got to his feet and attacked, he was beat back with relative ease. His body was still trembling from the lightning, but he continued. Valkorin iterated that even in numbers, weakness can be shared despite better odds. This fate frequently befell the Jedi Order. Their numbers, their size was an overconfidence. They believed that they controlled all in the galaxy because they served beside the Republic. See how quickly, when faced with destruction, prey becomes predator. Zala nodded her head. She understood now. She grappled with everything as Thexan's sabers swung aggressively at Malgus, who without struggle batted every attack away from him. And Vaylin asked her father how far he was willing to go, and he told her, without even looking at her, that this was going as far as lessons needed to be learned. Thexan kicked at Malgus, who caught his leg, deflecting a strike from the warrior before bashing his elbow into Thexan's knee. The entire bone split in half, sending a wave of pain through his body. Malgus let that moment simmer for a moment, before cutting the entire other leg off, dropping Thexan to the ground with a broken knee and a missing leg. Then he kicked him in the kidney and watched his body spin across the floor into his brother's side. Malgus sheathed his lightsaber and nodded towards Valkorin, and then looked to Zala with his piercing red and yellow eyes, before turning away and walking from the hangar. Valkorin released his hand from his apprentice and asked the boys what they had learned. Both were too in pain to do anything, let alone give an answer. Valkorin gave them what he wanted to hear from them. He expressed that their movement wasn't one that bred failure. It wasn't a path meant to flaunt power. They had the ability to change this entire war effort, to save the galaxy from the heinous Jedi, and their overconfidence cost them thousands of people. Warriors who dedicated their lives to them, to the Sith. Their command was being stripped and split between their sister and... He paused for just a moment, as he smiled, his apprentice. They tried to look at their sister, or to Zala, but they couldn't even lift their heads. Vaylin wanted to help them, but Valkorin shook his head the moment he sensed it. Zala looked eager, like she was ready to learn everything, like she'd been starved as the Jedi do their apprentices. Valkorin walked up to his daughter and told her to stop acting like a Jedi. He then turned and planted his hand on Zala's shoulder and guided her away from the brutal sight. His new apprentice was feeding into the darkness. She wanted to learn to have the strength that the Sith had. Malgus had done everything Valkorin needed him to do. Vaylin would be taking command of what was left of the Force sent to System 9Z1. And she now had a burden. It was the irony of the situation. Valkorin had created so much, had mastered incredible power. His children clearly believed that they would naturally have that too. Instead, they were nothing without their father. He had just proven how someone from nothing, but with hunger to succeed, could be more valuable than a glorified servant who had special powers and influence because of their father. Zala was slowly becoming the child Valkorin always wanted. But if she survived his training regiment, then that would determine how true that rang or not. On Dathomir, a reflection of Sith rituals was being completed. In a similar, perhaps more seductive way to what Anakin experienced, Plaggus filled Asharad Het's mind with visions and nightmares while he was sleeping. These were tugs from the dark side, as Plaggus alluded to, calls from the Force to join him. There were a notable few others that Plaggus attempted these tricks on. One of them, Maul had killed, the other ran away. Anakin and Asharad were the prizes though, and Maul understood that. The man from Tatooine brought to Dathomir was told the truth. This Sith Order on Dathomir was the true Sith. The Empire was simply a tool for their greater growth. Maul and Plaggus maintained the secrecy of their own return, and how they survived their own gruesome fates 11 years beforehand. What they did tell Asharad, though, is that they were the future victors of the galaxy. If Asharad wanted a place within the New Order, then he should align himself here. Het was the first of Plagueis' experiments to actually follow Maul back to Dathomir. He was clearly interested in the Sith path, and unlike the former Jedi Zala, this former Jedi had very little interest in maintaining the light. He was tormented by the war, abandoned by his order, and angry. He never found peace with the Tuskens. He just believed that's where he needed to be. Plaggus offered a path of brotherhood. This was a cultish suggestion, and somewhere inside him Asharad knew that. But he had no one else. He knew no one else. His master Ki-Adi-Mundi died during the siege of Coruscant. He found his body after the Sith claimed victory, and knew he had to leave the planet and the Jedi. Plaggus preyed on these frustrations and fears of isolation, so he offered Asharad a chance to kneel before the altar, and he would. Was it encouraged out of curiosity? Perhaps of interest in the Sith path? Or just because he refused to return to isolation? Not even the newly crowned Darth Krayt knew. He was promised a warrior's path with the true Sith, a place in the new galactic order, and that was meaningful to him. Maul would become his instructor, and they would begin their work, with Plagueis' guidance, following the binding ritual. Just above Mandalore, where Plo Koon stood inside of his flagship, accessorizing his new metallic arm, alarms started buzzing. The captain of the vessel sprung to life. Proximity alert. The Jedi Master looked out the bridge and watched a fleet exit from hyperspace. They weren't as large as some of the other ships he had seen in this war, but a distress signal was sent out to inform the rest of the Republic and the Jedi of this attack. On the surface of Mandalore, sirens rung through the city streets as warriors rushed to the heavy cannons built around the dome. The Duchess prepared her troops. They were ready for this. Orders were to raise the shields, hold the deflectors, prepare the traps. It had become abundantly clear since the first assault that Mandalore was a necessary hold in the middle of the Republic lines. A lot of infrastructure had been built since Zana's failure. Satine, now with armor coated with dark blues and the crest of the mythosaur on one shoulder and Clan Kryze on the other, marched through the streets, gathering people and preparing them for a siege. Make no mistake, this wouldn't be a single battle. As Republic captains were sending down information, it became abundantly clear that this would be a grueling fight for control. The Sith weren't going to surrender victory away again. Plo and his pilots rushed through the corridors of their Venators as long-range cannons started to open fire. When he reached the hangar bay, he leapt into his starfighter, strapping himself in and launching off, with wings of V-19s behind him. Across the battle line, Lady Kreia stood in front of Dessalus on her right and Mar on her left. They weren't going for the overly aggressive attack that failed for the boys of the Forge. This was for triumph. She looked at the bridge officers, and they reported that they were ready to start the engagement. Kreia clocked from afar the blue starfighter belonging to Plo Koon. She laughed. That old fool was still trying to fight after his embarrassing loss to Malgus on Malachor. The other two chuckled in their own ways, as they took their own stations inside the bridge to watch this assault. Cruisers and battleships got into range, firing their cannons into the other flank, as dogfights erupted across the battle lines. Mandalorian fighters slowly flew out of the atmosphere, with Bo-Katan piloting one of them, as they moved to assist the Republic. But it became clear that this assault wouldn't be won in space. If they wanted to have a chance of success, this battle needed to be a fighting retreat, and rely very heavily on the Dome of Sundari. However, as Plo radioed across, he noted the appearance of the bomber cruiser, and even though Darth Maul wasn't inside of it, the vessel was here to give a moral boost for the Sith. The Jedi clearly feared it, and they wouldn't want it anywhere near that dome. If it got close to Sundari, it would destroy it. Plo sped his fighter between Sith interceptors and shredded through a couple bombers. As he relayed orders back to the Admiral, he suggested a fighting retreat. Get the Star Destroyers out of here first, and then the rest of the vessels. It was a sound idea. With the Star Destroyers no longer the only ships in range of hitting anything, it would become a slug match, with each side positioning their vessels to win the long-haul space battle. And the Republic might not win that. In their mind, it was best to save the best weapons for defending the planet. Plo continued to whip his ship around, exhibiting his prowess with the starfighter, as the Sith fleet closed in, pressing the assault, and giving the Republic no choice but to have a fighting retreat. They were going to be least effective outside the atmosphere. At least, over the planet, Mandalorians could exit from their starship and have oxygen to do plenty of damage with their rockets. Out here though, not a ton. The Admiral of the fleet led a fighting retreat as Commander Wolffe was given command to take every single available troop transport and ferry men, artillery, walkers, and tanks to the surface. These defenses weren't placed already because this fleet wasn't meant to just be stationed over Mandalore. It was actually meant to move on before this battle started. And relief had been quite difficult with raids across supply lines, and of course the recent 20+ skirmishes didn't help that either. The long-term plan, prior to this assault, was to push Plo's unit past Coburn's and create a new battle line all the way out to Mon Cala, where they could liberate some of the best shipbuilders in the galaxy. Imagine a Republic fleet with Star Destroyers, Venators, and Mon Calamari cruisers. It was the perfect fleet build, the heavy hitters, the carriers, and the tanks that would soak up all the damage. But that was a dream that felt lost, especially now, with Mandalore under threat again. As Wolffe and the boys moved towards the surface, some of Satine's men helped them line the earthworks and the trenches. Because of the situation that had happened before, Mandalore had a series of shield generators to defend them from orbital bombardments, and as a result of the Star Destroyer fleet encircling the Dome of Sundari to protect it, it would force the Sith to engage in a frontal assault. Dessalus on the bridge suggested that they take out the Jedi Master. Kreia looked to Mar and the Dessalus and nodded her head. He turned and rushed towards the hangar bay to stop Plo himself. Even though the moves to defend Sundari seemed rapid, they were slow and grueling with the heavy ships. The Republic couldn't just whip their entire fleet around, it would expose too many vessels to damage. The officer was concocting the perfect retreat strategy, especially now that the Star Destroyers were safe over the dome. Plo's fighter defense, aided by Bo-Katan, was going brilliantly, and it was stopping the Sith from approaching too far, thus giving the Admiral the chance to do what he needed to. The clones continued picking off Sith fighters and interceptors, as the raging conflict slowly drifted into the atmosphere, where a heavily clouded day gave the Republic fleet a chance to return to Sundari and reform its lines. Despite some early losses, the Republic was able to hold its lines together, and now with the Mandalorians flying through the air, they were able to take out various attacking fighters, providing relief for the clone pilots who bunkered inside the hangars of Venators or on the landing fields within the shield generators. Mandalore's defense line was like a castle. Aside from the magnificent shield generators protecting the fighting force, there were anti-aircraft cannons, turbo lasers, earthworks, trenches, and landing pads. It was a defendable location, and that was just below the dome. Over these defenses were more turrets, point defense systems, long-range turbo cannons, and even more anti-aircraft defenses. The previous battle taught the Mandalorians everything they needed to learn about siegecraft. As Plo slipped through the clouds, he saw the magnificent array of shields and the Republic fleet stationed around it. If the Sith wanted to approach, they'd need a multi-level attack, and a dream if they wanted to even break through the first defense. Just as Plo leveled out, Darth Dessalus by accident slammed into him, and both their ships free fell from the sky. One of the clones called out to Wolf, informing him. The clone commander gathered together some of his men and rushed to their gunships. Dessalus and Plo crawled out of their burning wrecks and looked to each other. The Sith Lord ignited his saber and stormed towards the Jedi Master, who had a piece of metal sticking out of his ribs. He gripped his saber and pulled it over his head, defending the strike coming from Dessalus. Just as their duel started, the Sith pulled through the clouds and stayed out of range of the Star Destroyers. A landing procedure began, as Kreia dispatched Mar to the surface to assist Dessalus. Plo deflected perfect strikes thrown at him. He steadied himself backwards and away from every attempt made to kill him. He stepped back, holding his ribs and utilizing his metallic arm to powerfully defend himself. Dessalus charged in, and Plo spun around him, using the force to throw him to the ground. The Sith growled in frustration, as Sith gunships started to encircle the crash site. Plo turned back, sensing a final stand here, as he repositioned himself between Dessalus and the arriving Sith troops. At the same time, Darth Mar exited from one of the gunships, igniting his saber and marching towards the duel that restarted. Dessalus, knowing he had backup, charged in, slicing and stabbing, but Plo, despite his injuries, avoided direct strikes and parried where he could. As Mar got closer, a wave of Republic gunships, supported by a wing of fighters, appeared. Explosions detonated by Darth Mar. As he continued walking forward, he didn't flinch, and he watched Dessalus swing at Plo again, who braced himself, dropping his saber in a block that protected him. The gunships pulled around at expert precision, as clones unloaded everything they had. Unsuspecting Sith troopers who took cover when the fighters attacked were slaughtered by the clones. Plo shoved Dessalus' sabers into the ground and clacked him in the face with his metallic arm, before turning and running. The clones covered his back as he leapt into the gunship and they pulled away. Dessalus saved himself by deflecting a few blaster shots, and Mar just watched the Jedi retreat. The fleet would have done something if the two Sith weren't down there. Kreia watched the gunships and fighters flee to the safety of the shield generators, as she turned to the deckhands, telling them to begin the landing procedure. Officers started pulling up information on Mandalore's defenses. Clones, volunteers, and Mandalorians were gathering in the trenches. Supplies such as food and water were being rationed, and Plo would join Satine, Wolf, and Bo-Katan, as they began their preparation for the true siege of Mandalore to begin. Our season continues with blaster fire on the surface of a trade system. Toydaria was under another ruthless assault from the void. Jedi Master Quinlan Voss and his fleet defended the atmosphere, but a detachment of criminal scum slipped onto the surface. The clones followed their Jedi General, where he weaved his saber between his body and the blaster bolts coming his way. They fought across the capital city of the planet, with the king barricaded inside of his throne room. The pirates were not here for him though. They were within the system trying to disrupt supply lines coming from the south to the northeast. up past Mandalore and Ord Cestus. Quinlan's fleet had done their job. He and his troops on the surface needed to finish theirs. The Jedi Counselor leapt forward, dashing through the forested area, cutting through trees and providing a barricade for his troops to take cover behind. The clones fired their weapons into the untrained criminals, and their lines started to buckle. Among their ranks was a Wookiee warrior, fighting on behalf of the Void. Black Chrysanthemum fired his heavy rifle through the trees, dismembering clones he connected with. Master Voss called out to his men, telling them to spread out and circle the Wookiee. Chrysanthemum watched his own troops fall back towards their shuttle, but with Republic gunships flying down through the sky, their escape looked nearly impossible. Quinlan leapt over the barricade he created, under the shadow of the capital city, and sliced through a few of the pirates. He used the Force to launch a few others off of their feet, and the clones dealt with each of them, respectively. Quinlan watched the Wookiee charge him, and he grinned. Throwing his saber to the ground, one of his men would pick it up as the Wookiee lunged at Master Voss. He slipped backwards, using the Force to push the monstrous Wookiee's legs out from under him. Chrysanthemum face-planted with a vengeful howl. He clawed through the dirt and swung for Quinlan's legs, but he avoided stepping back gracefully. Black Chrysanthemum got to his feet as quickly as he could and used his reach to grab the Jedi. Eventually, he got lucky, pulling on Quinlan's sleeve, and the Jedi Master was ripped off of his feet. As he was hoisted into the air, he forced his leg forward into the Wookiee's groin. Another howl echoed through the trees, as the last of the pirates were either rounded up or killed. Chrysanthemum tried to grab Quinlan's face with his mad claws, but the Jedi Master forced his head into the Wookiee's face. Chrysanthemum roared backwards, blinking away and releasing the Jedi. As Quinlan hit the ground, he raised his hands, and his opponent left his feet and soared through the air and collided with the tree behind him, falling unconscious. Quinlan grinned, looking to the clones. They captured their most important asset. Quinlan's clone commander, who remained quite unfamiliar with his Jedi General's tactics, asked why he did that. Master Voss simply told him that Chrysanthemum was a Wookiee warrior. Pride should override any orders he may have given. Plus, he couldn't have Chrysanthemum getting shot and killed. He knew something they didn't. He was, after all, the leader of the assault here. One victory did not account for another loss. Republic High Command had discreetly removed the Star Forge from the location of its last battle. A loss, one of many into the early days of a new year of combat. However, at the heart of the galaxy, the Sith found themselves struggling with the continuously rising movement from the underworld. Following the destruction of the Sith shipyards over Coruscant and the defeat of the ground forces in Valkorin's counter, Revan and Betrayal on the Coruscant surface made effective ramparts to defend themselves with. It had been about 3 weeks since Skywalker abandoned Coruscant with his fallen comrade, but the people on Coruscant still survived. They were pushed back pretty heavily. Most of the city that Anakin and Revan saw had fallen by this point. The destruction of homes, smell of the dead, and marching of Sith troopers could be seen as demoralizing, but it was motivating. Betrayal and Revan prepared necessary counters, and on the same day as Quinlan's defeat of the pirates on Toydaria, the Coruscant Underworld freedom fighters finally saw the light again. Despite all the pollution that covered the capital since the fall of the known Republic, the Sith were no longer abusing the planet. Not because they couldn't, but they needed to search for another location for a super shipyard. The one over Coruscant was the pride of their slave labor. In its destruction, Valkorin vowed to see the planet's population wiped from the face of the galaxy. Until that day came, though, he needed to be patient. Scouts had been sent out to look for new locations, and the troopers, relegated to Coruscant, dealt with skirmish after skirmish. The underworld fighters weren't trying to get back to their homes. They knew that everything they had become attached to in the past year was gone, but they wanted to prove that they weren't pushovers. Revan was attempting to tempt another high-level Sith into the underworld so that he could kill it, but no one came. Valkorin knew what Revan was trying to do, and never bothered to send him someone worth his time. Instead, the Sith Empire maintained its defenses but didn't surrender too much territory. In the battle that just finished, Revan honed his saber skills more, defeating a few rivaling opponents. They were really just marauders, yet they remained good practice for him. Betrayal and Revan knew that they would never get support if they didn't make a show of themselves. Not that the Republic could get into the core at this point in the war, as far as they knew, but the idea behind their attacks were to rally other underworld fighting forces across the planet and recapture the former capital. It could be like an addition to the Axis of 3, which was now currently at 2. This could be the next major Republic foothold in the galaxy, a location that kept the Sith far. It was definitely unlikely because they had no navy, but holding the surface and remaining out of range of orbital bombardments could work. The two strategists got back to work on designing the destruction of the Coruscant defense fleet above their heads. While the hopes of the underworld freedom fighters was valiant, the Republic had different plans. Most importantly, they were coming to life at this very instant. Anakin and Ahsoka had already introduced themselves to the Tython 4 again. Zan, the squad leader, had led his squad of rookies against the Sith troopers on Tython at the beginning of the war. This squad showed themselves, against all odds, saving the survivors, liberating the planet, and dealing with Lord Sion. Zan, Burst, Red-Eye, and Flame had seen a lot of combat since then. They were an experienced commando squad, similar to the likes of Omega and Delta squads. The Republic was using them frequently. Most of their recent missions included strikes around the Axis of 2, consisting of Kuat and Corellia. Due to this becoming the necessary avenue out of the Axis, they needed to lower its defenses so Republic forces could move through. High Command had been utilizing a system developed by Red-Eye to communicate with Resistance movements within the Axis. These groups were all aligned with the Republic, but didn't appear to the Sith as worrisome groups. Basically, they weren't guerrillas like those on Coruscant. Basically, Republic militiamen utilized public transports to establish minor communication outposts on meteors or asteroids passing through the galaxy. The first communication into the Axis came from Red-Eye, and the Sith were none the wiser. This building plot in secrecy was the key to unlocking the entire reserve navy and military created by Kuat and Corellia for the entire past year. Now that the Star Forge no longer had the capability to access its main feature, this fleet would provide the Republic with much needed morale. The Tython 4 discussed their plan and intel with the two Jedi that be accompanying them. The Sith had blockaded the planet of Biss pretty well. Just south at Callist was the key to getting in. While they had maneuvered around the Axis inside their shuttle and avoided major fleets, they did have knowledge on key points of interest. Unlike their previous stint on Tython, this was a quiet mission. Flame shot up and exclaimed, "That quiet until it got loud." Well, yeah, that's how a broken mission works. Good job, buddy. Ahsoka loved the group dynamic. She understood that this would be a difficult test for her, but Anakin believed in her. He had the choice of bringing Sola Grey or Ahsoka with him. He obviously chose his apprentice. Nothing against Sola, but she and he didn't exactly have a working dynamic. They barely even functioned in conversation. They were buds, kinda. Speaking of, as the squad's trek towards the core got shorter, Sola Grey found Master Rancisis. The system of Tier Nanog was still very under-investigated. She and Oppo had built up a solid-ish relationship since her switch to the light, but he demanded a lot from her. This small continent was home to creatures and beings that they might not be familiar with. He instructed her, as one of the oldest on the planet, to go further into the forest and set a proximity line up, one where students weren't permitted to go. The Weeping Willow at the center of their camp would be their home base. He envisioned a natural temple built around it. He did also suggest that she account for lumber they might use for their new home. She nodded with a spring and went off into the tree line. Master Rancisis had hopes that she could return to combat. From what he understood, she was at least a decently capable warrior. However, the trauma she incurred due to the Sith she served with prevented her from wanting to ever see war again. She would do it if she needed to, but her motivations lied solely with instructing and guiding. Like Anakin and Natabre, she had struggled trauma visions and nightmares. Being an enemy in the middle of a Jedi camp also didn't help her a whole lot. The Jedi were a lot more forgiving than the Sith, but she wasn't trusted, and she knew that. Now, it should be said, the Star Forge was found thanks to her help and betrayal of the Sith. And of course, everything she did during the entire circumstance with Tarkin at Actu, she was more or less forgotten about as a former Sith. She was just seen as a Jedi Knight Sola Grey. Didn't mean she had a lightsaber, but she was more trusted than she was before. As Sola crept through the Force with a Boken stick sheathed by her side, she felt the wind change. The world slowly grew darker and she could foresee the Sith, but she didn't know which one. By essence, she could tell it wasn't Malgus, but it was someone who wanted more information from her. It could be one of two major Sith Lords in her mind. Valkorin needed her knowledge to fully destroy the Jedi, even though he really didn't care about them. Plaggus could want any number of things from her, but the new Sith to his ranks on Dathomir could dissuade him from creating too many rivalries, especially with the Jedi. She pressed her hand against a nearby tree and demanded answers. She demanded that the individual release her. She demanded more than she could honestly ask for. The voice that cut through was feminine. It was someone similar to her, potentially. She pulled her broken staff out, and the Sith laughed as her shadow crept around a tree. Sola called out again, and Bastila revealed herself from her silhouette. Her identifiable scar protruded from her hood, and her head tilted like a big cat predator. Sola didn't recognize her, and Bastila didn't have the time or energy for introductions. She simply asked that Sola reveal the location of the Jedi base. She could promise her protection. After all, Sola didn't want to kneel before the weak cult that couldn't survive a betrayal from Republic officers. Sola fell to her knees, gripping her head as if it would rip the voice from her mind. Bastila crept closer, kneeling down before her and whispering into her ear. She just needed to know the coordinates. So simple, so painless, and she wouldn't have to experience any more suffering. Sola shoved her hands closer to her head, but Bastila's voice cut through regardless of what she did. She told Sola that she could become her apprentice. That would protect her. No one would dare harm an apprentice. Just ask the Sith Emperor. Or maybe she should ask her new friends. She knew the truth. Someone had survived. A someone she feared. Sola's hand outstretched, feeling skin within her grip. She tightened her fingers, and Bastila let out a gasp before trying to say anything else and vanishing. Sola's head stopped thumping, and she looked at the tree before her, marked by the Force. Her hand slowly dropped to her side, and she immediately wondered, how did that individual know so much? How did Bastila know about her past, the Jedi survival, or even who managed to survive that attack? Sola got up, seeing her mark made on the tree and rushing back to Oppo to inform him of her vision. On the eastern flank at Mandalore, Sith walkers began their approach. Kreia, this time from the ground, joined Decilis and Mar at the forward command post. Their strategy adjusted. Due to the sheer size of the Mandalorian defense fleet, dome, and turbo cannons, a battle needed to be won on the ground. It was also very clear that to accomplish this, thousands of their troops needed to be sacrificed. Sith walkers hit the ground and started forward. Firstly, to paint the picture best, the Sith needed to find a way through the shields. If they could get their forces under the shields, then they could disable the first line of shields. Secondly, more troops needed to mobilize and wipe out the anti-aircraft and siege turrets, which would provide protection for the underbelly of the Sith fleet, because if these defenses weren't taken out, the Sith fleet would crumble. Thirdly, a joint assault needed to commence on the Dome and Republic fleet. After all of that, they should be able to seize the day. Unlike Xana's assault, they were here to destroy the system with minimal casualties. Of course, starving out the Mandalorians could work too, but the Republic moved their troops around too frequently. It would be best and most efficient militaristically for them to deal with Mandalore and abandon the rubble of Sundari to focus on other targets. It would leave the Republic no reason to defend Mandalore, and easy transit for the Sith into Republic lines. The only reason this assault began now was because they couldn't afford to get blindsided by a countering Republic fleet. The bomber cruiser was here to level the city, nothing else. No captures, no surrenders, only death. The Sith troopers marched forward, and the 3 Sith present confided in their strategy. This holdout couldn't last forever. Similarly to the Gungans during the Battle of Naboo a decade ago, the clones protected themselves with the shields. Mandalorians primed their jetpacks and fired from the ramparts. It was a firing line. Plo Koon moved back and forth along the trench to make sure the troops were holding on alright. They were. Commander Wolf, Bo-Katan, Satine, and Plo were the motivators for this battle. They kept the troops in line. Didn't matter if it was a Mandalorian commanding clones, a Jedi leading Mandalorians, or another combination. Everyone listened, everyone participated. Blasters rattled away, and with the walkers getting closer and closer, the clones fired rockets. With the walkers entering full-on firing range, the anti-aircraft turrets were aimed downwards and fired away. The Sith troopers and droids on the front lines were clobbered. Their original march turned into a run. Every defense tower on this side of the flank activated and launched blaster bolts into the lines of Sith. Troopers ran over their comrades' backs to keep going, as the walkers laid down heavy covering fire on the shield that refused to buckle. The moment the defense towers activated, the Sith launched their fighter squadrons. Republic forces anticipated this, so LAAT gunships lifted into the air and covered the assault. Clones and Mandalorians stood in the bays of these gunships and fired directly into the cockpits of Sith fighters. Tragically, most of these pilots were assigned to kamikaze duty. Their job was to target Republic structures. The Republic also assumed this and made appropriate counters. Before the fighters could even enter the shields, clones and Mandalorians used their jump packs to shoot down fighters before they could get past the ramparts. Some friendly fire would obviously occur. Detonations would injure clones and Mandalorians on the surface, but not intentionally. Most of these were simple injuries rather than death, too. The continuous explosions created a frenzy for the troopers inside the ramparts. They were surrounded by fire and protected by shields. The Sith, though, were still running, full speed up into the line. With this, the Darksaber and Plo's weapon ignited. The Jedi and the Duchess prepared for yet another battle. The walkers were still catching up, but slowly. This gave the clones time to switch focus onto the Sith, as they slowly breached the shields and started their assault. The lightsabers made quick work of those who broke into the defense line. Hand-to-hand combat even came along with this. A huge scrum started, forcing everyone inside the shield into a grueling fight for Mandalore. Just as the ramparts turned into a slaughter, Master Plo saw an opportunity. He delegated all of his command over to Satine, as he broke through the shields once a majority of the Sith troopers entered them. The Sith from afar watched this. They did not enter the battle out of a need of self-preservation. They knew this battle would be a slaughter. At this moment, they realized maybe that was a mistake. But Valkorin wanted a system captured, not 3 dead Sith Lords. They watched Plo, despite his recent rib injury, launch himself across the flat terrain and slam his saber into the legs of the walkers. In an instant, he cut down one, just by slicing 2 of his legs in half. The breach slowly fell apart on the Sith, and the clones took immediate advantage over the chaos. With Mandalorian slowly moving out to assist Master Plo, and the fighter assault falling apart just as well, the clones just had to fire into the backs of their attackers as they ran. The walkers tried turning around, but it became even more chaotic. With Plo's saber slicing through their primary stabilizers, they started falling into each other. Even undamaged walkers were slamming into the ground and becoming useless. The Mandalorians who joined Plo followed a strategy, attaching pipe bombs to the legs and feet and detonating them. Eventually, the fight became a rout, and the Mandalorians grabbed Plo by the shoulders and brought him back to the shields. Victory for the day had been seized by the Republic. Due to the new defense line created for the Sith, with the destroyed walkers, the clones made another move in the middle of the night, long after the battle ended. Republic fighters would gather all the dead bodies up at the wreckage of the destroyed walkers, and bombs would demolish them. Now, instead of a flat surface to march across, the Sith had their own little ramparts. The slight indentation to the terrain provided another potential advantage for the Republic or for the Sith. It all depended on who utilized it right. Outside of Callist, the squad of 6 laid their eyes on the small Sith fleet. It was simply a decoy deployment. With a quick revelation, the clones showed off their holograms of the nearby system fleets. Thanks to the wellspring of the galaxy between them and Coruscant and the other major Sith planets, no other major reinforcements would be able to rush towards their location once they lit the fuse. Zan pointed at the map, moving to different places of interest. There was a facility on Callist. While they didn't know the troop size, it shouldn't matter. The reason it mattered was due to its homing beacon. Red-Eye designed a counter that they would plant onto the beacon, basically rendering it as functional in the eyes of Sith Command. In theory, this beacon was designed to alert the Sith Empire to any attacks on the axis of 3. Without its functionality, the Republic should be able to remove every single force from their 2 planets. Anakin and Ahsoka nodded. They had the first part of the mission. The commandos would be operating on the other side of the facility. They needed to secure a shipment of Ryonium that was being used for mining. The clones would capture the Rydo, and they would transport it to their shuttle, discreetly. They gave coordinates for a meetup, and quickly descended onto the planet. The 2 Jedi had the easiest and also most dangerous part of the mission. The facility they entered was far larger and more equipped than the mining location on the other side of the tundra. The gunship dropped them off near some trees, and they entered through the back of the facility, using their sabers to open a hole for them to move through. Anakin took point, checking the room and pressing a module to slice the doors open into the corridor. He checked both sides as Ahsoka followed him. Without a full layout of the facility, they needed to be quick and careful. They crept into the hallway and traced it along the walls, using their silence to listen for incoming troopers. Ahsoka watched Anakin's back as he led them down various hallways. The further they went into the facility, the more it felt like a maze. This structure reminded Anakin of the super space station over Coruscant from a couple weeks before. He remembered the winding halls and the battles inside them. He could feel the heat of explosions and blaster fire even in this moment, but he didn't buckle to the thought of the past. He pressed his hand against the wall and peered around it. A group of troopers were walking away, and just beyond them, he could see a duo of marauders. The 2 Jedi skipped across the hallway to avoid getting their attention, but one of the marauders believed he saw something, so he started walking to the edge of the corridor. Anakin and Ahsoka rushed down the way. He got to the edge of the hall and looked around the corner. He didn't see anyone, and he could see some location signals, potentially a route for them. Behind them, on the other corridor, the marauder got closer and closer looking down their corridor. Anakin pulled Ahsoka and pushed her around the corner, just as the marauder looked down both sides. He turned to his comrade and shrugged his shoulders. Nothing to see here. Anakin pressed his head against the wall and closed his eyes. He could sense the movement of the Sith. Once they left, he nodded to his apprentice and they walked towards the display chart. Nothing on the wall depicted anything that would be extremely useful for them. Ahsoka suggested taking a look inside the command chambers, but even she knew that'd be too risky. They couldn't afford to sound the alarms, not before Biss was freed. There were other major Sith fleets in the area that could arrive before they broke the Axis out through Biss. Anakin pressed his hand to his chin, as Obi-Wan would've, and thought quietly. Perhaps they could get into the command room without alerting anyone to their presence. She asked what he was going for, and he told her to follow him. Across the tundra, separating the facilities, the clone commandos rushed into the Ryonium mines, shooting down Sith troopers in the way and assassinating officers. The Ryonium was quickly loaded onto supply crates and pushed into the main bay of their shuttle. There was a tow cable that they latched onto the bottom of their vessel too. It would make the ship a little slower and less maneuverable, but it would transform their tiny shuttle into a detonation device that could wipe out an armed fleet. Zan watched over his men, helping them load canisters onto the transports so that they could be brought into the ship. Just as they were moving further into the base, he readied his rifle and turned his visor on. From the back of the cave rushed a beast, an angry cat-like animal. It ripped its claws downwards, and Zan slammed his head into the dirt and rolled backwards. He got up, raising his wrist to protect himself. As the creature growled in his face, it pounced at him again, and his wrist blade activated into his ribs. A vicious howl left the animal's mouth, as Flame ran behind his brother, firing his blaster into the animal's back, but it ripped backwards and attacked him, using all of its strength to take some food back to its lair. Zan flipped a dagger into his hand and lobbed it forward, right into the beast's back, and it dropped. The clone commando leaned backwards and took a deep breath. His brother, Flame, came to his side and asked if he was alright, and Zan just started laughing. No more caves, anything but caves. Flame helped his commander off the ground and they got back to work, avoiding going any further into the cave. Plus, this didn't make either of them feel any better, but Burst found the rest of the Rydo supply that Zan was looking for, so he went deeper into the cave for no reason. Maybe not the time for laughing, but they all got a good chuckle out of it. Back inside the main facility, Anakin slipped into an officer's command room. It was empty, with the lights on. Ahsoka followed behind him. They kept the lights on dim so that they didn't draw any attention. The Sith designed these rooms so that light could be seen from the hallway. He tapped on the control console in the middle of the room, on the officer's desk, and started looking through information. The commandos didn't really know where what they were looking for was. All they told the Jedi was search and find the beacon and replace it with their model. As Anakin pressed on the control console, he found it. They were searching for an unlisted room called the Storage Vault on level 5 of the facility, the tip top of the spire. Ahsoka sighed. She knew what that meant for them. They'd have to deal with marauders. Well, little problem. The marauders guarding that room earlier were actually protecting the vault. However, they had another problem. Anakin shut the console off as the door shot open. The lights powered on and a man walked through. Skywalker and his apprentice crept around the side of the table, keeping out of sight, as the man slipped into the bathroom of his quarters. Anakin caught a glimpse of the officer and told Ahsoka to wait. When the man came out, after briefly washing his face, he was lifted off the ground and thrown into the ceiling, knocked out immediately. Anakin covered his Jedi armor and outfit with the officer's clothes. He was a heavy-set man, so it fit on pretty loosely. Ahsoka put binds on the man and hauled him into a closet. With that all said and done, they walked from the chamber. Just to be careful, binds were put onto Ahsoka's wrists, but they weren't locked. This all needed to be as performative as it could be until they got to the top of the spire. Once they returned to the corridor with the spire elevator and the marauders, Anakin walked up to the guards nonchalant, smiling at them and asking for a ride. They turned to him, then the Togruta next to him. Why was he taking a prisoner to the storage vault? He tilted his head in confusion. Well, because he could. Ahsoka next to him used the Force to release the restraints on the lift, and the doors opened. Once they shot open, Anakin threw his hands forward and the marauders were launched into the back of the lift. Skywalker and Tano jumped in with them. Lightsabers ignited and the Jedi clashed with the marauders, who held themselves together as briefly as possible. When the doors opened behind them on level 5, Anakin kicked his opponent in the face and they rolled across the floor. 4 more Sith behind them ignited their weapons. They'd been relegated to guard duty for months. Finally, their first chance for action in forever. Skywalker's saber bounced between the two of them, as the rest made their attack on Ahsoka. Anakin deflected strikes, slipping around his opponents and using his metallic hand to break some defenses. Anakin overpowered the others with his ferocity. His focus and determination forced the Sith to split off and attack him from multiple sides, but he adjusted to each of them, whipping his saber back and slamming it down on the other. His apprentice was everything he taught her to be. Despite her smaller size, she had been trained to seize this moment. Ahsoka flipped diagonally over and under 2 separate strikes and landed by planting her hand beneath her. She raised her hand to combat the other, pushing him backwards and sliding her saber beside her hip to counter again. The circle of death that she and Zala trained in transformed her into an efficient warrior. Outside of her view, Anakin shoved his saber down through a marauder's shoulder and gripped another by the wrist and pulled him across his body, ripping his saber through their abdomen. Anakin circled around and watched his apprentice. He was doing it. The Sith outmatched her and had her on the ropes, but she was unwavering. The final Sith to challenge Anakin rushed him. He batted his saber into their direction and returned into defense. Behind him, Ahsoka steadied away, raising her weapon into a reverse grip, stabbing forward but not committing. None of the Sith bit, but the largest one swung down. She slid under the strike, jabbing her saber through their shin and turning back to block another strike. With her saber raised over her head, she pulled back and pulled the saber down towards her, but it cut through the other leg of the towering Sith. He fell to his knees and her saber cut off his head. With the Force, the other attacker's saber was held from hitting her shoulder. She watched each of them, and finally one made a move. She countered and attacked forward. The 3-point saber combo was used. While not gaining her a victory, it provided her a chance to jump off the Sith's hip and leap over the other marauder, cutting the back of his neck, killing him. When she landed, she turned around to watch Anakin shove his saber through the last marauder's chest, and she sighed, asking if he could have done that earlier. He shrugged. She was doing so well he didn't want to interrupt. It was, in all fairness, such a great chance for her to learn on the spot. They walked into the storage vault without any problems, and replaced the beacon seamlessly. Nothing interrupted them. as they quickly escaped the structure and rendezvoused with the Tython 4. Their trip through the atmosphere and quick hyperspace jump into Biss's gravity field were just as fast. The clones and Jedi had done the first part of their job, because no one checked the storage vault, except for the Sith on duty. It was completely clear. The officer locked in his closet wouldn't be found until 24 hours after his capture. Once their shuttle pulled out of hyperspace, they looked at the Sith fleet. The Sith did not immediately register the Republic vessel, but as it crept closer, they activated a communication frequency. Well, thanks to Red Eye, the squad had a nice trick up their sleeve. It would be impossible to readily decipher a Sith chain code, because they were known to change them every system cycle. Their encryption was also top tier, so it wasn't worth their time. Instead, Red Eye, after having studied Sith fleet movements, devised a plan. Because the Sith typically intercepted loose ships from hyperspace, they would take advantage of it here. The only reason the Sith exhibited this type of behavior came for their quest for greater knowledge. A disabled vessel leaving hyperspace could give them intel into nearby conflicts, potentially new loyalists. So the Republic shuttle drifted out of hyperspace and towards the main fleet. It felt like forever, obviously, but the clones couldn't make any sudden movements. They had to be as vulnerable and as weak-looking as possible. Everyone inside the ship hid inside the cockpit and sealed the doors. The Ryonium in the bay floated, as the internal gravity was shut off. Zan looked to everyone and told them to hold on. This would probably be a little bumpy. The ship tilted a little as two Sith fighters dropped attachment cables onto the top of the shuttle and pulled it towards the main hangar bay. The moment they were about to enter the flagship, the shuttle's engines flung to life and Zan pulled the ship backwards, revving the engines and firing their blasters into the rear of the fighters. The attachment cables fell off the ship and the bay doors opened, releasing the Ryonium. The hyperspace engines rocked back, and with the timer activating on the Rydo, the ship departed into hyperspace. While they wouldn't see it themselves, the Ryonium shockwave exploded outwards. Rippling detonations crushed through every next vessel in the way. The Sith fleet split apart, leaving nothing but debris and salvage for the luckiest sect to take from. The clones had only completed part of their work again. Zan expressed concern over this mission. He told the others that while communication had been frequent with the Axis, there was also a very high chance that they wouldn't prepare mobilization for the communications they'd received. Ahsoka asked what he meant, and Zan turned towards Red Eye, who started explaining. The move to take back the Axis, or basically free up their personnel, had been in the works for a couple of months. After the Tarkin incident, the Republic shut down most of its protocols to save the Axis worlds, because there was too much risk. The Tython 4 was working on the case alone, so that's why they were unsure. No one really knew if the people inside the Axis would trust them. The Axis might get cold feet. The Tython 4 had communicated the incident with Tarkin to them, as a means to remain as open as possible with communication. But they would have a limited time period to make this move. Hopefully the reserve fleets would be ready to move, and the jump from Biss to Deep Republic territory could be done without being intercepted by another Sith blockade. In the meantime, as they waited eagerly, Ahsoka spent her time with the Tython 4, learning about the heroics of her masters at Tython. They spoke of the story more pridefully than either Anakin or Natabre did. For the Commandos, that was their big moment. They put themselves on the map by winning. They wouldn't have been seen as successful without the Jedi, but for Ahsoka specifically, it was really good getting this perspective of her master. It made their connection feel tighter. Natabre could speak about their experiences in lesson form or even just for stories, but they were like traditional Jedi tales. Natabre's form was always more graceful. These four brothers played off of each other. They pushed for certain ideas and interpretations of the events, most of them making everything seem a little more exaggerated. Anakin, on the other hand, fell asleep in the main bay of the vessel. He had nothing else to really do or think about, so he figured it was a good time to take a nap. During his rest, he'd have visions and dreams, though with every toss and turn, they'd circulate around someone else. First and foremost was Natabre. She haunted him frequently. She was both a pain to think about and a joy. He still worried for her safety, but she was also a source of happiness. After all, the only reason R2-D2 wasn't accompanying them was his own mission. Anakin tasked his blue astromech with watching over Natabre and making sure her progress went successfully. He did also suggest that R2 keep an eye out on Sola. She could probably use a good friend more than anyone else on Tier Nanog. Aside from Natabre, Obi-Wan, Yoda, and Qui-Gon came to Anakin's mind. They were all sources of inspiration. He may have struggled with instructing, but leaning on their respective guidance to him lifted his ambitions. Ahsoka was a good, strong Jedi, someone who could very well aspire to great accomplishments as a Jedi. Anakin did what he could to be the best master for her, despite Natabre and Zala. Of course, the last person that showed themselves in his dreams was Zala. Anakin worried for her, but he couldn't linger on that dream for too long, because Ahsoka woke him up. His eyes were heavy, but she hauled her master up and he was dragged into the cockpit of the shuttle. He eyed the commanders before rubbing his sleeve against his blurry eyes and dropping his mouth. Millions of starships had gathered. It didn't matter what ship it was. A local governor patched through the communication device. The clones had been trying to make contact for only 30 or 40 seconds. During that time, Ahsoka got Anakin up. Zan asked the governor if everyone was off the systems, and he proudly proclaimed that they were just one step closer to freedom. Red Eye's more analytical voice cut in, asking if they had demolished the drive yards on the furthest system. The governor nodded his head, explaining that any remnants of industry were destroyed, and every available citizen and vessel were waiting for their command. Over 10 billion people were evacuated from their home worlds. There were those that refused to leave, but everything they needed was prepared. After the attack on Biss, the Axis of Two created contingency plans to protect themselves from another Sith assault. This led to the perfect evacuation for the operation led by the Tython 4. Zan looked to General Skywalker and asked if he had anything to say, and he just told the governor that the Force was with them all. The elderly man, warned by the war, smiled warmly, thanking all of them for saving their lives. Every single ship hit the hyperdrive and departed from the system. The clones watched the massive fleet, carrying anything from turbo lasers to troops to supplies, citizens, culturally significant documents, and whatnot, disappear from their view. Over the planet itself, the remnants of the stripped drive yards slowly detonated. One of the greatest space stations in the galaxy, now destroyed. It was a necessary sacrifice, but it still hurt. The Republic saved over 10 billion at the cost of the last production facility that could send out reinforcements at an exceptional rate. The six inside the cockpit understood the cost of losing these shipyards, but their smiles couldn't be forced from their faces. They had just saved billions. Their mission, despite its difficulty, had saved every last one of those souls. But they still had a war to win. Once the destruction was finalized, they led the great relocation to the Outer Rim. However, once the Republic forces reached Callist for their realignment of direction, for an easier pathway to Republic fortified territory, the shuttle carrying the Republic heroes stopped. With every other vessel moving into hyperspace so they could rendezvous past Eridu, a transmission came in. Burst quietly mumbled something with a concerned tone. Anakin looked over the clone's shoulder and his eyes widened. A super tactical droid stood at attention, requesting an audience with the Republic. Anakin looked to the others in the room. As a counselor, he needed to step up, and so he did, asking the droid general what he wanted. General Kalani's eyes flexed, and his robotic voice spoke up. Admiral Trench was requesting their attention, a neutral conference. They would send their own middleman. The Admiral recognized how important it was for both of them to see what the Syndicates and the Sith were doing. Trade lanes were the secret heart of the war. They had been for both sides. The Separatists needed materials for their droids, just as the Republic needed supplies for their troops. Kalani told them that Trench saw a deal that could be mutually beneficial for the two factions. The rise of the so-called Void needed to be handled properly. With its continued functionality, they could lose this war together, and nothing would be left to salvage for either side. Kalani told them the coordinates and gave them a communication code, thanking them for their time. Anakin bit his lip, as he felt all eyes in the cockpit fall onto him. This was his operation now. The fate of the Republic and the galaxy sat in his hands. The pressure slowly mounted up as he gripped the back of Burst's seat and toiled with the choices that now sat before him. Our season continues in the middle of the night, with fire exploding across the skies. Mandalore's capital, Sundari, was undergoing another round of bombardments. Master Plo, who slept with the troops in the trenches, turned to his men and asked for a status report. One of the captains running down the earthworks gave him an update. The Sith were planting their heavy tanks on the surface and blasting at the shields again. Though it should be said, some of the shots were going over it. Plo pushed against his knees and stood up, asking about the rear flank. The clone reported that there were available troopers in every quadrant. If the Sith really wanted to make an entrance, they'd know about it. That, after all, was the benefit of defending a location like Mandalore, and especially Sundari. The dome sat in the middle of a flat plain, so there was no natural cover for anyone. The Sith fleet sat just outside of firing range of the Star Destroyers, and no one could sneak around the Republic defense line and break in, not even a singular Sith. Plo thanked the trooper and stretched his shoulders. His new metallic arm tingled with every movement. Plo was getting used to it, but he still needed some time. He climbed out of the trench and walked towards the command post, situated behind 3 layers of trenches, heavy cannons, a few tanks, and gunships too. When he arrived, he found some Mandalorian leaders serving with the Duchess, including some still awake troopers. He listened to them, but most of it wasn't retained information. They were struggling to get communication off-world. The distress beacon had been activated, but they didn't know if anyone had heard it or seen it. Plo sighed. He knew what this meant for him. He was 1 Jedi against 3 Sith Lords. They wouldn't back down from Mandalore either. They were here to capture the world completely, or destroy the capital and leave its citizens without leadership. Plo crossed his arms and turned back to look across the plains, now only lit with red and orange hues. Blaster fire poured out of enemy cannons. He knew what fate faced him. His time would come. Whether or not he survived the duel with the Sith, he did not know, but Plo was more than aware that the Sith would figure this out. If he was the only Jedi, then they could overpower him as a trio, and nothing would stop them. Not the elite troopers of the 104th, nor the Mandalorians who repelled Darzana before. Their best chance at survival was in hoping that the disruption of supply lines would redirect a fleet towards their location. However, Kreia had prepared for that by adding Darth Nihilus and Sion to their siege. They were situated in a separate attack fleet, just outside the atmosphere of the system. They arrived shortly after the recent defeat on the surface. Kreia wanted her students present. Finally, Sion could potentially redeem himself. The 2 other members of the Sith Triumvirate paced across the bridge of the ship, checking scanners every other hour, and finding absolutely nothing of any value. No one was coming. Elsewhere, as Kreia had predicted, the Jedi and Republic High Command came to the conclusion that Mandalore was being attacked again. With pushes being made towards Mont Calamari and the recent, now known about success in the freeing of the Axis of 3, the Republic recognized the stagnation in effective trade. Mandalore was the base of supply redistribution in the upper east quadrant of the galaxy. Without it, they would need to dive in the hot space, which was already problematic. The Republic was already stretched out. The new location for the Star Forge had supply vessels going further west into the galaxy, making an already vulnerable asset almost entirely defenseless. The Forge was surviving, but if the Sith caught on to the route, then it would be captured and or destroyed. While the Republic had done a fine job at mobilizing, thanks in part to the Star Forge, they still struggled with making ends meet in the supply realm. That of course led back to the main problem that faced the Republic, the Void. If the Outer Rim thugs continued hitting operational bases for redistribution and goods, then the Republic would likely lose this war. There were militias, but due to early war news reports regarding the destruction that faced several star systems that rebelled against the Sith Empire, people were apprehensive about joining any militia. These smaller skirmishes were putting the Republic into tough positions, because clones and Jedi generals couldn't be pulled back from their positions. Admiral Coburn's and General Tin's assignments north of Mandalore were providing a perfect avenue for General Balaba to make a push for Mon Calamari. If the Republic could activate another drive yards or shipyards, especially after the destruction of everything on Corellia and Kuat, then they could stay ahead where it counted. High Command heard nothing about any plans from the Sith to continue their Resurgence shipbuilding project, so they mostly assumed the massive vessels were gone, but they still had to be cautious. The Republic was quickly adapting its strategy, but morale was really low. Following Tarkin's betrayal in the battle at System 9Z1, they weren't really sure how to hold off a three-sided conflict. They were fighting the Separatists infrequently, the Sith most of the time, and their citizens were attempting to keep a grip on their food and supplies. It was a terrible, terrible time, and the Jedi weren't much help either. They no longer had a collective manpower or really any trust to split their forces up to strategic locations across the edge of the Outer Rim. There were Jedi out there, but not as many as there were before. But there might be a fix for all of that. A chance, if you will. Just south of Callist, on the crossroads of the Rima trade route and Corellian trade spire, over the Metis system, a Republic shuttle exited from hyperspace. Anakin paced around the cockpit, telling them all that if they were approached by a larger ship and/or captured, he was giving them direct orders to escape this planet without him. This almost gave Ahsoka a literal panic attack. She couldn't handle losing anyone else, let alone her own master. But he reminded them all, in an almost cocky way, that he'd find a way out of it if it came to it. They had been told by General Kalani of the Confederacy that Admiral Trench had interest in forming an alliance. The Republic shuttle floated aimlessly over Metis, as Anakin ran through a couple preventative contingencies to protect their interests over the system, in the case of a Separatist attack, while their fears would be ignited the moment a CIS battleship exited from hyperspace, a singular vessel with wide markings across the ship's bow. They all looked to each other, and Burst got cold feet immediately. His usually calm demeanor dropped and he gripped the control yokes, preparing to pull backwards, but stopping because Zan rested his hand on his shoulder. The communication device beeped and Anakin pressed it. Admiral Trench shot to life with a blue, blurry haze. He informed the Jedi that they were invited to join him inside of the ship. He also apologized because he knew that his flagship was quite imposing, but they couldn't be too safe, not with the Sith lurking. The call ended, and Zan piloted the shuttle forward. Everyone braced themselves, but Anakin stepped out of the cockpit, readying himself. Obi-Wan had always been the negotiator during his Padawan years. It was his first real-time negotiating by himself. This would be a very challenging experience because he was serving on behalf of the Republic, the entire Republic. Padme, though, would have been proud, and so would Natabre and Obi-Wan. Hopefully, as long as he didn't mess up. Skywalker pushed those negative thoughts from his head as the ramp ahead of him lowered to the ground. Ahsoka had considered asking him if he was alright, but she understood that this would be challenging. When the ramp landed on the hangar bay, an escort of Magna Guards accompanied Admiral Trench. Skywalker walked down and greeted him. The clone commandos and Ahsoka stood inside the vessel. Trench invited them. He had fresh food and drink if they like. The clones looked to each other, afraid to lower their guard, and Trench stepped past Anakin. He understood how difficult it would be to find peace, but if he wanted them dead, any of them, he could have just taken out their shuttle. He had plenty of chances to. There were far greater concerns in the galaxy than a shuttle containing 6 Republic, heroes, I guess? Trench tapped his cane against the ground and the Magna Guards dispersed. Anakin walked beside the Admiral and they started talking. First were the pleasantries. Trench knew a lot about Anakin and spoke highly of his successes across the Eastern Quadrant, and also Trench stopped and looked to everyone else in their party. He told them all they did extremely well against the Sith in the Deep Core. He asked if the drive yards were destroyed in the process of their evacuation. Anakin stopped in his tracks and looked at Trench with a confused expression. He patted Skywalker's shoulder and told him reassuringly that the Sith had been knocking on their doors for months. Did they think he wouldn't notice the massive Ryonium explosion over Biss? To be fair, Anakin should have expected that answer, because the Rydo detonation was a very big affair. They had seen the remnants of the fleet when they passed through. Anakin, in an effort to return said kindness to Trench, congratulated him on his known battles won against the Sith. He tried to avoid the whole three-way counter on Zaheth. Anakin couldn't remember if it was Zaheth or Pax, but he didn't want to bring up an actual battle between the CIS and Republic. This was for an alliance. At the end of Anakin's own praise, they entered a boardroom where General Kalani stood, looking out the viewport. The clones and Jedi were given their seats, and food was brought along for them. It was freshly cooked, and a dish that Trench quite enjoyed. Everyone started eating, as at the end of the table, Trench and Anakin started their actual discussions. The Admiral broke everything down from his perspective. The Separatists had a benefit to being on the inside of the galactic map. They were protected in some shape or form from the Republic. He admitted that they had figured out that High Command had no interest in fighting off the Confederacy. So even though CIS fleets were protecting their southern perimeter, neighboring Republic territory, their focus remained solely on the Sith. Trench, though, admitted frustratedly that the recent attacks and raids led by the Void changed all of that. Initially, the super tactical droids believed it was a Republic decoy, but none of their fleet movements aligned with the raids. They were also too small and fractured to be related to Republic personnel. Trench used this as a backhand way to complement the Republic's professionalism in the field of war. His tusks clicked, and he scoffed down a large bite of food, as Anakin mimicked to a much smaller degree. General Kalani, in this bite, spoke over Trench and suggested that the Void was causing a ruckus for everyone. At least they thought so, until CIS commando droids reported on dealings in Sith territory. There hadn't been any known about direct interactions between the Void or the Sith Empire, but Trench assumed a smaller vessel moved into the Outer Rim to broker a deal. Kalani expressed that, by his calculations, the Republic had likely come to the conclusion that the Void and the Sith Empire were working together. Being that the Confederacy realized this too, they were openly proposing an alliance. The feud that separated the Republic and Confederacy really didn't exist anymore. Without the Senate or the government, the Republic was led by officers and Jedi, so what purpose would either have to stand against the other? Trench started speaking again, informing Anakin that he understood Republic High Command might be a little less sympathetic to the Confederacy, but this war was not winnable without one another. Trench knew that the CIS could effectively combat the Void and the Sith more effectively if transparency between territory was permitted. Trench wanted for both factions to allow each other into their territory so that they could move into either the Outer Rim or the core. The Sith could start slipping behind, and if they in an alliance seized the moment, they could win the war. Trench and Kalani, including several other CIS super tactical droids, presumed that the alliance between the Void and the Sith Empire was started due to desperation. If the Sith were growing desperate, then the crucial loss at Biss could be a sign of the changing tides. This was their chance for victory, to reclaim a galaxy that was their own. Anakin asked, if they signed the treaty, what would happen after the war? Would they return to enemies, or would the political differences that separated them return to the forefront of the galaxy? Trench correctly assumed that Anakin was too young to watch the Republic dismantle its alliances in the galaxy, but he didn't believe that it would happen again. The Confederacy had a government, its survivors still lived within their coalition, but they were not leading it. Everything went through Admiral Trench. He was their singular leader, with, of course, the Council of Tactical Droids working behind him. He admitted that he didn't want anyone to feel pressured, and he knew that by delivering home-cooked food might be considered bribery, but they couldn't maintain this war with the Sith Empire and the Void without each other. Eventually, one of them would buckle. If the CIS lost to the Sith, then all of that territory between the Republic and the Empire would become a staging ground for more war. The Republic would effectively be surrounded by the Syndicates and the Sith, and they would not survive that. The same went for the Confederacy, which Kalani calculated following the recent events at Coruscant. Anakin watched the super tactical droid and then turned to Trench. How did they know about the destruction of the superstructure over the former Republic capital? It made Anakin a little uneasy, but he asked if he might be able to make his own counters to the suggested treaty, and Trench told him by all means. Skywalker knew that diplomacy wasn't his strong suit, but just allowing a fully transparent, no-borders alliance would be foolish. He assumed that Trench wanted to take advantage of his inexperience and make the Republic pay for it. If Skywalker didn't challenge this stance, then it might make the Republic look weaker than it really was by refusing this alliance. Anakin in this moment told Trench that an avenue would be more effective for everyone. It would provide the Confederacy with a route to the Outer Rim without intervening in Republic supply lines or movement routes. The Admiral nodded his head and rubbed his tusks, listening. Anakin knew that Republic High Command would go for a treaty because, honestly, and he admittedly, that he probably shouldn't be telling him this, but they were having a rough time with the syndicates. They were constantly up in their faces. Skywalker believed that it'd be more efficient to pour a singular, united military force through one avenue into the Outer Rim. It would completely catch the Void off guard, and it wouldn't allow them to request reinforcements if they did it properly together. Trench turned to Kalani, who calculated in a split moment that this would be the most effective approach to strategy in the Outer Rim. Trench looked a little unhappy about it, but didn't verbally say anything against it. The Admiral agreed with his super tactical droid, and asked what the Republic would be willing to agree on inside the Outer Rim. Anakin was a little unsure of what this meant, but he BS'd his way into an answer. He told Trench that splitting the territory would be effective. Perhaps on the avenue where the CIS could enter, maybe they could have that half of the Outer Rim, while the other east quadrant near Hutt Space and Obadiah would go to the Republic. It both made sense in the context of the meeting and in what Anakin knew about Republic strategy. If they had help taking Hutt territory, the Republic could go around Sith strongholds in the East Quadrant and get to Mon Calamari easier. Trench was obviously withholding his information, but this was Anakin's main focus, protecting Hutt space for Republic interests and ensuring that the Republic didn't get the short end of the stick. The CIS did have some leverage here, because their territory was right next to the Sith Empire in the core and Inner Rim, but this was a solid start. Kalani, who had been writing on a holopad, finalized some pieces of the document. Anakin asked a few more questions, some minor changes were made, and the initial treaty was created. It started with a ceasefire. Anakin and Trench, from this system, would request all troops to refuse combat with the opposing faction. Skywalker had to return all this information to Republic High Command and the Jedi Council. Trench would wait for their responses eagerly. Following their meal, they would leave. The clones and Ahsoka both congratulated Anakin to holding his own. Trench was very clearly trying to get as much leverage as possible, but Skywalker didn't let up, though Anakin could only ever praise Obi-Wan for having taught him all those methods. Without Kenobi's training, it would have looked a lot worse for the Republic. Over Coruscant, inside the Emperor's flagship, Zala swung her lightsaber aggressively at the Dark Honor Guard across from her. Their sabers clashed and bursted with light. She spun around as the guard's crimson saber was driven at her abdomen. She narrowly avoided, kicking her legs over and sweeping them out from under the warrior. Zala shoved her weapon downwards and let it sizzle against the skin of the guard, before turning to her instructor. Valkorin stood silently, with his arms tied behind his back. He nodded, and the two other honor guards ignited their stabs and charged in. Zala turned around and raised her still blue saber and defended a strike, but falling backwards. She rolled across the ground and pressed her hand into its rough surface. The guards moved outwardly to flank her, and she pressed her hand into the ground and leapt between them. She swung to the left and then to the right, forcing herself to dig deeper into the dark side. Every flash was a memory, blurred by the hue that surrounded her. She only now envisioned her master's death on Coruscant, and it drove her. The Tabre was set up to fail by the corrupt Jedi Council. She slashed downwards, slicing the staff in half and kicked forward, ducking another counter and feeling the heat raise the top of her back. That pain fueled her. The dark side was her ally. Zala gripped her weapon harder and swung it around her shoulder, colliding and clashing. They traded blows, and the honor guard got the upper hand, swinging her arm around her back and pinning her to the ground. Their staff dipped into the training arena and slowly dragged towards her face. This would result in defeat, but she, from this perspective, caught a glimpse of her master. His face remained emotionless, and his posture unchanged. She shoved her palm against the surface with all of her pain, sending little shocks across her back, shoulder, and pinned arm. She launched herself off the ground with a burst of energy. The guard flipped on their back, and she rolled around on the ground and batted her saber across her body. The guard blocked the strike and fell over her. Zala shot her hand outwards again, fueled by this time the betrayal of the Jedi and the destruction of Actu. She imagined the fires and felt them in her heart. The guard flew through the air and crashed into the wall, but Zala held the guard in position and slowly rose to her feet, shoving harder as cracks formed around the individual's body. Screams of pain were released, and she turned her head towards her master, who nodded. The guard fell and slammed into the ground. Valkorin told Zala that she still had much to learn if she ever expects to lead warriors into battle. She then shot back, telling him that she knew she wasn't ready, but the Republic needed to pay. Valkorin nodded in agreement. They did. They really did. Until then, he had a gift for her, something he planned on giving her per her first completed trial. While Zala had been training with the Honor Guard since Valkorin deemed her ready, this was her first victory. She impressed him. Her training was progressing and her use of the dark side was growing. This holocron would help submerge her into the dark side of the Force. She was still too imbalanced. Her growth was adequate, but Valkorin knew a truth that he did not intend on sharing with her, until he trusted in what she could be. This was an odd situation for Valkorin, but he knew he could play it favorably for himself. Typically, the Sith Emperor wouldn't be so kind to an individual struggling with the dark side. Zala wasn't a special case because of favoritism. It was because she applied the correct amount of pressure on things that actively irritated Valkorin. For instance, the most obvious example, his belligerent children were finally getting the message that they could be replaced. Vaylin was already making moves, likely to protect herself in the wake of her brother's failure at System 9Z1. Valkorin could be very unforgiving. Vaylin took Bastila's words to heart and planned on acting on them. She was currently attempting to investigate the former Axis of Three. She would very soon come back with disappointing results. Her brothers, Arcan and Thexan, were in an entirely different boat. The Jedi had been able to outmaneuver them, and sure, they had found victory at different points in the war, but they were still far from successful. The Sith Order, or as Lord Ragnos called it, the Sith Congress, was getting impatient with the brothers' lack of success. Their recent beatdown from Malgus had them both in recovery, waiting for their chance to try and prove their father's frustrations wrong. They wanted to make things right, but Valkorin was again utilizing Zala to firm his grip. She was the perfect storm, a Jedi on the run, someone who gave him the intel on the Star Forge, someone who could turn his children into formidable foes, and someone that he could use against the Jedi that so frustratingly survived the betrayal at Actu. The Emperor had no intention of informing Zala about the Jedi's survival until the right moment, and while he would humor the idea of actually legitimately taking her on as an apprentice, the Sith Lord only planned to use her presence to intimidate those he expected more from. However, depending on how effective that strategy was, she might have more time to earn his full favorability. He was already displeased with the recent event at Biss, and at the very least, Zala provided something positive. The growth was visible, and that was more than anything else the Sith Empire had at this moment in his eyes. Mirroring his disappointment over Biss was a mounting struggle in two different locations on the Eastern Front. Freya was launching yet another attack, while out further east, Depa Billaba was leading troops into Florn. The system was just south of Korriban, northwest of Mon Calamari, and a little northeast of Raxus. She and her troops didn't have to face a heavy resistance in space, due to the hellscape created on the surface of the planet. An ancient Sith Lord walked the scorched world. His Sith magic had torn the population apart, and left most of the sentient life on the planet in a zombified state. So why would Depa find herself and her troopers on the surface? To destroy the Sith, of course. They couldn't make a full push towards Mon Calamari without fully knocking out any and every Sith in their way. The Republic fleet hovered in the atmosphere as Depa's admiral started putting together pieces for their assault at Mon Calamari. Instead of building an assault towards the former shipbuilding world, the Sith placed one of their lords at the underwater paradise. Whether or not the Sith had eviscerated the people beneath the seas remained relatively unknown to the Republic. Depa, though, had to focus on one battle at a time, as Master Windu had instructed her during her Padawan years. Instead of traveling with her own student, Caleb Dume was safely on Tier Nanog with Sola Grey and the others. He'd received formal training from a collection of Jedi rather than Depa, who was needed out here. Gunships sped through the atmosphere of the torn-apart planet of Florn. The Sith on the surface turned their cannons towards the skies and fired away. More than anything, the base on Florn acted more like an alchemic, ritualistic homeworld for the Sith. There were many individuals who conspired with Lord Valkorin, and this individual was no different. The system had an abundance of resources to test new powers on. Lord Naja Sado stepped out of his hut and scanned the skies. Republic LAATs buzzed through the flag. Depa gripped the handlebars inside of the hero protagonist gunship as nearby vessels were blown out of the sky. She told the troops to hold on as the doors opened and clones loaded their weapons over the edge. The LAATs drifted around to the side so that clones could unload their blasters into the unsuspecting Sith troopers. Their cannons and tanks fired into the skies, but the gunships remained evasive. Not for nothing, but this base was most importantly designed to repel bombardments from large cruisers, not LAATs. The cannons could knock out a couple of gunships, but not all of them. Depa ignited her lightsaber and leapt out of her gunship under the protection of clone blaster fire. She landed on the ground with a thud, dispersing smoke and ash into the air. Clones behind her landed and exited from their transports as they took to the skies again to provide cover fire. She wheeled her weapon around in her hand and charged the base. They didn't have any walls, it was simply an open outpost, designed specifically for Lord Sado's alchemic works. He ignited his heavy saber and directed troops to create makeshift ramparts, but the clones were already closing in. Their blue bolts cascaded over the lifeless surface, clipping and doming Sith troopers. They were unprepared, and it showed immediately. Without protection and decent ground to run across, the Sith had a chance to recover themselves, but Depa's aggressive assault had artillery pieces exploding under the fire of the LAATs. She deflected bolts back into the Sith lines, forcing a number of them to almost drop instantly. Behind her, the clones continued pushing until her opponent drew himself from the protection of the camp and lunged across the field at her. Their weapons interlocked in the middle of the plains. Clones rushed past them as their sabers collided. Depa used Form 3 to defend herself from Sado's large and winding strikes. The weight of the saber's hilt and his focus on alchemic studies left him swinging wildly. She rolled around him using her light frame to avoid his attacks. He fired electricity at the Jedi Master and she blocked it, seizing the moment to sweep the force under his legs, but she didn't attack, giving him a chance to rise again. Sado attempted to torment the Jedi, or at least make her act. She refused, despite her desire to end him as quickly as possible. Lord Sado told her about the population and how they begged for mercy as he stripped this planet of life, one quadrant at a time. Their weapons interlocked, but she did not bite the bait. She defended herself, as he tried to draw off the suffering of the people for his own power. It gave him very little advantage, as Depa switched into forms that she learned under Mace's tutelage. These aggressive strikes, mixed with her readiness to avoid him, left Sado overstriking and clashing uneasily. Balaba wasn't going to give the Sith a chance to surrender. He was just one piece to a wider puzzle, another individual that needed to die for inflicting pain on the innocent. Their sabers buzzed against each other, and he attempted to summon lightning from the heavens. He raised one hand over his head as he shoved his saber against hers. Depa could see the clouds start to form, obstructing the view of her gunships. She shoved harder and pushed back with equal strength before she pulled her saber away and ducked. He naturally continued pushing and thus fell forward, allowing Depa to swing her saber across his legs, dropping him to the stubs of his knees. She spun around him and shoved her saber through his back as he let out a painful howl. His life was pulled from his body in that instant, and the clouds above dispersed, allowing the clones to finish up the rest of their assault. Depa's Commander Gray informed her immediately of their victory, and she thanked him, quickly getting into contact with the Admiral, who informed her that they had a straight shot from Mon Calamari. All that remained in their way was the blockade. Inside a fleet moving between systems, a Republic shuttle exited from hyperspace and landed on the flagship. Anakin, Ahsoka, and the Tython 4 quickly shuffled to the command deck, where officers and admirals gathered. This is Republic High Command. They were informed of General Skywalker's urgent message, so they eagerly waited for him to return with what he called the chance for peace. They all looked to him when he entered, surrounded by his crew. He quickly tapped onto the control console, and a hologram popped up, decrypting the treaty and everything it entailed. Officers from around the bridge looked at it, as individuals in various starships in close proximity to the flagship tuned in. There were murmurs and even a couple speculative comments that slipped into Anakin's ears, but he didn't mind any of it. His purpose was to deliver the message, explain the treaty in detail, and unite the two struggling powers. For 30 minutes, Skywalker would explain everything, and then answer some questions from the officers. There were legitimate concerns regarding the intentions of the Confederacy, but seeing that General Skywalker pushed for an avenue, rather than giving total access to Republic territory, they found it easy to trust this document. Anakin had some other proposals, including an avenue through Separatist territory, so that the Republic could begin besieging the core, due to their lack of foothold on the core. It's not like they any longer had Corellia, Biss, Kallist, or Kuat to base their operations out of, so it made sense to be a natural addition to this treaty. After Anakin spoke, he told Ahsoka to go get some rest, and a clone would take her to an unused quarter in the vessel so she could sleep. The Tython 4 said their goodbyes. They had another mission, and were being dispatched for combat again. Omega Squad and Delta Squad were being tasked with missions across the mid-core to northern Inner Rim. The Republic needed to keep pressure on these zones. Anakin also learned from the same officer who dispatched the Tython 4 that a clone force from Kamino would be entering combat soon, one called Clone Force 99. She explained that this unit was created by Nala Se, something of a personal project, while they expanded their facilities on Bora Vio. Anakin appreciated the update, then tuned back into the discussions. It would be a terribly long day, but it came with more answers. There were some other Jedi who interacted with this, most notably Master Windu, but everyone else was either preoccupied or moving fleets like Deba Balaba. The Republic knew they should take the deal, especially with the information from Toydaria acquired by Quinlan Vos. The Void Wookiee warrior Black Chrysanthemum revealed information about the forces gathering inside the Void. Without this information, the Republic would be less inclined to side with the Confederacy. What Quinlan learned was the reason the Void was so effective at striking the Republic was because of the incentive. Chrysanthemum didn't reveal everything, but he at least depicted a vision of what the Republic should expect. Every single citizen that called the Outer Rim home was recruited to fight with the Sith Empire, so anyone that they considered able-bodied ended up joining Void raids on the Separatists and the Republic. As far as they knew, the Confederacy didn't know about this, but this specific information would become shared if the treaty was agreed upon. Eventually, Anakin would need to step away from the command bridge. Despite the Republic government being destroyed by the Sith Empire, and its representatives, the survivors at least, scattered across the stars, the Republic military was filled with just as much bureaucracy as the old Senate. After leaving, Anakin would interact with an entirely different subsection of the Republic military structure. The strategists inside the Capital Fleet were discussing plans for the attack at Mandalore. While the distress beacon hadn't been received, the lack of contact from the system only meant one thing: invasion. High Command was trying to figure out a pathway to free Mandalore, but that was the problem. They didn't have free troops to send anywhere. They were struggling with long-range contact of forces in the north above Mandalore, and thanks to the attacks by the Void, clones and starfleets were stuck protecting supply lines rather than cutting off the Sith from Mandalore. However, and General Skywalker made this point, if the Mandalorians were in danger, and the Republic didn't have the forces, why not use the newly acquired fleet from the former Axis of 3? The fleet was huge, and if they redistributed some of their available forces, they might be able to protect Mandalore, at a slight risk of rupturing the supply line for a couple days, potentially weeks. Skywalker knew it wouldn't fly, but at least the option of redirecting Republic troops from the Axis to Mandalore was available. There were thousands of troops that had been stuck since the beginning of the war, just training, waiting for their opportunity. Some of them even had genuine battle experience that could be used on the front lines. On Tier Nanog, the home of the Jedi, Master Oppo Rancisis ended a communication from Anakin. He wasn't available for the recent developments that involved High Command. Even though the relationship with the Republic remained strained, the Jedi in active combat were trying their best to make things work. The galaxy hung in the balance, and their duty was to the galactic population, even if the Republic had seemingly betrayed them. Oppo had his own issues to deal with. The figure seen in the Force by Sola Grey was nothing more than an apparition, similar to the individual that Anakin saw prior to the healing he received. Bastila was hunting down the Jedi per her master's orders. She was tasked with a number of objectives because the Emperor trusted her. While wiping out the Jedi was seemingly as difficult as finding them, she did have a lead. Bastila had seen Sola before inside of Revan's flagship, but they had no formal connection. The Sith Lord, who roamed around the galaxy seemingly aimlessly, had constant points of interest. However, what eluded Sola was whether or not the vision was real. Bastila presented herself as if she were actually interacting with Sola, similar to Plaggus with Anakin, but the truth is, Sola could have just imagined all of it in her mind. Thanks to Oppo visiting the Force with her and scouting the area, he confirmed that no one was present on the planet, or at least no one that they could find. It did leave him concerned with Sola's well-being, but to Oppo's defense, a former Sith interacting with a Sith apparition wasn't a positive sign for their progress. However, the Jedi Council, prior to Anakin's involvement, had suggested giving Sola Grey more leniency. This didn't mean giving her a lightsaber, but allowing her to feel more welcome within their ranks. She was one of the oldest individuals on the planet. She was willingly contributing to their efforts. And by oldest, it's because she was like one of 5 individuals that wasn't a youngling or young Padawan. While Oppo instructed the students daily, he took it upon himself to take care of Sola Grey, following whatever this vision was. It would be wise for them to assume that this was the same parlor trick used originally on Skywalker, but he believed the Sith to be more creative than that. If anything recently reported from Florin told him anything, there were thousands of Sith across the galaxy attempting numerous alchemic forms of torture. Using the same thing that Anakin escaped would be unwise from them. It was confusing and difficult to navigate for everyone involved. The Jedi didn't want to be trusting of just anyone, and Sola Grey, while being far removed from Tarkin, was still a former Sith. Her past remained a mystery, but as Oppo was grappling with his own morality about helping a former Sith, Sola was learning someone else's past. Thanks to Anakin leaving R2 behind, she was able to speak with him like a friend. She wasn't really welcomed amongst the Jedi ranks. The younglings and Padawans weren't disrespectful to her, but they recognized that the older Jedi on Actu didn't treat her with high praises, so they more or less ignored what she said half the time. She was isolated as a result. Oppo would work on changing that, but until that change could be seen, she asked R2 for his story, how he managed to find himself back with the Republic. His story was perhaps more traumatic than anyone realized. He was on Coruscant when the Sith Empire struck. The Senate District was detonated, and he happened to be with Padme and C-3PO. He recalled the attack, and how the people died without a chance to ask for surrender. Droids aren't meant to feel things, but guilt would be equatable to what R2 experienced. Little Astromech survived by a fingernail of luck. Padme's office collapsed on her and 3PO, killing them both instantly. R2 was trapped under the rubble, left with enough room to squirm, until remaining trapped for what he didn't realize was months. R2 remained in low power mode until the debris of the Senate building was removed. The Sith were using it for their superstructure, so he escaped the wreckage. All R2 remembered seeing of 3PO was his hand sticking out of the rubble, not golden, just rusted and covered in soot. R2 had to use a Sith vessel to escape the planet, but his reunion with Anakin didn't come so quickly. He bounced around from system to system until accidentally being intercepted by a Republic fleet, a would-be Skywalkers. The process was arduous, unexciting, and left R2 with an emptiness he had never experienced before. That was something the astromech explained to Sola, because he struggled to accept that he failed to protect Senator Amidala. They were both harmed by the Sith in completely different ways. This mutual pain, the trauma they both experienced, became a binding between them. R2 didn't have much time to reunite with Anakin because of the attack on Coruscant, and Tarkin's betrayal, of course. They had their reunion, but it was short-lived because battles came, war changed, and Skywalker was lost at Dathomir. R2 needed a friend until Anakin returned, and Sola had been missing one since leaving the Sith, perhaps since she had ever been one of them. Her story would be told to the astromech, one that would further cement their relationship. As they continued sharing stories, they watched from the weeping willow at the center of the Jedi camp as Oppo gathered the younglings together so that he could teach them his next lessons. Our season continues inside Republic High Command with holograms chirping to life, operators giving out commands, and officers moving about the workstations. There was a chance for something on the horizon. Hope. The treaty started by General Skywalker was the opportunity to bridge the gap started by the Sith to defeat the Sith. While it had all been political before the return of the Empire, the politics of the galaxy were muddled by the chaos of war. Without Palpatine or Dooku to guide the different coalitions in the galaxy towards the Imperial vision, the structures all fell apart. That also happened because Coruscant fell after Geonosis, and the political leaders of the Confederacy fled into hiding to avoid a similar fate. Now, Republic officers communicated with Keda Nemodians and various other species that found themselves at the helm of the Separatist military. Atop it all was Admiral Trench, who spoke directly through a communication table to the officers in the center of command. By this point, the Jedi who brought the message had vanished, and Shakti, the overseer of Kamino, rendezvoused with High Command to assist with the treaty. Republic officers like Admiral Killian requested for a Jedi counselor to be present, in hopes to rebuild the fractured relationship created by Tarkin's heinous actions. Shakti quietly bobbed around the outside of conversations, adding little pieces here and there to keep things going smoothly. She wasn't really here to speak on behalf of the Republic. Her purpose was more defined by making sure the Jedi didn't get the short end of the stick. Operators behind the main bundle of officers tapped away on their control consoles as the treaty moved through various stages. With new clauses being created or deleted, and finally after hours they came to a mutual plan. General Kalani would speak out the treaty in full. Their agreement stated, the Republic and Confederacy were no longer permitted to fight open battles with each other. Troops would not be sent into each other's territory, and the Corellian trade spire would be extended as neutral territory to be shared between both coalitions. This route allowed Republic and Separatist forces to maneuver closer towards the core and further into the Outer Rim. In the scenario of a battle with all three factions, Republic and Separatist officers would negotiate strategy to most effectively win the battle with the lowest possible number of casualties for both sides. Their collective enemies were the Void and the Sith Empire. Any territory taken in the core or the Outer Rim would belong to the sole victor. If battle was won by a collaborative effort, the system would be split for trade and manufacturing purposes. On the topic of trade, the Separatists and Republic would spare resources to one another, but not at the cost of their own populations. Data reports, trade numbers, troop statistics, and any other vital information to each respective coalition would not be forced to be shared. However, either coalition could choose to inform the other if they wanted, though they are not to expect the same response if the other does not wish to share it. The Jedi were to be treated as generals with either military. They would not have complete control over droid forces, but with the aid of a super tactical droid, they could lead battle droids in the battle. General Kalani turned the stage over to Admiral Trench, and he congratulated everyone for working so hard to bring themselves together for this momentous occasion. He rubbed one of his tusks and thanked every single one of them, and applause erupted from the main command center inside High Command. Trench demanded a title for this treaty. Multiple people shouted out answers in excitement and euphoria, until a name would be settled on. The Corellian Trade Spire Accords. It was done, and immediately both sides agreed to open up the trade route and begin sending troops through the spire. The negotiations were a success. Shakti congratulated everyone on their hard work. Just as she prepared to leave, 2 different messages popped up. Depa Bilaba's fleet had just arrived over Pakuni, just north of Munto Kadru, and just behind that Mon Calamari. On the other hand, a spike in activity was appearing on Mandalore. Another battle had begun, and the reinforcements from the Axis hadn't been dispatched anywhere yet. High Command was fumbling everything but the treaty. Shaak Ti wished all of them well, and departed from the Republic's command station. On Tier Nanog, Anakin and Ahsoka arrived, after their long journey from the core. Just outside the Tree of Life in the center, a weeping willow with pink petals, Master Rancisis instructed a class of younglings, with Sola Grey within the crowd, mirroring his orders. The 2 new arrivals stepped around the outside of the makeshift camp, watching the younglings work. Their faces had been aged significantly by the war and the terror of the last month. Skywalker nodded to individuals not a part of the training exercises, as he broke off from a student. Ahsoka needed a break herself, until their next deployment, so she walked off to meet with the Jedi giving directions to the ANT droids, creating the new Jedi Temple from stone and other materials natural to this planet. The plan, as she would learn, is to build an initial sleeping corridors for the students, and then work up to creating a large rotunda around the Weeping Willow, making the Tree of Life the heart of their new home. Ahsoka smiled and listened to each detail of the plan. She understood why they never completed something of such magnitude on Actu. They didn't have the room, but here on Tier Nanog they had the opportunity to create something lasting. On the other side of the camp, in a small makeshift tent, large enough to hold several dozens of people, were a couple medical droids. There were a few Jedi too, but mostly medical droids in the vessel that they used to get here with, which currently sat in orbit over the planet. Instead of using the Arquetans for battle, they just left it over the planet for protection purposes. The Jedi Council had no intention of trusting the Republic with their whereabouts for the time being. This vessel would give them time to prepare in case they were betrayed again. Skywalker stepped around some mud and torn up grass, and slipped into the cover of the tent. He looked at several medical pods holding survivors together. These were all individuals that survived the attack on Actu. Most of them priestly folk or instructors. The singular individual that wasn't was Natabre, who remained at the back of the tent. Even though her injuries were nearly a month old by this point, she was still in the worst condition out of all of them. Oppo had requested that the medical droids refrain from informing Skywalker of her almost death. It happened when he was inside the core, freeing up the access. Natabre's pod lost pressure, and almost released her from her medically induced coma, which was pretty much the only thing keeping her alive. Without the medical droids, she would have died, and that would have been the end of her story. But the signs of that struggle weren't present nor visible. All that Anakin saw were slices of torn skin that had scabbed over, and some patches, which covered up burn marks that might never fully heal. As he stepped towards her, he almost pulled away. It was hard seeing his best friend in this condition. He never tried to forget about her, but the missions helped ease his mind. Similar to how Geonosis gave him a place to push his agony after losing Shmi, the war kept his mind preoccupied. It wasn't the healthiest option, but there was almost nothing more he could do. It kept his sanity in check, and while he hadn't been with Commander Cody or Coburn for the last month or so, he still had to be strong for Ahsoka. Anakin found his courage and pulled up a foldable seat next to her tomb. She looked peaceful, in a state of serenity. It was nice, in a way. Even if she did transcend into the Force, she'd be in a state of peace. It was far better than whatever she experienced when Valkorin dropped those bombs on her and those civilians. Anakin closed his eyes and placed his hand next to hers, but of course over the medical pod, on top of the glass. He had spoken to her in dreams, memories, and sometimes the odd outspoke moment where he talked to himself. But here, he hoped that she could actually hear his words. Somewhere inside that coffin of silence, perhaps the words could find her heart. He started with hopeful news, something that they would discuss throughout the war as teammates, as partners in a war that would define the rest of galactic history. Anakin covered the details of their heroic victories over the Sith and reuniting with the Tython 4. He reminisced about Ahsoka's training and her progression in the last month, and how much she aspired to be like Natabre and himself. He told jokes that may have been a bit corny, but got a snort out of him at his own amusement, something that might receive an eye roll or something more reactive. But when the stories of the past month, the heroic and exciting ones that is, ceased, he became quiet. In the silence, it was so hard to persist. He pressed his eyes harder to keep them sealed shut, because the hope of her waking up was more painful than the reality that sat before him. A shot of anxiety poked holes through his defense. Every encounter with a Sith came with its scars, but nothing caught him deeper than potentially losing someone else. That anxiety was bred of fear for losing her. He lowered his head to the top of the medical pod and whispered quietly. If there was a chance she could hear this, it would only be shared between he and her. Anakin promised her that he would make this right. Valkorin would pay for everything he had done. Zala would come home. Natabre herself would return, and they'd be united again. A big, found family, together, crusading across the stars to save the galaxy from the ruthless Sith. He promised her with everything that he was, that he would bring her back. He refused to let her lose another day of life inside that pod. She deserved more. His voice fell silent for a moment, and with each word, his pace slowed down, but telling her she deserved the galaxy. Maybe for the first time, maybe not, he told her that he loved her. In what capacity, he was really unsure. Was it the type of love for friends or for something more? He couldn't tell anymore, honestly. He loved Padme, but this was something different, and perhaps something more difficult to navigate, especially now. He reaffirmed his words and told Natabre that he did love her, before pushing himself off the seat and forcing tears back into his eyes. He took another look before leaving, before joining up with Master Rancisis to help in whatever way possible, and await his next orders. Explosions rocked the ground on Mandalore. The sun was shining over the horizon, and the Sith were on the move again. Heavy turbo lasers blasted the ground from the attacking fleet. Kreia and her two hooligans waited for her until she gave the proper signal. Lords Decius and Mar waited and watched orange, red, and green bolts crash into the ground, deepening a hole and creating a trench line of sorts. It had been decided to change the ramparts into a proper trench line for the Sith Empire. They wanted to have an easy approach for their coming attack. Inside the shield, Plo Koon rallied the troops at the front of their ramparts, preparing them for their next assault. He knew the Sith would come with force this time. Surely they had done the math. The odds were absolutely in their favor. Just as the explosions stopped crashing into the surface, gunships launched from the Sith camp, from above the atmosphere fleet, and from the currently just outside the range of anti-aircraft artillery fleet. Clones and Mandalorians alike readied their weapons and rushed down to different ends of the defense line. Flak lit the sky, and Republic walkers moved forward, preparing to launch their own counterattacks. As the Sith gunships got into range, a few of them were intercepted, but they continued utilizing evasive maneuvers. Kreia looked to her allies and thumbed the back of her hand. She watched closely with a squint in her eyes. By her side, Mar pulled out his macro binoculars and scanned the shields. Bubble reflections popped every time a gunship shot a blast into the side, hoping to throw off the clones' accuracy. It was before the clones and Mandalorians prepared their counterattack, but didn't move. They were waiting on General Plo's command. The Jedi Master didn't say or do anything yet. His saber sat by his side and he waited for the moment to ignite it. When the saber flashed, the counter would start, but he waited patiently. From Mar's perspective, it looked uncanny. Instead of Mandalorians and jet troopers taking to the skies, they readied their blasters and unloaded everything they had once the gunships began their landing procedures. Due to the sheer size and width of the attack, some gunships wheeled around and fired at the shields, while others landed straight and let their men jump out of either side and rush the defense line. Regardless of where the Sith were, the Republic freedom fighters had their chance to take out every single trooper that fell into their sights. Blasters rang out on both sides, and the first Sith soldiers broke into the generator. Plo ignited his saber, and the counterattack started. At that, Lord Kreia, even without viewfinders, turned towards Decius and Mar, with a nod of her head. They both snapped to their sides and rushed into their own separate gunships and departed. Behind her, a Sith officer asked her if this was a safe idea. She mumbled under her breath that safe wasn't really something she considered when she deployed them. This was for victory. Plo Koon rushed the front line, engaging with the few Sith that made their way into the shields. These were all low-level grunts. None of them had a lightsaber. The only individuals with that kind of weapon were Plo and the Duchess, who was overseeing other defense lines around the dome. Bo-Katan was mirroring this elsewhere in Sundari. The Republic counter, as it had last time, worked relatively well, but thanks to the Sith preparing their gunships, many clones and Mandalorians that exited the shields fell under suppressive fire. At that, there was more of a precise attack from the Sith. Lord Kreia understood that to defeat the Jedi, she needed to throw in 2 Sith. Sure, there were marauders and acolytes inside her ranks, but Mar and Dessalus would provide the right challenge for this individual Jedi Master. If Malgus could defeat Plo, then these two would have no problem accomplishing that feat together. Plo saw their gunships before realizing that their counter was stagnating. He called down to the trench line to Commander Wolffe, giving him the orders to pull their troops back. It was done, but the damage had also been done. The clones and Mandalorians that survived the initial wave of the Sith attack only dented the assault. They didn't truly make a stop. There were so many gunships, and despite the shields providing the perfect defense for the clones, and the artillery doing its damage, the Sith sheerly outnumbered the Republic. Just as the Jedi counter returned to the protection of the shield, 2 lightsabers ignited. Dessalus and Mar marched forward. The thumping of explosions surrounded them, but they remained unfazed as they slipped through the shields and led the charge on the trench line. Plo didn't know these Sith enough to know which to challenge first, so he tried to go for both. Dessalus and Mar had their own respective orders, and knew better than to upset Kreia, after watching what she did to Sion following his defeat at Tython. Plo rushed down the trenches and leapt up above them, deflecting the few blaster shots that landed near him. Clones and Mandalorians filed up and across the multiple lines and prepared. Sith fighters followed the Lords in and pushed for the first barrier. Plo rolled his weapon in his hand and swung upwards at his opponents. Their sabers slammed down on his as he parried Mar and deflected Dessalus. Mar shoved his partner out of the way, taking on Plo entirely, as Dessalus raised his weapon and yelled out a command to the attacking Sith troops. Plo and Mar connected again, exchanging blows with one another, as Commander Wolffe and the other warriors tried to rally a formation. Dessalus ripped his saber down into the trench line and started swinging back and forth. Clones and Mandalorians ganged up on him, but with an expert use of his saber and precise blasts of electricity from his hands, he kept them all at bay. The Sith soldiers, on the other hand, ducked into the first rampart line and took up covered positions to fire at the other Republic trenches behind it. But there was a problem. The engineers who put this defense line together made sure the ramparts were as indefensible as possible from behind, so that if the Sith did take over a trench line, they wouldn't have the proper cover to hold a line. While this did prove to kill off several of the Sith, it didn't mean that they wouldn't make a recovery and protect themselves. Some of them pushed bodies or rubble or whatever they could find into the line of fire to protect themselves. Dessalus became a moving target with the combination of his flashing crimson blade and electricity, but he kept himself low enough to avoid being hit. As Plo and Mar continued to swing their blades at each other, the heavy tanks for the Sith arrived, planting down just outside the shield as the gunships entered above and fired down onto the Republic lines, hitting artillery pieces and even walkers. Lord Kreia, sensing something outside the shield, looked to the skies, and moments after she did, a Republic fleet exited from hyperspace. This was a combination of warriors sent by High Command after the treaty and the Axis fleet, a combination of veterans and fresh faces mobilized. Hangar bays opened and the Venators fired at the defense fleet. Kreia turned back and looked at her officer, telling him to prepare a counter in case their fleet buckled. This was Sion's chance to prove himself. Nihilus next to him inside the same bridge readied the officers on deck for battle. Back in the midst of total chaos on the ground, Plo fell backwards into the trenches as Mar jumped down after him, overpowering the Keldor again and forcing him into the edge of the wall. Mar's saber slammed down past his face, and Plo slid to the side, countering. His blade connected with Mars' shoulder, forcing the Sith Lord to stagger, and Plo readied himself, rolling his shoulders and presenting his main form. Mar flicked his weapon over his shoulder, presenting Form 3, as the two masters engaged once again. Dessalus, just down the battle line, raised his hand and the Sith warriors rose to their feet and leapt out of the trenches. Thanks to the gunships, enough suppressive fire had been laid down that the Republic artillery couldn't pick off all the Sith tanks that mostly entered the shields by this point. Duchess Satine and Bo-Katan, who were on various sides of the dome, were calling in reinforcements, while monitoring minor sieges on their ends of the fortress. Commander Wolffe leapt forwards into another line, and heaved heavily. He asked for a status report on General Plo, and the Mandalorian next to him gave him Plo's whereabouts. At least the Sith respected a 1 versus 1. Another trooper exclaimed they had reinforcements, hoping that if they held out, they could retain control over the dome. In space, a much different battle was taking place. Instead of a steady standoff with the defending force, Nihilus and Sion presented an aggressive attack. Even though they were protecting Lord Treia's ground forces, her officer almost moved their own fleet into orbit, which would open up a chance for the Republic in-atmosphere fleet to rupture the ground assault. So the officer held off per her command. Leading the joint Republic fleet was a Twi'lek Jedi Knight named Asarati Sarta, and she piloted through the flak of the enemy fleet. The Sith Lords inside the bridge paced across the command deck, giving respective orders and coming to the same conclusion. Nihilus typically avoided these large assaults, as proven by his victory over Skywalker the previous year, but Lord Treia demanded their unity. He pointed towards the center of the Republic line. It was refreshing for a Sith to fight a fleet without Star Destroyers. Venators packed a punch, but they weren't seemingly invincible. Sith starfighters engaged with V-19s and explosions littered the skies. The heavy cannons on both sides of the fleets engaged. Shields buckled and officers gave out commands to deckhands. The Sith in charge watched the Jedi Knight pilot down the middle of the line, avoiding and narrowly escaping death with every passing blast. The bombers and fighters trailing her kept a tight formation, nearly mimicking her every move to avoid destruction. The Sith didn't give orders to focus fire, because the fleet was more worrisome. They couldn't fumble Mandalore a second time. The Twi'lek Jedi General flipped her ship in a circle, spinning away from an incoming Sith fighter, and blasting through a couple more. Just as she got into range of the flagship, she and her bombers unloaded all their torpedoes. A bombing run smacked into the side of the bridge, shaking both Sion and Nihilus off of their feet. As the Lord of Hunger hit the ground, his arm outstretched and he gripped a hold of every single passing by pilot and pulled. The Jedi and all of her clones felt lightheaded immediately as they pulled away from the ship. One at a time, each of their vessels spun out into various directions as limp bodies fell inside the cockpits. Some of the starfighters slammed into each other. One of them decked the bridge of a shieldless destroyer next to them, and the rest were left adrift. Astri Sarta slammed into one of her own men without consciousness, and they both died on impact. Nihilus called back to the rest of the command deck after using his fourth drain, and ordered a focused assault on the Republic flagship. On the surface of the planet, Plo Koon batted Mars backwards and flipped out of the trench towards the incoming Sith tanks. Mar followed him out, and Plo slammed his saber into the side of a tank, sending it into a massive explosion. The Sith Lord chased Plo, but the Jedi Master turned on a heel and moved to do as much damage as possible before he likely died. Behind them, Desolus pushed through yet another line of clones and Mandalorians. Their defenses were caving, and with the artillery slowly falling under heavy fire, the retreat was sounded by one of the Mandalorian guards, knowing that the capital itself would be the safest thing to defend now that the outside had fallen. Commander Wolffe, on the other hand, knew that Plo would die out there without their help, and called upon a couple of his own men, some from both sides, and they made a quick plan to break Plo out. Just as the retreat sounded, heavy fire started to descend onto the shield generator, protecting the dome. One at a time, defenses for the Republic started to crumble. The shields protected everyone and everything, and just as the blue bubbles popped from the inside out, the Republic fleet activated, seeing the distress on the surface. To counter, Lord Treia's in-atmosphere fleet moved forward, creating a total campaign across land, sky, and space above Mandalore. Far from the battle for the Republic's east flank, another fight was transpiring. One of an entirely different rivalry. 3 lightsabers clashed in a rocky forest, all of them crimson. Smoke billowed out of a nearby town as a cruiser belonging to the Void continued to drop bombs on the people. In the middle of the scrum was an operator dispatched to assist the Void in creating a forward command post. Lord Valkorin wished to assist the Void with creating a new slave empire, but also breaking down the eastern flank of the Republic even more with the expected loss at Mandalore. Valkorin understood that the Separatists would be the easiest to break. but the Void would provide him with the proper means to begin working down the Republic, even with their extra forces. Everything with the Void was transactional, and like Valen, Bastila was ensuring that she still had a place by the Sith Emperor's side. Her weapon spun around in her hand and slammed down, knocking Asherad Het off his feet. The new member of the Plaggus cult looked up, as Maul spun forward, igniting the back end of his saber staff mid-swing. Their sabers smashed together in a ringing blast, as they pressed against each other heavily. She attacked him with ferocity, as Crate rose to his feet to attack her. Plaggus had sensed an individual with a high sensitivity to the Force in this system. He wished to abduct whoever they were into his own cult. Maul and Crate attacked her, attempting to capture her for their master. Lightsabers ripped away at one another, as clouds formed over their heads. Thunder cracked away and rain poured down. The Sith continued pushing at one another. Bastila believed that these were rogues, not an entirely different sect. She intended to kill them. She was pushed back into a rock formation and bent out of the way, allowing for Crate to cut through the stone and parry the counters she made against him. He fell back and pressed himself off a tree before shoving her away from him. Maul used the fallen rock formation to swing his weapon down from the sky. Bastila parried just in time, but she was infuriated by this assault. She rolled away from Maul and fired electricity at Crate, who deflected the exploding beam. His face contorted in struggle until he was free when Maul attacked her. Bastila moved out of the way and received another slice across her face, similar to the one Anakin experienced on Dathomir, a little over a month before. She rubbed her cheek, wiping the blood off of it into her glove, and swirled her saber around and attacked. Maul and Crate defended themselves, aggressively countering where they could, before a gang of speeders rushed into the forest. Plaggus' Sith rolled their sabers around to counter the blaster bolts. Maul jabbed at Bastila, but she leapt over his head, and in turning around, pulled the two opposite boulders inwards, towards them. Maul sheathed his saber and raised both of his hands to push the stones down onto the speeders attacking. By the time the gang was dead, their opponent had vanished into the cover of the rainstorm. Crate frustratedly kicked the ground, and Maul planted his hand on his shoulder, calling him brother, reminding him of the curse, the taste of power, of chance, and what it could do for Bastila Shan. They might be seeing her sooner than later. The two of them turned away from the town, facing more explosions and cries from the local population as they were put to sleep by the Void. The forward command post for the Void to begin their slaving empire would soon be put into this hellhole. Inside the crumbling defense line on Mandalore, the Sith formed a firing line. Their heavy tanks, not destroyed by Plo Koon, launched heavy ordnance into the dome, ripping apart lines of shielding. Plo and Darth Maul were still dueling outside of the landing zone of the Sith forces. They were completely isolated from the battle. The starfighters and destroyers overhead clobbered each other, sending debris crashing towards the surface, and they had to avoid it. Lord Kreia watched from afar as Mar swept his saber below Plo's feet, nearly ripping off his legs but missing. The Jedi Master used the Force to shove Mar back so he could regain his composure. This duel had been brutal on both of them, and Mar attempted the same trick that Malgus used to win his fight against Plo on Malachor. Plo had his mask ripped off once, and that was more than enough for him. Every so often, Plo landed a strike on Mar's armor, but nothing too incredibly damaging. The only hit Mar landed by this point was a strike on Plo's wrist protectors, and it hit his metallic arm. They stood apart from each other, growing increasingly tired as their fight continued on. Mar attacked first, again. They traded blows and swapped sides. Plo's back now faced the Sundari Dome for the first time in a while, and Mars faced Treya. Just above them, Sion and Nihilus' fleet supplied reinforcements. The battle with the Republic fleet outside the atmosphere had swung into their favor, thanks to their over-aggression. With the Sith Navy providing aid to the successful attack on the ground, the Republic needed to mobilize. The exterior of the dome had already been lost, the trenches already taken, and Satine called for a rallying. Her sister met up with her across the battlefield. Even though the dome was being peppered by attacks, Desolus still led a ground assault on the defense. He wanted to make sure the Republic crumbled personally, plus Treya would tell him if he needed to vacate the city. Plo watched these attacks file in, as explosions ricocheted across the exterior of the Sundari Dome. Mar puffed his chest and told his opponent that if he surrendered now, he could ensure a painless death. Plo told the Sith Lord that he would never stop them. Mar twisted his head in amusement at this daring approach. The two of them swung in and interlocked yet again. Their blades connected and they tried to overpower one another. It was truly a duel of brutes. Whoever's strength gave out first would determine the victor. Plo wouldn't typically engage in this type of fight, but as a Keldor he had the natural strength and stamina to beat down on a typical humanoid like Mar. They pressed each other harder, their arms giving out, and their footwork becoming sloppy. The echo of blaster fire and artillery blasts drowned out their own engagement, as Plo shoved Mar backwards and swept for his legs. Another parry left Plo staggering, and just when he shoved forward to counter, Mar's shoulders lit with blue blaster bolts. He took on 3 or 4 repetitive shots across the upper part of his armor, and flopped backwards. Plo stumbled, but kept himself up. Wolf and a couple of Mandalorians waved Plo over, and he turned back, looking at the Sith who appeared to be dead, and joined up with his clones. At the top of the Sundari dome, on the free-from-fire landing platform, Decius gutted a Mandalorian guard, and shoved a saber through a clone's chest. Sith soldiers rushed the city, as Bo-Katan's unit attempted to create a defense line inside of it, but it quickly shattered, when a Republic Corvette detonated over their heads and slipped out of the sky, smashing into the ground where they were. The Mandalorians and clones tried to get out of the way, but some of them didn't. Decius took advantage of the chaos by slicing his saber through every injured clone, and yelling out heroically towards his men. They followed his orders readily. The Republic Star Destroyers continued to pound away at the incoming air attack, but the battle was quickly going up in flames for the Republic. Without the reinforcements from above coming in, the Admiral of the fleet called for a retreat. He demanded that they pull all civilians from the city of Sundari and start preparing for the worst. Duchess Satine didn't want to give up her capital, but another ship kamikazed into a skyscraper, cutting it in half and dropping thousands of pounds of rubble onto another group of clones trying to hold a defense line, so she called for a fighting retreat. Judging by the Star Destroyers overhead, he had time to claim his kill on the Duchess. He assumed Mar killed the Keldor by this point, and what was wrong with taking the Darksaber all for himself? He ran through another line of clones. He too was growing tired, but without having to duel Plo Koon for the last however long this assault had been going on, he was doing far better than Mar was at his defeat. The troops that stuck with Decius were still staying strong. They fought with precision and they suffered very little casualties. Despite Decius leading one of the main groups, there were other infiltrators that moved through opened holes in the side of the dome. It was a bloodbath everywhere, with the Republic stretching its forces as thinly as possible. Without Plo or Wolf, the troops were left to the leadership from Satine, Bo, or some other Mandalorian captain. And that wasn't bad, it just was falling apart. Sith tanks continued to pour firepower into the side of the city, breaking through civilian bunkers and killing off innocents. On the backside of the dome, where the gathering was finally getting some movement to get to the fleet, tragedy struck. Lord Traya brought a grouping of Sith gunships around to take out the retreating party. They landed and the soldiers fired into civilians. Clones who were injured pulled their blasters out and returned fire at the Sith. The people of Sundari took cover as the clone officers were slaughtered by the unexpected attack. Mandalorian warriors who were overseeing the retreat from above leapt into the air and fired down at the Sith. Lord Traya walked from one of the gunships and raised her hands. 3 different lightsabers ignited, and she flung the weapons across the barren terrain, cutting through clones, Mandalorians, and civilians alike. She rolled her hands in circular motions, directing her sabers whichever way she needed to kill as many as possible. The Mandalorians who attacked from above were countered by her own soldiers, but they slowly stood little chance against the barrage from Bo-Katan's Night Owls. Traya stepped away from the blaster bolts that crashed down around her, and flung her hand towards the ground, releasing spurts of electricity from it. Like veins, they ripped outwards and surrounded individuals, thus destroying Mandalorians in the air or forcing them to tumble out of the sky to the ground where Sith troopers could pick them off. Bo-Katan avoided the first stalk of electricity before being consumed by the next. Her jetpack launched her across the air and into the side of the dome, leaving her unconscious. Traya turned towards Republic reinforcements, pulling LAATs together and sending off more explosions, before she was pulled back into her gunship and ferried away at the sight of a Republic Corvette coming to send aid. At the sight of a trio of Republic Corvettes coming to protect the innocents. The light vessels pulled out of the air battle to defend the population, but it was a total slaughter, leaving hundreds dead. The destroyers above were still holding strong, but Sundari wasn't. Plo and his rogue troops avoided a majority of the Sith tanks. They took out what they could, but their comms were buzzing with the order to retreat to the fleet. Sundari was falling apart, and thanks to the added attack by Nihilus and Scion, the dome would not survive the battle. Darth Decius still wanted his Darksaber, so as the Sith troopers called off their assault and started backing their troops and tanks away from the dome, he chased after the Duchess. His saber sliced through unsuspecting clones and Mandalorians who fell behind the main group before he stopped and faced the Duchess at the final line. She was pushing troops over the ramparts and giving commands to everyone within her vicinity. Decius called out her royal title, demanding a duel to the death, and she turned back. The rest of the survivors continued to run, and she ignited the Darksaber. Her eyes looked across the horizon and the battlefield before her. She watched the Sith Lord raise his saber into his specified form, and she pulled the Darksaber into her own. Satine had been training since Zana's attack. Now she had yet another Sith vying for control over her planet. They paced around each other. Decius remained solely focused on the saber he wanted so badly. As they swung in towards each other, Satine deignited the weapon, tanking the hit from his lightsaber with her Beskar forearm, and then leaping away with the activation of her jetpack. Decius was more confused than anything else until he turned back to a screeching sound to see one of the Republic Star Destroyers dipping out of the sky, speeding towards him. Panic rushed through his body and he turned on a heel, running, attempting to escape the falling vessel. But he wouldn't. Decius would be crushed under the weight of the Star Destroyer. When it slammed down, an explosion bounced to the sky, crushing support beams for the dome and leveling entire blocks of the capital. The retreating clones and Mandalorians regrouped under the cover of corvettes and escaped the surface towards their designated vessels. The Sith fleet may have destroyed a singular Star Destroyer, but they were far from winning the air battle for Mandalore. Even with the Republic surrendering Sundari, and eventually losing the entire city to various explosions from destroyed vessels, the Sith did not capture Mandalore in the end. The air and eventually space battle would continue for several more hours. The saving grace for the smaller Republic fleet was another counter from the Reserve Axis forces from the core. It was just enough to break the Sith campaign, but it would be too late. Duchess Satine had lost her Mandalore, and now she and the Republic needed to decide what they wanted to do with the planet. At the same time, Lord Traya and Darth Mar departed from the besieged system so that they could inform Lord Valkorin of their victory and their failure. Traya stood flanked by Scion and Nihilus after the battle. They murmured amongst each other in front of Darth Mar's Bacta tank. He floated aimlessly in the blue liquid, which healed the wounds he suffered across his shoulders and chest. They weren't totally fatal, but close enough to ending his life. Traya had every reason to consider this a loss, but it wasn't. The main line of defense on Mandalore was gone. Sundari was nothing but rubble. The Republic had nothing to protect their supply lines with. Inside the flagship, over Coruscant, Zala's eyes opened. She watched Valkorin walk into his throne room. She was knelt down on the far side of the room, near a window that overlooked the planet, but she wasn't facing Coruscant. His slow and methodical walking was something she found curiosity in. He never showed his power, which was truly the antithesis to what the Jedi portrayed the Sith as. She not only admired it, but wanted it. Valkorin sensed her watchful eye and turned over to greet her with a bow. He asked her how her meditations were treating her. Zala looked down at the hologram he had given her, and she expressed that she felt closer towards the darkness, but she also felt incapable of crossing that line. She didn't want to disappoint him. She was trying her hardest to become the student he believed she could be. Valkorin chuckled a little, and told her that she needn't worry. He didn't believe that she wasn't trying. She needed an extra little push. Zala tilted her head, looking for the next answer he would give her. Valkorin walked across the massive chamber and told her that there was much for her to learn. As a Sith, she needed to experience more of the Force. She needed to see the damage done to the galaxy by the Republic. Suffering would only make her stronger. She nodded her head at every word he spoke, hoping to grasp the idea better. He could see this, and he used it to give her an example. He had just read reports about the Void and their successes across the Mid and Outer Rim. The Separatists were making any attempt to reunify with the Republic, per his scout reports. The only reason Valkorin had any clue was because of vessels moving between lines, something that was uncommon. It could be a temporary truce, but he suspected something else. While he didn't openly discuss the potential of the Republic and Separatist alliance, he did speak about the reports he just read from the Void. For example, the aforementioned assault assisted by Bastila was one of dozens of strikes within the past few days. He called these heroic conquests necessary losses of life, so that the galaxy could be rewritten by the victors. The influence of the Republic would forever remain entrenched in the galaxy, unless someone removed it. He was bringing a chance for prosperity to the cosmos. She asked about the Void. They were pirates. They were the scum that enslaved and starved people for control over spice. Valkorin nodded his head. They were an ally he was not proud to have, but they were a means to an end. The Sith Empire would force them to cooperate through a treaty, and once the Republic and Confederacy fell, the Void itself would be destroyed too. Their slave empires would fall, their leadership would be executed, and peace restored to the people. Valkorin helped his apprentice off her mat and asked that she take a walk with him. In this, he referred to her as daughter. The Sith Emperor understood one reality, one truth. He could seduce Zala to the dark side with the promise of family. The same family that was growing on Tier Nanog was being forged by Valkorin, yet the wedge it was creating in his own menage had yet to be seen. Our season continues with a shriek of terror inside of a singular shuttle vessel. The individual twisted and turned. It had been 3 months since this alchemic infection traced itself across her cheek. A thud crashed into the ground as the individual crawled at the floor, trying to break free from the deep voice speaking into her soul. Bastila yelled out with all of her will, trying to break the grip of the malicious force. Lord Plaggus' eyes were rolled into the back of his head as electricity bled into the altar before him on Dathomir. Bastila damned whoever did this to her, and she tried to free herself. As she palmed the ground and tried to pull herself up, she heard a buzzing nearby. Her control console beeped and sounded off again. She turned her head, despite the restriction around her body. The force broke off of her and she collapsed on the ground and looked up through cloudy vision. Her breathing shallowed, and her hand traced the floor up to her wrist so that she could feel her own pulse. Bastila looked at the hologram that burst into life. Valkorin spoke aimlessly into the void of darkness within the shuttle. His orders were simple, as they had always been. Since the fall of Mandalore 3 months before, the Sith Empire had been making counters to the Republic, but the alliance between the Republic and Confederacy was making things difficult. A couple of various battle reports, statistics for the Void, and other specific mentions were made by Valkorin. He was to the point with his ally, but never said more than he needed to. His hologram ended with the next directive. Bastila wasn't even sure if this was real, or yet another waking night terror. Ever since Sulukamai, ever since she was harmed by Maul, she had been experiencing this torment. Plaggus didn't start the night terrors until after she left Sulukamai, to make sure she never connected these events back to the scar on her face, back to the duel with his apprentices. Bastila, despite her intelligence, didn't, and suffered because of it. She heaved heavily, almost regurgitating on the ground, but nothing came out. She infrequently ate or drank anything because of these night terrors. Valkorin was well aware of her suffering, but never went out of his way to change it for her. He saw value in her changing fate. If she found the strength to break the curse, then she would do it. If not, then he would again find a replacement. Over the coming 20 or so minutes, Bastila would regather her composure, rising up to her bed and wiping sweat off her face, before lugging herself over to the control console and slamming down into the seat in front of it. She skimmed the reports she had read a dozen times and again. The trouble for Bastila was whether or not these things were real. She read the same status reports from the Void and Sith Empire a dozen times and again, but it never got anywhere. Like it was with Skywalker, Plaggus made himself visible whenever he wished, disrupting her day, her missions, her actions. He was a leech that pulled on strengths and weakened them in mere moments. Her eyes continued to blur. A tear would slip here or there. She rubbed her face every few minutes. Bastila's brows continued to sweat and her head pulsated. She pressed on the device, scanning through battles and listening to the message sent by Valkorin a second time. She looked at the failure of the Sith over Mon Calamari. Depa Billaba won that battle in a campaign. Bastila watched dozens of reports file in about skirmishes, minor conflicts that resulted in the Republic or Confederacy claiming victories over the pirate faction the Void. The Sith Empire had victories, but in all fairness, and something Bastila recognized, is that those wins would have been harder to win without the Void. As it had been seen throughout the last 3 months, the Void was competent when it came to creating distractions. The Republic simply adapted to their annoyance. Without war dividing the Confederacy and the Republic, the Sith were forced to remain openly competitive. That came back to where her eyes brought her now. The children of Valkorin. They were finally taking her word into consideration, especially Vaylin. After their early encounter after the Battle of Coruscant, the daughter of the Emperor started making headway. She brought a fleet down through Corellia and Duro before dropping out by Gamorre and slaughtering the Separatists. Vaylin's campaign for the last 3 months had put her back on her father's radar. Thexan and Darkan were different stories altogether. Thexan was determined to bring Skywalker's head back to his father, so that he could prove to Zala that she'd been lied to. He wanted her to feel that pain before he killed her with his bare hands. Arkan went down a path closer related to his sister, but instead of leading, he went under the wing of another Sith, Marka Ragnos. These 3 siblings, despite making themselves more redeemable in their father's eyes, were not close to him. The only one that remained within his flagship on the daily was the traitorous Jedi. Bastila leaned back in her seat, feeling the weight of Plaggus lift off her shoulders as she read that Thexan had abandoned his makeshift military to go on a crusade to find Anakin and kill him. That led Bastila to her mission directive. Valkorin needed her to sneak into a Republic outpost, building over Fondor deep in the colonies. Thanks to Skywalker's heroics and the freeing of the Axis of 3, and unity between factions, the Republic made a push towards the core. Fondor, which had long been a stable shipyard before the return of the Sith, was now becoming a forward command post for the Republic. Rumor had it that one of 3 Jedi counselors could be present. Her mission was simply to repeat Skywalker's mission, do anything within her power to wipe out the counselor and take down the Republic outpost. Valkorin knew a straight fight could become victorious for them, but he needed proof of Bastila's effectiveness before going that far. There were 3 options that he saw coming from this battle. 1, Bastila would successfully complete her mission, creating a disruption and departing without dying. 2, she'd go into the mission but die in the process. Or 3, Bastila would be captured and or killed without resolving anything, but at least he would know that her use to him had worn its welcome. She really didn't know the stakes, or at least how truly high they were, but she understood that Valkorin was growing impatient with the status of the war. There were whispers from within the ranks of the other Sith Lords that were wondering how far Valkorin's criminal syndicate alliance could take their empire, and if Valkorin had the juice to push them to total galactic dominance. Some rumors floated about that he had become too interested in the training of Zala, but that also couldn't be further from the truth. She was a tool to him, as was everyone who entered his circle. Bastila grabbed the coordinates and departed for Traer, which was just east of Fondor. Inside the core, another surge of activity bursted from the ground on Coruscant. Zala stood at the holotable, watching blips on the map move in formation. The troopers under Jaral and Revan were making counters against the Sith. Zala had been pushed further down the path of the dark side. She had been overseeing this battle between the light and the dark on Coruscant. Valkorin didn't want her going up against Revan yet, because he was a cunning strategist and warrior. However, he wanted her to have the illusion of control. At her young age, she needed to be a capable master of battle, someone who understood patience is control, that to defeat the Republic, especially with their overwhelming Star Destroyers, the Sith needed to strike precisely. Zala understood that in even more ways than Valkorin expected, but her Jedi training had made her tame. Losing clone troopers made her feel regret and pain. Valkorin transformed that very pain into power. Every waking moment since her first arrival, he'd been pushing her deeper down the dark path, and finally she found some semblance of home within it. She actively watched people die under her command. Sith soldiers went into combat against Revan and Betrayal. Many of them died. As she learned, Coruscant could never be liberated. Revan was one of Valkorin's top targets. He wanted him dead, and Betrayal, that rat scum from the capital, he needed to go too. At this moment, Zala was watching over yet another failed assault. It wasn't really a failure, truthfully. She'd been told by Valkorin that he wanted Revan to be killed. This wasn't something she could attain, and he knew that. These battles were simply tests to see how much she wanted it. Who would she sacrifice for victory? How much was she willing to risk for Revan's head? Zala didn't recognize the test, but she knew that simply killing the butcher of the Sith Empire and the strategist of the Coruscant guerrillas wouldn't be easy. Valkorin wanted to see if she'd be anything like Thexan or Arcan. She, instead of throwing all of her troops into the belly of the beast like they had against the Star Forge, she patiently collaborated with Sith officers to send in troops and marauders at an even pace. Unlike the battle at System 9Z1, where forces were thrown into the monstrous space station, she created perimeters, lost men absolutely, sacrificed others definitely, but proved to be a cautious leader. Too cautious for a Sith. Something Valkorin graded her poorly on in secrecy. He watched her movements, and despite failing to defeat Revan or kill Betrayal, she did keep the rebels at bay. Zala mimicked movements, utilizing strategies that aligned with the clone army, General Skywalker, and Morden, as well as adapting to the movements of the rebels. To specify, she also didn't realize she was doing that. She was just using her training with the Jedi really effectively. Instead of taking the brute approach some within the ranks of the Empire might take, she refined a strategy that might need some refining, but focused on true Sith values while doing so. Valkorin didn't reward this or acknowledge it. He simply made a note and moved on. With the 3 children going out into the galaxy to make him proud, and the borders of the Sith Empire shrinking, he was ready for a pupil, someone that could represent him without failure, someone to be the apprentice that would attract attention away from the throne. There were many variables Valkorin considered when bringing Zala under his wing. All of them benefited him specifically, whether it be the encouragement of his children to feel pressure, force other Sith to become envious of Zala, or result in a fracture of the Jedi Order. He believed any of them would aid him personally. In this current trajectory, Zala was becoming his apprentice. The second in line to his throne, from the outside perspective, would encourage others to see Zala as a target. The children would naturally want her dead so that they could rise in her place. Other hopeful Sith lords would feel unseen because a Jedi Padawan rose to such a position. All eyes would be on her, not on him, and he saw that subtly with the marauders and acolytes growing frustrated every time she gave them orders. Now though, she would be accompanying him for yet another challenge. Above Mandalore, Master Windu stood on a commanding ship, speaking to the locals. Sundari was nothing but rubble. The people of Mandalore had been given multiple options by their leader. Republic High Command refused to surrender the system after Lord Treya's navy destroyed the city. Their plan involved creating a superstructure in space and removing the Mandalorians unless they volunteered to stay behind. Satine didn't intend on leaving Mandalore either, so the plan was divided up as such. People had 3 options, the first of which was to relocate to a Republic-selected outpost for civilians. This typically came by being placed into an inner territory planet, one that wasn't on the border of action and wouldn't likely ever see any action. The other 2 options were to go to Concordia or Kalevala. Princess Bo-Katan would oversee all Mandalorians on Concordia, while the Duchess would do the same at Kalevala. Satine planned to maintain strike bases on both of these moons, in case the Sith or the Void came through. but the Republic now had a massive gathering in the middle of Mandalorian airspace, basically using the system as a staging grounds. This allowed troops to move easily between the south and north to Admiral Coburn's fleet, which had migrated north of the core towards Agamar. It also permitted reinforcements to join up with General Balaba over Mon Calamari. Mace Windu was only here to bring fresh supplies he captured during numerous skirmishes around Hutt space, including strikes at Boz Pity, Bunta, Ultar, Roche, Togoria, and Jabim. Most of these victories were against the Void, but there was a single battle with the Sith over Bunta. Didn't really matter, he and his forces won all those battles anyways. Mace continued to shift into different fleets, so he wasn't with Captain Rex or Admiral Yularen in this deployment. The space station over Mandalore was growing in size because the Republic fortified the planet more than they had before. Thanks in part to the alliance with the Confederacy, the Republic had been able to remove some of their forces from critical defense points near the Outer Rim around Confederacy territory. This also, on the surface, immediately sounds like a terrible idea, but it wasn't for a number of reasons. High Command didn't redistribute vessels or fleets by completely leaving territory unprotected near the CIS. Due to the continuous war with the Void and the Syndicates getting clobbered from multiple sides, they no longer were on the offensive, so Republic forces were able to hold more defensive positions. Admiral Trench and General Kalani presented themselves as trustable individuals, but the Republic still hadn't gotten over Tarkin's treachery. If one of their own could do it, so could Admiral Trench. By this point, the Republic stayed alive because they stayed alert, and most importantly, remained protected. The superstructure over the Mandalore system, as Mace noted in his briefing, that he would deliver to the High Council, would be the biggest space station controlled by the Republic at this point in the war. Space station, not superstation. Satine and Bo planned to build up their strike bases, but move all Mandalorians in system to the station when it was finished. The Grand Master clasped his hands behind his back and requested to relocate the fleet. They dropped off their supplies and were planning to push closer towards the core. His fleet was going to move down the Hydian Way to Bogdan to press hard against the Empire. Over Numidian Prime, Lord Valkorin's flagship rocked out of hyperspace. In front of them was a shipyard, one similar to the one destroyed over Coruscant, but not nearly as large. Zala walked behind her instructor as he pointed at the resurgent destroyers. He let her walk to the edge of the viewport. Her eyes scanned each of the vessels. Massive weapons. These large triangular battleships were equipped with hundreds of turbo cannons and an assortment of experimental weapons. It was, as Valkorin thought to himself, as his triumph over the Jedi on Coruscant. They could take his blueprints and his space station, but he would take their lives as a trade. These resurgent Mark IIs weren't a direct copy of the original. Their construction started following the destruction of the shipyard over Coruscant. So in the sequential timeline, the Coruscant docking yards were started, and then the Sith began construction on other space stations. Just as they did, the resurgents were started over Coruscant with the original blueprints. It all fell apart after that, with the attack by the Jedi and then of course the loss of the original plans. But the Sith engineers crafted up these makeshift vessels. Valkorin placed himself away from her for a moment and let her soak in this moment. Zala could have two reactions, one being anger and potentially sadness, or the other wishing to kill him. Her master had one mission, destroy the resurgent. In Zala's mind, because she didn't know the truth, thought that Natabre died for nothing. The young apprentice stood there, with her hand on the edge of the windowsill. Her heartbeat raced faster and faster until it stopped. In one short moment, her body mimicked this cease. Blood stopped flowing through her veins, her mind went silent, and her breath stood still. That moment, despite lasting for just a second, ended with her heart slowing down. Zala's fist balled against the glass, and behind her, one of the officers on deck lifted out of his control seat. He grasped at his neck and kicked his feet in the air. Valkorin's eyes shifted to his right and then back to his left where she stood. He was curious where she was planning on going with this move. The snap of his vertebrae dropped him out of the air and he slammed into his seat, falling lifelessly into an abstract position. Zala turned around and told Valkorin that this instrument of destruction needed to see its use. The Republic was pushing too close to their territory. They were surrendering victories that didn't need to be losses. They needed to send a message to the Republic, something that they could understand and remember and fear. Valkorin raised his hand and everybody stopped in place on the command deck. He then thought for a moment, before turning to his right and asking if any of these vessels were ready for a fight. The officer nodded, shuffling over and handing the Emperor a holopad. Valkorin handed it back over and told Zala that she would have the first chance to show the galaxy what the Sith were capable of, to remind the Republic what they were up against. It should be mentioned that while the Sith went for vicious kills and often murdered civilians in the name of conquest, they weren't nearly as aggressive as they had been after their return. This actually started during Exar Kun's rule. The Sith blew through systems, displaced entire populations, and left the rest in rubble. Nowadays, they didn't really go for the throat. They conquered and won battles because victory was more important, but the people, they only died when firefights were raging, not after. It was due more so to Valkorin's change in command, but also because Exar Kun was so focused on the Star Forge. Valkorin saw the value in slave armies, individuals that would be broken and given two options, like Zala, but different options. These people could protect their families by serving the Sith Empire, or become slaves. The second option meant that everyone in said family became a slave. On every system or planet, there were multiple settlements, some for the slaves and others for the quote-unquote civilized populations. The next few hours would have the makeshift crew appointed to the first Resurgent-class Star Dreadnought, or the Resurgent Mark II, and Zala would be given command over the vessel. A continuous game with Zala was Valkorin's chain pulling. The belief that one held control is what gave him so much power over the Sith Empire. Many individuals that bent a knee to him or respected him only did so because they believed they held value to him, which sure, it could have been to a capacity with some individuals, but they were always a means to an end, so he could secure more power and more control. Zala's control over this vessel wasn't real. She was given a directive. She needed to complete it. Out on one of the spare moons of Numidian Prime, there was one of those colonies of people, individuals whose family members joined the Sith Empire. Valkorin knew the deal he made with those people who quote-unquote volunteered to join the military, that if they joined, he would protect their families. But these people were also dead weight for the Sith Empire. They hurt the supply chain for food that needed to go to the front lines. Soldiers were infinitely more important than colonies of people, and this specific one on the third moon of the system had an intake greater than 90% of any other non-slave colony in their jurisdiction. Valkorin didn't hide the reality of this. He told her the truth. Instead of brainwashing Zala with the belief that these were Republic loyalists or separatists or rebels, he told them what they really were. They hurt the Sith Empire by taking too much, by being greedy, and not sparing more for their troops. If she wanted to be a competent Sith Lord, someone who could wield power and conscience, then she would do away with them, with true balance. That's how he described it, balance. Zala stood at the helm, slowing her breath as the resurgence drifted closer and closer to the moon. She had every option to turn back, to let her time with the Sith die in that moment, along with her soul. It felt like an eon to get through the atmosphere. The moment she saw the town, she spoke the word fire. Turbo lasers ripped out from the underbelly of the starship. Explosions billowed out of the ground. People ran into varying directions and buildings were leveled. Zala reveled in the moment. She could feel the destruction, and as the minutes passed by, she raised her hand. Everyone on the bridge stopped what they were doing and looked towards the Emperor. Valkorin watched his quote-unquote apprentice cautiously as she turned around and reached her hand out towards his belt and ripped off her lightsaber. The gift he told her would belong to her when the moment was right. She ignited the weapon and asked him if it was really hers. Valkorin, without really pausing, nodded his head, watching her amber eyes become consumed with the crimson glow of the blade. Whether she was actually losing her purity and transforming her eyes into hues of yellow, he could not see. But the nod of Valkorin's head told her all she needed to know, and the saber retracted and landed on her waist this time. She stepped towards the exit and he followed her, with members of the High Guard mirroring them. The people of the colony took cover and protected themselves with whatever they could. They didn't want to die, and simply hoped that this was all a mistake. They were promised protection. Some of the local leadership members that survived moved to the front of the town and waited for the shuttle doors to open. When the ramp hit the ground, they saw a girl followed by the Emperor's guards. At the top of the ramp, Valkorin watched, waiting to see her move. He didn't say a word to her. He just let her do what she wanted. Zala finally made it to the group of leaders and told them to kneel. They did as she requested and begged for their survival in different ways. Some pleaded for answers and Zala watched them. The power that had been promised to her stood before her in this moment. She let them cry for mercy, for the Sith Empire to spare them as they had promised, and she looked at them sincerely, helping the mayor of the town off of her knees. Zala nodded in agreement. The Empire did promise the people that they'd be safe and protected, but she never made those promises. Her lightsaber ignited straight into the mayor's heart, and her eyes shot open in surprise. Zala ripped the saber out and swung it down across the woman's body before targeting the other members of the town's leadership. She led the guards into town, and instead of utilizing the resurgent Mark II, she and the guards slaughtered everyone with their own weapons. Fires raged on, and in the end, the final survivor was dragged across the ground by their sleeve. The Emperor stood outside his shuttle and watched Zala drag the man up to his location. She shoved the elder man to the ground and he rolled into the dust. His face and body were covered in ash, soot, and blood. Valkorin looked down at the man whose arm shook and trembled. Zala told the Sith Emperor that it was done, the way it should have been finished. The elder man looked up and recognized the Emperor, telling him that his broken promise would cost him everything. Valkorin's eyes tilted downwards and he frowned. At that, Zala's lightsaber ignited, and the man's head was removed. Zala knelt down before the Emperor and presented him her lightsaber and bowed her head. Valkorin put his hand on the weapon, telling her that she had earned her place. She had proven herself as a capable Sith. There was still so much more to learn, and he looked forward to seeing her prove herself. He gently pressed the saber back down towards her and flipped his hand around. Zala's eyes lifted up to see a hand, and she took it. The Emperor helped her off the ground, and they reunited inside the shuttle. She was what he hoped she would become. Her training was far from complete, but she had shown her capacity for making people suffer, for bringing pain to the galaxy. Zala was slowly transforming into the Sith that Valkorin wanted her to be. On the planet of Tyr, Bastila landed her starship. The moment it touched the ground, she fell out of the vessel. Her mind was consumed by that external presence. It lurked over her, creeping into her thoughts and tugging at her brain. The tall moon creature followed her down the ramp, shrouded in darkness. His voice cut through the air and told her that she could never escape him. She was a slave of his power, and she would come to him of her own control. No amount of darkness would save her from this suffering. Bastila grabbed her lightsaber and ignited it, swinging forward and missing the figure. She didn't actually miss. She cut through him, but Plaggus wasn't there. She threw herself so hard with the attack that she ended up on her back, and he looked at her warily. She didn't have to do this to herself. She had the potential to live a much more prosperous life, one where she could free herself from these shackles. Bastila didn't know who Plaggus was, or even what he was. She simply believed it was some sort of witchcraft, a design plan to rip her away from the Sith Empire. But that was never what Plaggus wanted. Bastila crawled away and Plaggus raised his hands and twisted them into a circle, her body contorted matching the motion. She wheezed out in agony, but didn't beg for mercy. She refused to. She was a Sith. Plaggus told Bastila that she could be free from this. She knew where to find him. His hands stretched outwards and she was flung across the ground, flipping through the mud and dirt before landing at the base of a tree. She heaved heavily, as she did before, and she pushed herself off the ground when she regathered her strength. Bastila believed that this was some sort of warlock. He never associated himself with the Sith, and she had known of his whereabouts for a long time. There were many questions about this figure. If he was on Dathomir, was he a member of the Night Sister cult? Perhaps he was a trick created by Valkorin to prove her loyalty. She really didn't know what it meant, but she convinced herself that the entity was a distraction, a simple mind-numbing game to throw her off of her talents. It's why she needed to complete this mission over Fondor, to prove herself as a continuously useful ally to the Emperor. She had to do it. Bastila wiped mud from her face and moved towards the shuttle so she could realign her satellite and do an external scan of Fondor's defense systems. Chances are, things would change by the time she arrived, but it never hurt having extra information about a target. After a few hours, she was feeling much better. No longer was her head groggy. She was able to enjoy the nature on Traer and breathe. The entity didn't appear, and she again refused to speak to Valkorin or any other Sith about it. The concept of an unaligned Sith force existing out in the galaxy never crossed her mind. The two she fought on Seleucami were simply traitors, likely killed off by the Confederacy or the Jedi. She moved a couple nodes on the console before a transmission came through. It was the Emperor. Valkorin gave her direct orders to avoid completing her mission over Fondor. She became hesitant for a moment, hoping that she hadn't failed. He shook his head, sensing this concern, but he still wanted Bastila to be worried. Just like Thexan, Valen, and Darkan were frightened about their position with their father, and Zala her master, he needed every cur to feel similarly. Bastila listened as he relayed new orders to her. Jedi Master Quinlan Voss was making his way closer to the Hutt world of Nalhutta. His success against other Void forces was of concern. Whatever the Jedi Master broke out of the Void's enforcer, Black Chrysanthemum, needed to be covered up. Bastila asked about Fondor and his eyes closed and he flexed his mouth, before he told her that Zala would be proving her ineffectiveness or effectiveness against a true Republic fleet. Bastila asked about Coruscant then. If they were abandoning it, what would happen to the individuals trapped on the surface? Valkorin enforced his point, perhaps more than he ever had, that Revan needed to be left to die. There were enough warriors around the system to make sure he remained on the planet. If he tried to escape, he would be killed. As for her, she needed to forget about that attachment. She should remember how far she got in his absence. That was done by her own will, not by Revan's. Let him die or join him. The transmission cut off before she could receive her direction. Bastila's hands trembled as she rolled her seat around and tapped on the engine's console. Her breath shook and she fought frustration back. In an effort to convince herself, she reminded herself that Valkorin was right. She needed to do his bidding. As the engines of the vessel warmed up, she turned back on the computer and searched through reports that might identify Quinlan Voss or his forces. She would continue to hunt and search for a location until getting his whereabouts and departing from Traer to the Outer Rim. Zala and her master returned from Numidian Prime with one Resurgent-class dreadnought. The Mark II was a massive vessel, bigger than Republic Star Destroyers, and it fit inside his fleet perfectly. She no longer needed to call his throne room or his flagship her home. From now on, they would train in various locations, and she would lead the attack at Fondor. That wasn't a choice either. He was putting his earned trust into her, and she had the opportunity to break it or keep it. She'd be dealing with a Republic outpost, but that did not mean that she could doubt its capabilities. They would be prepared for an attack because of its location on the front lines. Zala followed behind Valkorin as he told her what she'd be getting. This came with a report of the starships he was willing to give her, and the troop numbers she'd be dealing with. Being that this was such an important victory for the Sith, she wasn't permitted to slip up. With Malgus moving behind enemy lines and another coalition discussion coming in the next few hours, Valkorin didn't have time to be wasting on failures. He didn't say much more to her. This was simply her mission, and she had the power to determine if it was successful or not. The way he phrased it, the gaslighting, the manipulation if you will, was if she wanted to be like his children, she would fail. If she wanted to become something more, as his daughter, then she would succeed, regardless of the challenge present. Zala bowed her head. The two of them quietly walked to the command bridge of the Resurgent Mark II, and he introduced her to a few Sith Marauders that were being placed under her command, and the command officer that would be assisting her with the space battle. He only bowed to her before leaving. It may have not been as kind and consoling as Natabre would have tried to be, but Zala by this point understood the truth. This is what she needed. Her master's sacrifice was so she could become what the galaxy needed, the apprentice of the Sith Emperor, the daughter he deserved, the warrior that would bring the Republic to its knees and peace and balance to the Force in the galaxy. She looked to the command deck and gave them orders to form up their fleet just away from Valkorin's navy. Zala wanted to see her fighting force at its full strength before giving the instruction to depart into hyperspace. As she stood at the front of the bridge, next to the viewport, taking in the moment, her marauders surrounded her. She turned back, acknowledging them all with a bow, and thanking them for joining her on this mission. Zala was the shortest of the group, and by far the youngest. These marauders had all pledged themselves to the Sith Emperor, and they were rewarded with service to a 17-year-old apprentice. She told them to meet in the hangar bay and await further orders, which is what they did. Zala gave the final command to jump the hyperspace, and her fleet exited from Coruscant's orbit towards Fondor. Across the stars on Tier Nanog, the Jedi dispersed. Their training for the day was over, and a young Caleb Doom thanked Sola Grey for helping him understand the concept of today's instruction. She nodded with a smile, holstering the Jedi holocron she was holding, and watching the young Jedi wander off to find his surviving friends. Sola turned to Opa Rancisis, who had gathered up under the Tree of Life at the center of the temple grounds. The ANT droids were still working tirelessly to construct the living quarters of the temple. It may have been 3 months, but the initial structure didn't survive a hurricane, so it had to be rebuilt, with more architecturally sound foundations for the weather movements on this planet. Opa was disappointed with that, but not upset, because no one was hurt or killed during the hurricane. They actually all packed up during the event and stayed above the massive storm inside the light cruiser that was originally over the planet. Afterwards, they had to pick up the pieces, but it was almost all finished again. The temple was beautiful. It had ridges, arches, and looked more like an ancient structure than anything they had on Coruscant. But there was one truth that Opa would come to realize, even in his old age. The ancients were more impressive than they ever gave them credit for. This new temple was a combination of the old elements and the new. This would be their timeless temple, the sanctuary for their order to rebuild in peace. He greeted Sola and thanked her for everything she had helped with. Their dynamic had become a different relationship in the last few months. All of the fears that she was planning to betray the Jedi had left him. But there was still one thing Opa wanted to know about his young friend. How was she handling those visions? Sola nodded her head. She had done better thanks to her help with Anakin. Whatever he experienced because of the entity, which was Plaggus, he used to help her through this. Anakin wasn't relegated to Tier Nanog. He and his apprentice typically took the Special Forces approach. Anywhere that needed extra leadership and talent, they went. It was difficult to be away from Cody and Coburn for so long, but they were still effective. Just like their attack in the core months before, they were winning. That's all the Republic and the Jedi could ask of them. Ahsoka's training and development was going extremely well. Sometimes she'd be upset about Zala, but her focus had changed. She could only hope that her friend was doing well when she ran away, and living the best life that she could live. Ahsoka had to focus on herself. It was also very positive for both Anakin and Ahsoka because they were able to frequently return to their new home, which helped Anakin the most. He was able to spend time with Natabre every night that they were here on Tier Nanog. He would lie down on the ground or in a cot in the medical tent and sleep there. It didn't change how he interacted with any of the Jedi, but he just wanted to be present. Natabre's condition had gotten better, though the medical droids believed it would take more time. However, one positive is that the medical personnel avoided telling Anakin about the time she almost flatlined. That remained a secret. Natabre was doing well right now, and that's all that mattered. For Skywalker, outside of visiting his friend, he continued to train Ahsoka, and that came with Sola Grey earning the trust of Opa Rancisis. As a counselor, Skywalker had the chance to use his influence to help others. Sola Grey specifically saw that special treatment, which wasn't really all that special. He believed that she carried her weight around Tier Nanog. Sola was always trying to help the younglings, and many members of the council remained cautious to say the least. Skeptical was always the feeling Anakin felt when she was referenced by them. He made it so that she could actually have her lightsaber back, and Opa Rancisis helped her heal it. Sola's lightsaber wasn't purely white. Instead, it was an extremely light blue, but it no longer held a crimson glow. Of course, Anakin used this to benefit his own apprentice too. Master Rancisis was cautious, and Anakin told him to cool his jets. Ahsoka and Solo would spar with their sabers, and then Anakin would tag in and spar with Ahsoka. It was a revolving circle of dueling, but it helped Ahsoka advance. Due to all their missions around Void territory and the few assorted ones with the Sith, she needed to be ready. He requested that Solo use some of her Sith training to make sure Ahsoka was prepared for cheap tricks. Regardless, what Oppo asked Sola Grey about would be answered here. She was dealing with her visions well. Anakin's insight was very helpful, but so was healing her Kyber crystal and being accepted as one of them. As they had determined was that Sola's struggles came from a combination of things. Bastila wasn't ever there. She never did try to infiltrate a Jedi planet. She didn't even know Sola existed. Sola's heart was still conflicted and she was looking for belonging, and a part of her wanted to return to the Sith sometimes. That's why she really envisioned Bastila, not because she was actually there. Sola told this to Anakin, and he honestly couldn't blame her. She wasn't dedicated to the Sith path or joining their ranks, but the Jedi had only ever been hostile to her like they were with Zala before she left. Sola frequently went out of her way to help people and make sure the younglings remained comfortable. When a student had questions and the instructors were busy, she took them under her wing. Sola did request to remain away from active combat, but it was because the Jedi accepted her as one of their own that she finally killed off that former part of her. She was free from the dark side, and now her dedication felt like a reality. While the two Jedi were speaking, Anakin sat quietly on a small mound near the temple grounds. His eyes were shut and he was meditating. He didn't want to admit it to himself, but he felt that maybe he needed this time alone. Not in this specific moment, but without Natabre. He found himself in the light. He understood who and what he was. Anakin wasn't fluctuating between light and dark nearly as much as he would have been, and he made amends with that part of his past. He wanted Natabre, but he needed to first see that he had to have himself. These past few months had challenged him, but he survived, and that was a testament to his character and to what kind of Jedi he could be and was becoming. His breath was calm and the wind drifted through the air. It was surreal. Tier Nanog felt like his true home, similar to how Actu did whenever he meditated. He eagerly thought of what it would be like to introduce Natabre to this planet, and that was his moment of clarity. Skywalker's eyes opened and he smiled. No longer did he think of the negatives first. Zala was gone and that was painful. Actu was betrayed and destroyed and that was traumatic. But he found home in the peace and serenity. There was darkness all around the galaxy and around him, but he discovered where to find happiness. Anakin now knew how to bring that peace to himself and those around him, as he had for Ahsoka and then Sola Grey on this very planet. At that, he finished his meditation. It was fulfilling. His own internal agony and suffering was at an end. He pushed himself off the soft grass and looked at the gorgeous weeping willow shining in the rising moonlight, and then he stepped towards it. Our season continues inside the governmental rotunda of the Democratic Sentience Coalition of Mon Calamari, otherwise known as DSC. Jedi General Depa Billaba was receiving a gift from the collaborative branch of government. In the years since the return of the Sith, the system of Mon Cala had been subjugated to terror. The Sith attacked the planet, killed millions, and blockaded everything, hoping to trap the Mon Cala and the Corran, eventually with the desire to see them become enslaved shipbuilders of their fleets. The two warring factions of Mon Cala, that had never truly united, came together under the vast seas of their planet to stop the Sith. It had been tried over and again by the Empire, but every attack on the system failed. Thousands of soldiers dove into the sea and never returned. That left this coalition with the gift for the Jedi. Master Billaba and her troops had secured the planet and freed it from the terror of the Sith. They were waiting for the moment to strike back, but because they had defended themselves underwater, the Mon Cala and Corran never made any move to escape the surface of the planet. The Sith tried everything. Why would the Corran or Mon Cala try and leave if they could just remain protected under the water? Their government's gift to the Republic and the Jedi wasn't just a present. but also a barter. In the death of Mon Calamari's prince and royal family due to the Sith, this government was created. It was flimsy, but it functioned, which is all that really mattered. Their offering was a fully mobilized Mon Calamari fleet to ward off the Void. They understood that the Republic had been working hard to unite the people of the galaxy against the Sith, and how that had fallen short at numerous turns. Depa, as a representative of the Jedi Order and Republic High Command, promised to accept this contribution and unite it with Republic forces attacking the northern tip of Void territory. The reason the Mon Cala didn't request for a full-blown attack against the Sith Empire was due to strategy. They were completely aware of the dynamic in the galaxy. Their maps had been updated frequently due to scouts who snuck into the fleet that hovered above the planet for months. The reports depicted won and lost battles, the rise of the Void, the alliance with the Confederacy, and so forth. They may have not participated in anything other than their own defense, but they knew. The Coalition's leadership offered up General Akbar for the assault on the Void, though there were some varying concerns about the Sith Empire from the northwest and what else the Void might be doing. Depa Billaba looked to her clone commander, Gray. He nodded and handed her a communication device that she flipped on when it reached her hand. It displayed the galactic map, and she spoke about plans from the Jedi High Council. Their efforts in collaboration with Admiral Trench and the Confederacy had been very successful. There were minor hyperspace lanes that the CIS had been using throughout the war to ferry their industrial troops to and from. The Republic had also been avoiding open conflict with the Separatists in those areas of the galaxy up until the treaty. Now, thanks to missions led by Even Peel, Anakin Skywalker, Quinlan Vos, and even a few strikes from Shaak Ti, whenever the Void got too close to Boravio or Camino, the Void was crumbling. It was a collaborative effort, and thanks to the Confederacy, they could soon collectively turn their attention towards the Sith Empire. The leaders of the factions in this government murmured to each other as Depa stepped to the center of the room and told them that they had done more than enough for themselves. The Republic would not ask for their people to fight any longer, but if they desired this path, then they would be grateful for their assistance. One of the Quarren men stepped forth from the crowd of politicians and told her that the people of Mon Calamari collectively wanted victory. They cared not for what it would cost them. They had already lost more than enough. Millions of their kind had been slaughtered. It was at this that the Quarren man suggested and also requested for the chance to speak to the connected branch of other systems that had their own independent militias, navies, or armies. The DSC wanted the chance to bring together a collective military to aid the Republic and the Confederacy. Their enemy was only the Sith Empire, and while the Republic could front millions of clone troopers, those numbers would not last forever, similarly to the Separatists. While the heroics of the Mandalorians would be championed for generations, everyone had their stake in this fight. They would offer their fleets, but they wanted to bridge the gap between the other star systems ready to also fight back. A Mon Cala man added to his political ally that they had so many volunteers that they had to cut off the number of people willing to fight, because it could cause a population drought on their home world. Plus, they didn't have enough vessels or weapons for everyone who actually wanted to join. Surely there were others in the galaxy that wanted to fight. Depa smiled and nodded her head, promising to bring them all into contact with the leaders of several Republic and Separatist aligned star systems. Commander Gray would remain with the Mon Cala government and assist them with getting into contact with these other planets. In orbit, over the system, Depa would do the same with planets aligned to the Confederacy, but prepared with able-bodied warriors. As she stood inside the command deck, she watched massive Mon Calamari cruisers rise out of the atmosphere. These were regular transports transformed into battleships. At the helm of their impressive fleet was General Akbar. From the bridge of his own vessel, he contacted Depa. His hologram presented itself inside the destroyer, and he looked to the Jedi General and her officers. He told them that they were heading straight south to Lothal, and then would begin their attack on all Void planets beyond it. He then suggested that they take their fleet back north and cut off the hyperspace lane so that the Sith could not travel south from Comeria, Tufa, or Florn. With that, he wished that the Force be with them, and the magnificent Mon Cala fleet departed into hyperspace. In the following few hours, Commander Gray would return and inform his Jedi General about the situation. The DSC, Mon Cala government, was already working on getting into contact with the Mandalorians, the Bothans, Umbarans, and a few others that eagerly awaited for their shot at battle. She thanked him for everything, as another holocommunication beeped at the central console. Depa turned around and looked at the holograms that popped up. Shaak Ti stood between Lama Su and Nala Se. Master Balaba squinted her eyes and realized that they weren't inside the Kaminoan facilities. Lama Su, the Prime Minister of the Kaminoan, spoke first. He asked Depa how her assault had gone, and she reported on the entire situation with the Democratic Sentience Coalition of Mont Calamari, plus General Akbar's coming assault on the Void. He applauded their efforts in the Northeast. They had done very well from his perspective. His eyes blinked, and he adjusted his posture slightly to inform her that there were new developments coming from the Borovia facilities. Depa was encouraged. Shaak Ti nodded her head, and one at a time, each of their available members of the High Council joined the discussion. A few Republic admirals from High Command did as well. Master Balaba was a little surprised. She didn't really expect this to be a debriefing, but she had also been in gridlock with the Mon Cala's DSC branch, so they weren't able to get into contact with her. Regardless, Lama Su welcomed everyone to the call and told them of their recent and semi-urgent developments. He turned his head and gestured towards Nala Se, who told everyone that the double advanced cloning on Borovio had been an overall success, with 7% fatality, 4% developmental struggles, and 1% defect rate. 88% of the double accelerated clone army would be prepared in the coming few months for battle. The Jedi and officers looked to each other, thinking back on the beginning of this project. Nala Se went through some of the basics, since it had been so long. Due to the rise of the Sith Empire and the lack of preparedness the galaxy had, the Republic came to the conclusion to create more clones, using Kamino's abandoned satellite campus on Borovio. Nala Se was tasked with coming up with the perfect formula for putting clones on the front lines almost overnight. While Kamino would continue to pump out the extra million-plus units as promised before Geonosis, the Republic needed more troopers. Borovio was a hodgepodge of cloning ingenuity. Nala Se hadn't only stretched out the Jango Fett genome, but also changed how it developed. In the first few weeks, a trial run was completed with a weekly acceleration. Obviously, there were several defects with clones born and then transformed into fully developed men in the span of a week, but it worked for a small placebo group. Nala Se cited the success of that specific experiment and did the math to break it down into a 2-year program. Every clone bred on Borovio was created following the fall of Coruscant, making all of them younger than the biological age of 2. Developmentally, despite how wrong it might be morally or even ethically, these clones would be fully grown human males by the end of the year. At this current rate, the first 2 batches created on Borovio, accounting for about 45,000 units, would be prepared for active combat in the next 3 weeks, if that. She did admit that they could enter combat now, but they had to complete their growing, so that there weren't armor malfunctions on the front lines, if you will. Nala Se tapped on the control pad and a whole series of holograms popped up for every single individual joining this discussion. It showed the developmental phases for every clone on Borovio, compared to the original batches from Kamino. She did admit that while these clones would have less time to train and develop their individual skills, their training was harder on them, therefore better for their development. Due to stretching out the genome, they were also a little less personable. They still harbored unique human emotions, attachments, and personalities, but they were muted. She hypothesized that interacting with the alpha generations from Kamino would help them find their personas. A couple questions and answers were shared between the individuals looking in, and everyone got their best understanding of the situation. For example, this type of cloning wouldn't be replicated on Kamino until every current batch finished, or that these clones were more likely to have less leadership positions. Though there was one thing saved for a private conversation between Lama Su and Nala Se that had already transpired. The Borovio clones did not have inhibitor chips. The Kaminoans already considered deactivating the chips to stop the Sith from using them, but they hadn't done that yet. The original clones still had every single executive order inside of them, but they weren't to be used. Nalase, to adjust for the possibility that the clones needed to be used against the Republic or the Jedi, made it so that the Borovio clones had a shutdown command. The science behind the accelerated aging didn't allow the clones to be created in a short period of time with inhibitor chips. It worked with the original Kaminoan batches because there was a 10-year period to develop. It just wasn't feasible in anything less than 5 years for the inhibitor chips. But without the inhibitor chips, every single Borovio clone could be killed with the activation of a simple command, Order 151. This would only be used in the circumstances that they needed to take control over the clone army, but it should be said that the Kaminoans understood that the Sith and the Void would show them no mercy. They didn't have aspirations for any sort of intergalactic control, they just wanted self-preservation. Lightsabers hammered away at each other on Dathomir. Darth Krayt swung down heavily, bashing down against Maul, who continued to push him further towards darkness. Their weapons collided, and they faced each other, shoving against the other while they attempted to break from their lock. Maul forced Krayt to remember his past. He summoned memories of the Jedi Temple's destruction, the murders on Tatooine, and so much more. Krayt felt anger rush through his body, and he ripped his weapon backwards and slammed it down aggressively. He beat at Maul's saber, and he deflected, stepping backwards, patiently and using his footwork to perfection. Krayt didn't stop his pursuit until his last powerful swing had him falling off of his feet and landing on the ground in front of Darth Plagueis. Maul spun around and told Krayt that if he refused to face his past, his failures, and that of the Jedi, he would do nothing but fail again. Asharad shoved his fist into the dirt and got to his feet, pointing his weapon at Maul and telling him that he knows nothing. Maul technically didn't need to know anything, and he didn't really care for this accusation anyways, but if Krayt refused to let go, he would forever be plagued by his own failures. Krayt slammed his lightsaber across his body, and Maul parried, swinging his saber staff back and forth, deflecting every strike that his opponent made. Behind them, the shadow crept around the outside of his cave. Plagueis clasped his hands, listening to the clashing of sabers and the ringing of weapons, not to mention the voices of Krayt and Maul bouncing about. The Sith Lord listened carefully as Maul enticed the new addition to their cult to fall closer to darkness. No longer was this a game of control, this was a game of seduction. Krayt slammed his saber into the ground and Maul kicked his metallic boot into Asharad's back, flipping him down onto his face. He spit out dirt, and Maul yelled with all the power in his voice. He wanted to know what secrets Krayt was hiding. He turned back and tried to push himself off the ground, but Krayt felt weak. His confidence was shattered. His arms gave out under him, and he yielded by bowing his head to Maul. The apprentice to Plagueis told Krayt to free himself, release his truth and his pain. He could find power in conquering it. Krayt spat out more dirt and nodded his head, expressing that his fall to darkness was accidental. He didn't do it out of lust for power, but resentment for the Jedi. This also tied into why Plagueis wanted him. He was an individual that could be seduced with the right application of pressure. That and Asharad was very powerful. Most of their discussions and work in the past 3 months had been on harmonizing with the dark side and using it. Krayt and Maul slaughtered thousands of people, didn't matter whom. Some were citizens, clones, void scum, battle droids, even a few members of the Sith Empire. Krayt even experienced alchemy with Plagueis, but he was still holding on to that light. Maul looked down and Asharad described his experience on Coruscant. The reason he held on to the light was because of his masters, Ki-Adi-Mundi and Anya Kuro. They separately made sacrifices inside the temple when the Sith Empire returned. They were heroes of a dying religion. He then regretfully admitted that if he had escaped the temple with the rest of the Jedi, he would have been with them now. Maul turned and looked to Plagueis, who walked out from the brush and listened to Krayt as he continued further. The dark side was natural to him. He wanted to believe that he could make a difference by accessing that power, but then he recklessly slaughtered that village of Tusken raiders. Sure, he grew in power and killed people, for their little cult, but that never felt satisfactory to him. Plaggus' deep voice slipped out and told Crate that there was so much more to the Great Lie. He wasn't just brought to Dathomir to frolic or grovel. No, he was brought here because he had potential. He had gifts that most Jedi would dream of possessing. Instead of letting those gifts be destroyed or swallowed whole by the abyss of depression, he had the opportunity to turn agony into power. Crate sighed heavily. He wanted to believe in it, and in what they had to say. He looked to them both and felt regret. He thought to himself, and that he shouldn't have tried to kill Maul on Tatooine. Plaggus could sense the turmoil, and understood that for Crate to truly embrace his new lineage, he needed to understand what that truth was. He reminded Crate that they were not the Sith that invaded the galaxy. They were the real lineage, the one that would restore the galaxy to their power. Plaggus refrained from exposing the whole truth, the only truth, and he closed his lips, waiting for Asherah to give him a response. The Sith Lord then told Crate that he wouldn't force him to join, but he should understand that there is no place in this galaxy for unaligned Force users. The Jedi would kill him, the Sith would too, and whoever else that remained would stay recluse. Plaggus turned around, and Crate then wanted to know why Plaggus wasn't dead then. The Sith Lord turned back. He'd experienced something close to death. He had survived, and he created this for their future. Asherah leaned up, breathing heavily, and asking how he could even trust that. There was no proof that they had the answers when the Republic and the Confederacy didn't either. They are two, and with himself 3. What are they supposed to do with all of that? Plaggus prepared his response when a shuttle landed in the distance. It rocked from side to side as it entered the forest and planted itself on the ground. Plagueis' eyes drifted down towards Crate, and he told him that the moment to learn is now. Just outside of Fondor, still in hyperspace, Zala stood on the bridge. The Marauders were sent down to the hangar bay and waited for her command. She meditated from a standing position. Zala knew this was her moment to prove herself. She didn't know it yet, but Valkorin had a live security recording from the interior of her ship transmitting back to Coruscant. He was watching her every move, and he wanted to know if she would succeed in this terrain. Her concentration was unbroken. A few officers tried to communicate with her, but they weren't able to get through. None of it was especially important anyways, because it was just status updates of their trip through hyperspace. Zala's mind was a much different environment than what sat before her. Her eyes flickered with passing memories and experiences. The interior of the Jedi Temple on Coruscant and the vast greens of Actu. Her feelings surrounding those positives and negatives. The peace and serenity mashed together with the terror of the first attack, and the isolation she then felt on Actu, as one of the eldest Padawans left without a master. She recalled those feelings of doubt and insecurity, not only how they surrounded her, but how the Jedi only encouraged those doubts to multiply. What they had succeeded in doing with Sola Grey was something they failed miraculously at with Zala. Her hand traced the windowsill, and she felt the cool metallic frame. That chill brought her back to where she stood now. Zala was in control of her destiny. She had the chance to break the Republic, help the Sith rise, and determine her own legacy beside that of Valkorin. The ship readied for its departure from hyperspace, and her eyes opened. She gazed at the fleeting blue lines before they abruptly ended, and she found the Republic fleet gathered over Fondor. 3 Star Destroyers, numerous Venators, and an array of support ships. None of these vessels were in any specific formation, so her arrival sent them reforming their lines and pulling together a defense strategy. Surely they'd be trying to make contact with their allies in nearby systems. Zala whipped around and told the command crew to block all transmissions out of the system, and give the pilots the go-ahead to form up and prepare for battle. The Sith fleet buzzed forward, the engines blasting out fiery colors and sending every ship closer to an undetermined fate. The resurgent Mark II was the most impressive vessel in the fleet, but there was no telling how much damage this could soak up, or if the Republic would even target it. Everything was a hypothetical, and she was the field test. Zala stormed back towards the center of the bridge, joining the elder officer at their side. At least Valkorin didn't pair her up with a first-timer, which she did greatly appreciate. She took her breaths and then focused on their directive. A fleet layout of what opposed them appeared on the holotable, and she pointed directly at what she wanted to deal with. The 3 Star Destroyers were in a perfectly defensible position, so she wanted to take out their support ships. There were questions thrown about, but she was going off a basic Republic protocol. If an individual like Skywalker was present, then this would be a much different battle. But Zala was still living with the impression that most, if not all, Jedi had been killed at Actu. So this was simply a Republic fleet with a Republic officer and clones. She cared about the clones she served with, but she didn't really share any sympathy for slaves of the Republic. The forward cannons unloaded, and the firefight started. The Sith fleet engaged the Venators at the front of the outpost. They returned fire nearly immediately, and Zala gripped the edge of the holotable. The first hits on the ship made the entire vessel rattle, until the shield stabilized and prepared for the following volleys. The officer took the helm of the bridge, and the starfighters formed up just outside the fleet, readying for their individual dogfights. Zala focused on what her master had taught her. A simple connection to the Force could redefine this battle for everyone involved. She contorted a crooked smile until she felt a shift in the Force. Her head whipped back around and she looked towards the front of the vessel, only for the sound of 4 lightsaber ignitions to sound off behind her. Zala turned back and looked at the Marauders. She called them traitors, and they disagreed. They were going to take their rightful positions as leaders and win this battle without the Emperor's little pet. Her weapon flipped off of her belt, but she dropped it, quickly gathering it up and igniting it. They moved in towards her, and with a slight tremble in her hands, she directed the commanding officer with what she wanted him to do. Keep up the attack, do exactly what they talked about. Zala didn't look in his direction, but she had to move this fight off the bridge because she wasn't skilled enough to win it in this area, but she also could not be disrupting the bridge of the most powerful vessel in their fleet. Zala parried the first attack and jumped across the holotable, spinning in midair and rolling across the ground back to her feet and out the door. When she settled, she turned back around to see the other 4 Sith following quickly behind her. One of their sabers flung out of their hands across the room towards her. She pulled away, losing a few loose strands of hair to the weapon. Zala took a breath and protected herself from the incoming attack. The sabers bared down on her. 4 different Marauders, each of different sizes, strengths, and ages. Zala wasn't quite the shortest, but she was the frailest. Her weapon batted upwards to block a strike, and she was knocked back. As the Marauders fought in a pursuit against the Emperor's apprentice, the hallways rocked with turbo cannons unloading on the Republic fleet. Zala damned these traitors for interrupting the assault. One of them jumped against the wall and swung down. She sidestepped them, elbowing the Sith in the mask, which hurt her elbow, and then she continued, countering the next opponent. She jabbed into the defense, missing, but pulling out and deflecting the next strike just in time. Zala's fighting style was sloppy. Her master, the Emperor, hadn't prioritized lightsaber combat, and she knew it was her weakest ability. She was forced to rely on the Force for protection, which was getting her this far, but it wouldn't last forever. Just as she met another parry, the largest opponent shoved her back into the wall, knocking her head back into the steel. A blur of vision shot through her eyes and rage consumed her, more than ever before. Zala pushed out with everything she had, and for one solitary moment, every single one of the Marauders lost their ability to breathe, before stumbling backwards in a forced push. She took a deep breath, and raised her saber as each of her opponents moved at her as they recovered. Zala's saber collided with the saber of another, but she slid it down towards the hilt just in time to split the weapon open and spin around the individual, allowing the other 3 to cut her down. Zala stepped back, throwing her saber down past her left calf, blocking a strike and using the Force ever so briefly to skew a strike from her torso. Zala's hands switched the saber mid-move, giving her the chance to whip her weapon into one of her opponent's thighs. The strike was deep and the saber got temporarily lodged in, forcing Zala to drop her weapon and throw her hands up to catch her opponent. He towered over her and forced his saber down towards her face. Every second he got an inch closer to driving the weapon through her head. Zala held it up as the marauder with the injured thigh staggered on one side, and the other opponent pulled his weapon up like a bat, presumably to cut her in half. Zala continued pushing back with the force, hoping and trying with everything she had to free herself from this, but she wasn't physically strong enough. The moment was now or never, live or die. Just as a lightsaber to her left swung towards her, she dropped all of her strength and allowed the cloak to slide across the floor. She slipped in between the marauder's legs. Because all of his power was pressing down towards her head, he went with her, forcing the other swinging Sith to kill his ally. The head of the marauder she was just blocking rolled across the ground, and Zala backed up. She looked to the saber and pulled her own first, then her opponent's, and readied herself in a Jar-Kai-like stance. Just outside the duel for her life, the Sith fleet hammered away at the Republic support ships, ripping through them and giving the officer in charge a chance to reintroduce the fighters into the fray, giving them selected targets on both the Venators and Star Destroyers, which were pulling up to join the firefight. Heavy cannons ripped across the field of space, flipping starfighters, hitting nothing, and slamming into powerful shield generators. Both sides were at it again. A trio of Jedi Knights entered their starfighters to assist the clones with their dogfights. Because the Republic lost all their support ships, the Sith were able to send in a couple of their own corvettes to cover the starfighters, which was working pretty effectively. The Resurgent Mark II was a much more important target to the unprepared Republic fleet anyways. The sound of sabers shrieked over the booms of turbo lasers firing. Zala batted both of her weapons at the other Sith. Across the core, Valkorin watched eagerly as his apprentice fought for her life. His eyes traced her movements in sloppy fighting style, but the determination to survive was present. It's why she was the one given a chance when so many others would have made perhaps more adequate apprentices. Not everyone had a drive. She had something. Whatever else was missing, she was filled with the fire to find it. Zala countered again and forced the marauders to back off. They looked to each other and thrusted their hands forward, launching Zala across the corridor towards the end of it. She slammed into the ground, dropping her extra weapon and rolling. One of the marauders used his saber like a javelin and launched it down the hallway. Zala reached for the spare but pulled away, grabbing her own and swiping her weapon across the saber that lodged itself near her forearm. Behind her, Sith troopers tried to pick a target and she told them to get out of here. They looked to one another in confusion and did as she commanded. Just as they moved out of the way, the saber duel continued again, one at a time due to the marauder retrieving the spare lightsaber. Zala countered and deflected strikes from her opponents, continuously getting pushed back and being forced to do anything within her power to match the speed and intensity. She was growing tired, sweat covered her brow, and the marauder's faceless features continued to be threatening. If the individual behind the mask was struggling or not, she would never know. One marauder trapped Zala's saber below her waist and then backhanded her across the face. Just as the other rushed him, she pulled the other weapon she stole around and parried, only to be knocked off her feet again. The two of them stood over her and readied their weapons, preparing to end the life of this pet of Valkorin. They agreed to each other that they would earn Lord Valkorin's favorability upon their return to Coruscant. Zala took in that sentence. It played through her minds 100 times and again within that instant. She refused to lose someone else. She refused to be put into a position to finish second place and be disregarded like some cur. Zala's chest heaved in frustration, which the marauders believed to be panic. Her mind swelled with not only pain from the hit earlier, but fury. Zala's saber rolled out of her hand, and one marauder told her that they'd make sure her death was as painless as her surrender. The marauder pulled her weapon back, and just as she went for the kill, Zala's eyes closed. The swing did not stop mid-air. The entire individual's body moved. Zala's hands raised from her sides and the dark side powered her. The marauders lost their ability to breathe, both at the same time, and their feet were pulled off the ground and towards the ceiling. Zala did not open her eyes. She just felt it. Inside of her head, she imagined the people beneath their masks with bulging eyes and gasping mouths. Her heart raced faster and faster, and with the twist of her fingers, she didn't break their necks. Instead, blue and white electricity ripped itself out of her hands. She could feel the heat against her own body as it enveloped those who dare try and take what belonged to her from her. Zala shoved that power from her body. Not only was their suffering fueling her, but the deaths of those outside the starship. Venators exploded without their shields. Dogfighter attacks took more lives. Clones died in the pursuit of interceptors as a Jedi Knight was killed by a piece of floating debris from a destroyed Sith Corvette. So much death, so much satisfaction. But nothing filled her with more completion than these two bumbling fools who did this to her. Zala's eyes opened finally, and she ripped more electricity into their bodies and watched them reel in agony. She shoved again, flexing her fingers and shoving her forearms forward. Their bodies lit up, and the disgusting smell of burning flesh filled the hallways until each of them went limp. Zala couldn't stop herself until her body physically gave out. She didn't just murder them, but desecrated their bodies after they had already died. Zala fell to the ground beside their carcasses, with the rotting flesh and smoke billowing out of their bodies. She heaved over the terrible smell, but didn't change her demeanor. Her resolve was clear now, more than ever before. With a shove of her arms, she pushed herself off the ground and pulled their sabers into her hands. Her cloak flipped up through the air as Zala made her return to the bridge of her resurgent. Her return to the bridge couldn't be at a better time. Not only were the 3 Star Destroyers starting to pull back, but the main Venator force was breaking apart. The elder officer congratulated her on her triumph, but also her effective strategy. He whispered to her that, if he may be honest, those 4 would have struggled coming up with anything worthy of a battle. This was obviously being a kiss-ass. She smiled and nodded her head without saying anything else. Zala wanted to focus on finishing off this battle and sending the victory report back to Coruscant. The dogfights were going positively, and the Sith fleet was getting closer to the center of orbit, pretty much the location that the Republic was using as a staging ground. The small outpost constructed over the system was targeted and hit by Sith bombers, and a division of cruisers sent forward by the elite officer inside the Resurgent before the duel ended. Zala thought it was a smart idea anyways. The destroyers weren't even focused firing on them either. They were more concerned with the Resurgent and whatever else the Sith were bringing with them. Just as Zala was preparing to finish this assault, she asked the officers on deck for a status report for the ship. Zala turned back and joined the command crew as they gave her all the statistics. The vessel received minor damage, with a couple turbo cannons being taken out. The shields held exceptionally well, considering that 2 of the Star Destroyers attempted to bear down on her. Zala nodded in satisfaction. She turned around just in time to watch one of the Republic Star Destroyers burst into a flurry of fire. The explosion sent a shockwave outwards, and with it, debris too. It damaged some of the other Republic vessels, being that it was the middle Star Destroyer that exploded, but it wasn't enough to blow either of them up. She returned to her position at the viewport. When she arrived, she spotted something that looked familiar. She couldn't put her finger on it due to the soot covering the hull. Zala thought she was looking at a Delta 7 Jedi starfighter. She then wondered why the Republic might be using it, if it was indeed a Jedi vessel and the Republic betrayed the Jedi. Not saying that the clones couldn't pilot them, but it'd be a weird choice if they were flying a Jedi vessel. She didn't get a good chance to investigate it or her thoughts around it, because the second she saw the green-colored paint job on the hull of a piece of debris that was a starfighter, alarms sounded from the interior of the bridge. One of the officers yelled out proximity alert, and before her and the rest of the Sith fleet appeared a separatist invasion force. 2 Lucrehulks, several battleships, frigates, and cruisers. At their arrival they opened fire and within minutes shredded the spare cruisers sent to destroy the Republic outpost. Zala demanded an answer for how this was possible, but evidently they weren't able to fully block the communication relay when they arrived. The Republic either called for reinforcements at the perfect time, or these vessels were already on the way here. The Sith fleet was massively underprepared for this type of counter. They had already wiped out the Republic, minus their 2 retreating but now currently protected Star Destroyers. The Separatist fleet would have no problem finishing up what the outpost did not. Zala ordered for a fighting retreat. The officer asked her why they were pulling back, and she admitted that while their mission would be a failure, it was better to fail with what they had than to lose it all. She would take the brunt of the punishment. This was her mission after all. She called for the fighting retreat again. The moment those words left her mouth, dread filled her body. She didn't want to imagine the torment she'd face at Emperor Valkorin's hands. Despite the fact that she engaged a fighting retreat, they were able to damage and even take out a couple separatist frigates before they left. The only reason they stayed long enough to do that much damage was because of the ships caught in the middle of the battlefield chasing the Star Destroyers. Zala didn't intend on leaving anyone behind. There were a few stragglers, but that was on them. The majority of her fleet not killed in either battle survived to fight another day. She would soon face the Emperor. On Dathomir, Bastila fell before Plaggus, Maul, and Crate. She demanded to know what they were. Why were they tormenting her? Plaggus took full responsibility for everything she had endured for the last 3 months. Crate watched this entire interaction with curiosity. He wanted to know more about his apparent master. He may have trained with Plaggus, but he wasn't fully committed to being his student. He needed to be convinced, and Plaggus, despite being open to convincing, wasn't here to win loyalty. Either it was bred or it was killed. Bastila had been ordered to trail Quinlan Voss, which she started, but midway through hyperspace she experienced her worst vision with Plaggus. He corrupted her, and literally almost killed her by ripping her vessel out of hyperspace. It was the first time he ever truly controlled her body from afar. It wasn't something she wanted to ever experience again, and she decided that Quinlan Voss could wait for her. She needed to figure this out, and end this curse that continued to pull inside her mind. She again demanded answers from Plaggus, and he stood there silently, before admiring the sky, and telling her that he was happy she finally came home. She asked him what he meant by that, and he told her that she never should have been far away for so long. He gestured towards Maul and Crate, telling her that her brothers missed her. This received a weird reaction from Crate that she noticed but didn't say anything about aloud. Instead, she turned back to Plaggus, who called her by name and told her that she was here because of herself. She couldn't break free from her pain, so she came to Dathomir. Bastila snapped back, but he twisted his fingers into a circle and she dropped again. She demanded that he let go so that she could be free from this curse, and he shook his head. Bastila had many attributes that Plaggus found important, most of which being her closeness to the Emperor. She wanted to know what he wanted with Valkorin. Plaggus didn't want anything with Valkorin. The Emperor was exactly where Plaggus wanted him. Why would Plaggus have Valkorin do anything differently? Bastila still did not understand. Was Plaggus behind the void or their unity with the Sith Empire? And the Sith Lord again shook his head. He hadn't dealt with anything as simple as crime lords or business executives, mostly, in well over a decade. Not since he was betrayed, at least. There were questioning faces from Bastila and from Crate, but what Palpatine did to Plaggus would not be elaborated on. The Sith Lord had changed. He had undermined his former apprentice and had no intention to repeat said failure with anyone else. He stepped forward, away from Bastila, and told her that her skills were why he was drawn to her. Many members of the Sith Empire were talented with the Force and sabers and so forth, but not everyone could be what he needed. Bastila just wanted to be let go of, and Plagueis promised her freedom under his Sith reign. All that he wanted was for her to participate in the Great Lie. He didn't elaborate any further before turning to Crate and giving him the ultimatum. It completely caught Asherat off guard. Initially, he believed Plagueis to be an old sage, someone who desired power from the Sith or to become the Emperor, but now it was clearer than ever that he was some sort of madman. That didn't stop him from bending to his knees. Plagueis' goals may have been a confusion to everyone aside from himself, and maybe a few pieces for Maul, but the groundwork was laid for all three of them. His great lie wasn't just masquerading through Sith lines because they were Sith, it was something far greater. It was the ultimate revenge, the ultimate plan to not only hand the galaxy to himself on a silver platter, but the lie that would have him determine his own legacy. After all, Plaggus turned back to Bastila. The dark side of the Force is a pathway to many abilities some may consider to be unnatural. Over Coruscant, Zala flexed her entire body in agony. Valkorin stopped pouring electricity over her for a moment. The Marauders were not a test from him. He did not send them to kill her. He honestly had to applaud her for surviving a genuine coup, because those four acted completely alone. They had no clue he was watching. Valkorin fired electricity at her, covering her again in blue and white electricity. She cried out in agony, but she did not ask for mercy. She knew what fate would await her upon her return to Coruscant. To her, this was honorable. Behind her, the officer she saved by taking the brunt of the punishment raised his hand to see if he could interject, but the Emperor shook his head, firing another burst back into her, only for her to react with another contortion of her body. He stopped and pitied her. Valkorin could not blame his apprentice. She technically had succeeded in destroying the Republic defenses. But firstly, he needed to keep giving a message to Zala that failure, regardless of one's involvement in it, had to be punished. Secondly, Valkorin was furious, and perhaps his anger was being taken out on Zala, because not only had Bastila fallen off the grid, but his Coruscant Defense Force informed him that Revan had escaped from the planet. Our season continues with a distress call from Pisana at the outer edge of Sith territory, bordering against the Republic. From Tier Nanog, Anakin, Ahsoka, and Sola Grey departed for what they assumed to be a mercy mission. The call wasn't a long drawn-out hollow, rather a simple relay with a Jedi inscription. There had been traps like this before, but there was something different about the Jedi inscription used. It was layered with a mask, something that looked semi-Mandalorian, and reminded Anakin of the warrior he encountered on Dathomir and the man that helped him on Coruscant. In his hopes that Revan escaped the clutches of the Sith at the center of the galaxy, Skywalker gathered together a small rescue force. This was Sola Grey's first mission, and while she had avoided going in active combat, she believed it was the right time. Anakin asked, and she agreed. At this moment, they were about to exit from hyperspace outside of Pisana. They had an idea of what they could see above the system. Since it was a border planet, the Sith likely had one of two different defenses. They could have hyperspace mines, or they would have a fleet. As a precaution, they dropped out of hyperspace early. Anakin pulled the lever back, and the vessel slowed its speed. The blue lines faded, and R2 buzzed a few words to the pilots of the vessel. Ahsoka looked over and reported that they weren't detecting anything. Sola leaned up and asked if this was a decoy planet. Anakin shrugged his shoulders as R2 twisted his cylinder inside the port and flipped between frequencies, energy levels, and historical transmissions over the planet, which would just be radio waves of a sort. Nothing popped up as the shuttle drifted closer towards the desert planet. Anakin turned over and tapped a couple nodules on the control console and grabbed the yokes. The engine poured out more energy and the ship sped up. Nothing looked wrong with this system. Perhaps it was as Sola suggested. The Sith were known to use decoy planets to keep the Republic and the Separatists away from the front lines. In the case that Pisana was a decoy planet, they likely wouldn't face any troubles aside from space mines that could lock onto larger starships. If a Republic fleet, for instance, found a decoy planet, they could dispatch a wing of fighters and destroy any pods, giving the fleet safe transport around the planet's orbit without being detonated by mines. Though they didn't even see these space mines. Anakin pulled the ship closer towards the distress signal, which came from one of the deserts on the planet. They descended through the atmosphere quickly and landed near a rock formation. Anakin asked that R2 keep an eye on the ship until they finished. The droid beeped a response and the other three left down the ramp. The signal from the desert not only had a logo image but a few words, "Find me." Little vague, but it got the message across. The Jedi also weren't sure if this transmission made it to the Republic or if anyone else picked it up. As far as they were aware, the Confederacy hadn't caught wind of it, so worries about the Void or the Sith descending on Pasaana were almost wiped out before they even departed for hyperspace. Ahsoka, Sola, and Anakin spoke quietly amongst themselves on their journey. Sola hadn't ever seen a planet as sandy as this one, and it allowed Anakin to speak briefly about Tatooine. He had hated that planet for most of his life, but as the war drew on, he slowly became indifferent towards it. No longer did he feel the need to direct hatred or regret towards that part of his life. It was over and done with. As long as Jabba died, then Tatooine didn't matter to him. Sola found his thoughts on Tatooine to be interesting. It was quite fascinating seeing the Skywalker from her vision transform into the human and very personable Jedi she accompanied here. Just as Ahsoka prepared to ask a question, a man's voice called out from above them. He mocked them for almost walking into a quicksand field. They all turned back, preparing to ignite their lightsabers, but stopping when Revan flipped off the rock and landed before them. A vibrant personality shot out as he complimented his own finesse on the landing. Anakin asked if it were really him, and Revan nodded. The two of them slapped their hands together and pulled each other in for a quick embrace. They were overjoyed to see their former allies. Revan inferred that the Togruta was the legendary Ahsoka Tano. He had heard so much about her from Anakin and Natabre when they were on Coruscant, and then Revan turned towards Sola. His vibrancy silenced, and he examined her for a moment. She was familiar, but why? Revan thought back to a small rebellion that started inside of his own Sith starship, something that Malak had to suppress. He remembered all the trouble she had given him, but in all fairness, he presumed, if it weren't for her, Exar Kun wouldn't be dead right now. He said her name nearly perfectly, just adding an extra syllable to her last name, and she nodded. Revan asked how she had been, and the response was, alright. There was a reasonable amount of tension that arose. The last time these two saw each other, they were both Sith. Sola was running away from an uprising started by a power-hungry marauder, and Revan was deploying his own men to destroy it. She should have been dead, and he was the reason for that. But there were no hard feelings right now. His past as a Sith was dead to him. He was a Jedi, and he had made that point especially clear. Anakin interrupted the intensity of the conversation by suggesting that they get back to their home world. Revan nodded. He had a lot to discuss with them. He had some intel regarding Valkorin, his plans, and what the Sith were hoping to accomplish. The squad quickly climbed back into the shuttle and shot out through the sky and into the atmosphere. Quickly, they departed in a hyperspace towards Tier Nanog. Over Aldderon, the Separatist attack fleet from Fondor arrived. The two damaged Star Destroyers sat inside the fleet, waiting for command from a super tactical droid named Cthulhu. Inside one of the destroyers stood a Jedi Master, one who didn't involve himself in the space battle at Fondor. Master Bola Rapal stood with the surviving Jedi Knight from the previous engagement, as the two destroyers limped behind the rest of the Separatist fleet. Cthulhu had decided that the Star Destroyers would be useful in this battle because of their firing capabilities. Nothing in either the Republic or Separatist fleet could release such firepower in singular volleys like the Star Destroyers could. Even though both ships received their fair amount of damage, they were support ships this time around. Cthulhu analyzed the Sith fleet in front of him. It was impressive. The planet itself was covered in a dark haze, due to some light terraforming they were doing to torment the population of Aldderon. There were some cities under occupation and others completely leveled. Cthulhu pointed at his command deck, giving them each instructions towards specific vectors. The battle group split up, with the frigates and cruisers lining up beside the massive starships. Behind, the Lucrehulks released all of their starfighters. Cthulhu directed them outside the fleet, basically a flanking position, where the fighters would hover over top any cruiser and frigate on the outside of the fleet. Behind, he gave the Star Destroyers commands to sit in front of the Lucrehulks and prepare their own fighters. He wanted the surviving Jedi Knight to be prepared for the battle. Bola Rapal gave an approving nod, and the Knight quickly rushed towards the hangar bay. Across from the aligned forces, the Sith fleet under the control of Darth Bane activated defenses. A warning was sent to Cthulhu that if they closed the gap any further, an entire city would be wiped off the planetary map. Cthulhu didn't take this threat seriously. and had very little interest in allowing the Sith to threaten him. Darth Bane didn't necessarily want to waste a slave resource, but he was going to anyways. So with the Separatists opening up their long-range cannons, Darth Bane deployed the bombers towards the surface to glass an entire city. The people on the planet, shrouded in darkness, prepared for the worst, as evacuations began into the forest nearby. Cthulhu's assault began with a frontal barrage. Star Destroyers were important for this assault as well. They lined up in between the Separatist flagships and fired where they could. Darth Bane went for a countermove, a planned attack that would come once the enemy got into range. The moment Cthulhu's main cannons started firing, a separate Sith fleet departed from nearby hyperspace range and started blasting away at the aligned fleet. Cthulhu didn't panic. He was a droid, obviously he wouldn't. He sacrificed the first frigate to be hit and directed the Lucrehulks in that area to fill the vector. One of the Star Destroyers and all of their Republic fighters would be going into that place. The sacrificial starships spared the Separatists. Cthulhu's orders had the frigate veer directly towards the Sith fleet, frontal shields and full power to the engines in doing so. It forced the Sith to focus fire on the ship, giving time for the replacements to fill the hole in the aligned fleet. Cthulhu, at this, launched everything else at Darth Bane. He was a little disappointed in the counter, but he wasn't finished yet. The Sith Lord ordered his fleet to angrily present itself. The outside ships moved forward, creating a triangular look, where the fleet could fire into what Bane was hoping to call a kill box. Cthulhu watched the fleet maneuver into that position, and turned to the starboard side, walking to the edge of the viewport to view the Star Destroyer and Lucrehulk tag team the Sith counter fleet. The droid ran through thousands of scenarios inside of his head, and turned back towards the facing fleet in front of him. Based on the actions of Darth Bane and the previous engagements with the Sith, Cthulhu concluded that he needed to start from the outside and then work in. He ordered the remaining Star Destroyer and Lucrehulk to mimic the other two vessels on the other side of the fleet. As a result, they started going to the left, which inevitably blindsided another one of Darth Bane's counters. Another miniature fleet meant to surprise the Separatists when they got into range would get clobbered by the two massive vessels. This allowed Cthulhu to press down the center of the flank. Master Rapal, inside of his destroyer, watched Sith cruisers crumble under the combined power of these two battleships. He pondered to himself, wondering what it would have been like had they combined their forces to stop the Sith when they first returned. He sighed at the possibilities, and watched as Cthulhu's flagship bear down the center of the flank. The Sith tried to protect themselves, and as Lord Bane sent his fighter force straight towards the flagship, Cthulhu watched patiently, keeping his fighters at bay until the proper moment. The Jedi Knight by the bridge contacting Cthulhu, waiting for the moment, and it was denied, requesting that the Republic starfighters take a detour towards the planet and cut off all the bombers. The Jedi nodded inside of his starfighter and pulled right with the V-19s following right behind him. Just before the Sith fighters could begin to open fire on the flagship, Cthulhu deployed everything else. The dogfight began in front of Cthulhu, and he directed the rest of the fleet to take out the outside vessels. The large V formation created by Darth Bane faced hits from the combination of Star Destroyers and Lucrehulks on both sides, giving a chance for the main Separatist battle force of cruisers and frigates the chance to rip through shields and hulls with simple barrages. Cthulhu, though, specifically fired at Darth Bane's flagship. He wasn't able to get his bombers through the dogfight, but he bared down on the Sith Lord. Inside the flagship, Bane started to panic, trying to pull his bombers off the planet after they successfully glassed an entire city, killing thousands of civilians. The bombers were completely intercepted by the Jedi Knight and his V-19s though. Every single Sith bomber detonated in the cloudy sky, as Republic fighters targeted and killed all their enemies. The space battle outside of Aldderon continued on for several minutes, pushing into the hour range. Once Cthulhu boxed out the Sith counters, he let Bane's forces slowly disintegrate. It was one vessel after another, and Bane called for a fighting retreat. He attempted to reel in some reinforcements, but they didn't come for him. Bane frustratedly pulled away as Cthulhu continued his chase, pushing more power into the engines and into the weapon systems, allowing them to give the Sith chase as they made their escape from their originally defensible positions. Cthulhu then requested for Master Rapal to take the Star Destroyers to Aldderon, as the Separatist fleet moved around the planet to prepare more defenses. As the main battle group prepared to create a defense line, the Lucrehulks deployed various supply drops to the surface, as well as some anti-terraforming experimental units to help reduce the pollution in Aldderon's atmosphere. On the surface, people cheered when Republic warships crept through the shadow of the day. They were finally free. Master Rapal and the Jedi Knight departed for the site of the most recent attack, to help the survivors. They had been decimated by the bombing runs, but the people themselves escaped into the forests for protection. As the Jedi were making camp on the surface to assist with medical needs and distributing food, goods, and other supplies, Cthulhu contacted Admiral Trench. The Separatist leader was overjoyed to hear about this, informing the droid general that he'd be dispatching more forces to Fondor to protect the route to Aldderon. The droid nodded his head, suggesting that Republic forces would be beneficiary for the defense. Trench thought for a moment and shook his head. They could reroute themselves there if they needed. They were currently assisting with battles against the Void. Trench lowered his tone ever so subtly, enough that Cthulhu's audio receptors had to adjust to pick out every detail. Trench believed that soon the Void would crumble, and the Confederacy would put their stake into the Outer Rim. With Geonosis and Hypori so close to one another, and a direct route to the rest of the Confederacy, they could experience a militaristic boost. All those droids and tanks built in the foundries at Hypori and Geonosis would benefit their war effort elsewhere. Trench also commented on the fleets that had been constructed before the Republic cut them off from the rest of the Confederacy when the war was still young. Cthulhu agreed, and asked where those troops would be sent. Trench had not decided yet. They might be sent down the middle of the Outer Rim flank towards the rest of the Void. Cthulhu didn't comment on it, but once the call ended, he made a personal log in his memory banks that Trench's behavior seemed a little odd. It wasn't treacherous or even conniving, it just came off weird. Naturally, the droid believed that he was experiencing some semblance of war-related confusion. Not far from the triumph over Aldderon was a discussion in Coruscant's orbit. Lord Valkorin was once again talking strategy with the Sith Council. This leadership had unified the Sith Order since Valkorin's rise. They weren't just trusted allies, but a league of powerhouses that did what was necessary to win. The purpose of these constant debriefings was to discuss strategy and ensure that the Empire functioned on every aspect of defense. They weren't aware of the breach to the core yet, but one of their first discussion points was the recent failure over Fondor. Marco Ragnos, who had sent Zala to Valkorin and was currently watching over the Emperor's son Arcane, brought up the failure at Fondor first. He wanted to know what the Emperor's thoughts were, and how he planned to adjust to such mistakes. More or less, was Valkorin going to have Zala killed? Just in the room away, the apprentice listened to her master, as he assertively expressed disappointment in yet another failure. But he was already preparing a counter fleet for that location. Similar to the foolish mistakes of Thexan and Arcane, she would not be seeing a major command role until she was ready again. He knew better than to give anyone a pass, especially someone who infiltrated his inner circle. Every Sith Lord present had read the status report. They knew that an inexperienced leader like Zala would struggle with the Separatist force that blindsided her over Fondor, but the Sith were not a forgiving group of people. She had failed, and that's all that mattered. Politically for Valkorin, sticking to his guns and his punishment of Zala ensured he remained favorable to the other Sith Lords gathered here. As they moved on from the discussion at Fondor, one of the Sith noticed but didn't openly acknowledge Lord Bane's absence. The next topic that came up were defense lines. While the Empire had done a phenomenal job at protecting their interests and their territory, many Sith were concerned about the relationship between the Empire and the Void. Not that the syndicates were looking like traitors, but the combination of Republic and Confederacy was something that no one anticipated. If they had formed an alliance, the plan would have gone more favorably for all of them. The biggest fear inside the Holocall was what would face the Empire if the Void collapsed, under the pressure of the aligned group. Lord Malgus, who was protecting the northeastern flank, suggested abandoning the Void. This was someone with a pedigree in battle. He destroyed Biss earlier in the war and was pretty much undefeated everywhere else. He was someone who actually had a few minor confrontations with Admiral Corburn's fleet after wiping the floor with Plo Koon on Malachor, but he also never truly defeated Coburn. Most of their engagements were stalemates. His point though stood. If they continued trying to help the syndicates, they could sacrifice valuable time and assets. To Malgus's point though, there were problems arising because they tried to meet the Void halfway. He cited the recent defeats of Sith on the Eastern Front. Malgus admitted that his contacts in Void territory were reporting Mon Calamari fleet movements. They would not survive now. He was always someone who brought along a strong and inquisitive presence to these discussions, but today, Malgus wanted blood. The Sith Empire since the Battle of Coruscant had done a fine job at protecting their lines. The disruption of Republic and CIS supply lines was a solid job, yet their own inability to break into their territory, whether it be Confederacy or Republic, was a continuous problem. One of these days they would regret not taking advantage of the Void, and he feared it was rapidly approaching. Another Sith Lord, Darth Tanis, spoke up. She believed the redesign of the Resurgent class dreadnought could create problems for their enemies. Someone else asked for status on the vessel that fought over Fondor. It was given. The surviving flagship that dominated the entire battle until the Separatists arrived was actually fine. Tanis suggested a continuous use of unique weaponry. They already cut through the lines, they destroyed Mandalore thanks to Krea's squad. It was time for a real offensive. Valkorin looked around the room and understood this to be true. As he scanned through the various holograms, he pondered for a moment about the location of Darth Bane. Tulak Horde told the Council that they needed to take advantage of this moment. They had to use the lane through Zaheth and crush the Republic capital. He stepped forward on his hologram, asserting that he would lead the first wave. Then, a reinforcing division from Nihilus and Thexan would follow his assault. It would leave the Republic defenseless. Wherever the Jedi had gone, one truth remained a known fact. Republic High Command was at Eridu. If they cut down their defenses at Darknell and Sullust, Eridu would fall too. Not only that, but if the Void still had power in that area of the galaxy, it would force the Republic to defend from both sides. Valkorin nodded his head, giving Tulak Horde the go-ahead. The Republic wouldn't suspect a thing. Nihilus and wait, where's Thexan? The Sith looked around trying to find the Emperor's son. A voice spoke up. Lord Krea asked if he had lost one of his children again. Valkorin for the first time wore a shocked but also disappointed expression, so he opened admittedly, with both Arcan listening from Marga Ragnos' communication and Valen from her own, that Thexan was hereby being disowned for having betrayed the Empire. Valkorin favored political leverage over his peers. To be a Sith and to excuse his children over and again would never work for him in the long run. Thexan had once again outdone himself by being a total embarrassment to the Emperor. His failures and his foolishness had costed him a spot inside the Empire. Valkorin took it a step further. Whoever killed Thexan and brought his head to Coruscant and his flagship would have the opportunity to win a prize. Valkorin hadn't decided on what that would be, but someone like Darth Sion saw this as an opportunity for redemption, for favorability. Just as another Sith prepared to suggest another killing blow into Republic territory, with aid from the Void and Bastila, which no one noticed was missing, another individual joined the call. Darth Bane heaved heavily in frustration. He apologized for his tardiness, and told them that Aldderon had been captured. The fleet from Fondor continued pushing, and they somehow made it to Aldderon. The Republic had broken into the core. His fleet was devastated. Malgus smashed his fist into something on the bridge of his own ship, and the other Sith turned to one another, their eyes searching for an answer, and Valkorin, ready to remind them of why he was their Emperor, informed them without even a moment of hesitation that he would move his fleet to Kamas. This earned a reaction from many, but he was serious. He had no intention of letting the Republic into their territory. Tulak was given the go-ahead from the Emperor to take his fighting force to Darknell and Eridu. Instead of Thexan, Valen would be given the opportunity to join him. Before they could end the call, another individual, Ludo Crash, called for an assault over Camino. It, like Eridu, would take multiple victories, but if they could find a way through Republic weak points, they might be able to take advantage of whatever else the Void had left. Camino had to go. They needed to be offensive. It was a continuous belief. It also went to show how much internal damage the reign of Exar Kun had done. His failures over aggression and his inability to build unity led to this elongated period of stagnation. He haunted everything they did. The Sith knew that a broken Sith Empire meant the end of their dreams of a unified galaxy under their banner. The Emperor now held it together, and with everything at its highest potential, with the fate of the galaxy in their hands, they were taking the fight to the Republic. Valkorin turned around after the orders were given, and approved. One by one, the Sith left the discussions for their own fleets and armies. There was no animosity. Aside from the intensity of the recent discussion, the only reason the Sith Empire was held together was through Valkorin. He was truly the Emperor. He had retained his identity as their leader, and while foregoing his attachment to his son, it was time they stopped giving the Republic chances to win. He requested a long-range communication relay to be opened, and it slowly would come to life. This couldn't last long, because the Republic might intercept the transmission, but he looked at a slug, Jabba the Hutt, leader of the Void on Nal Hutta. He had to remove himself from Tatooine for safety purposes, especially because of how close Geonosis was to Tatooine. The Sith Emperor wanted one thing from Jabba, a status update. The Crime Lord gave him all the intel necessary. The Confederacy was sweeping through their territory with almost unrivaled power. They might have the manpower to fight battles on the ground, but it wasn't going to last them forever. Void morale was at an all-time low. Valkorin knew that the Void wouldn't last much longer, and he had no reason to pretend he was indebted to them. The Void had only bought the Sith Empire time, while they tightened their defense lines. In this solo call, held only between faction leaders, the Emperor continued to promise a strong relationship with the Void. But it was described here and now that the early territory held by the Void had vanished. Utapau, which was used early on by the Separatists, remained with the Confederacy, but the Joint Republic and CIS force conquered everything from Askaj up to Ryloth on the south side. That was just 3.5 or so months of conquest. Jabba believed that the Separatists were working overtime to surround the Republic, but that stopped at Ryloth, which then went to the Republic thanks to Cham Syndulla. Tatooine was the Void's only stronghold left, and there remained an apparent avenue for the Separatists to get everything off their foundry worlds at Hypori and Geonosis. Valkorin rubbed his beard, considering what they could do with this, and then he came up with an idea. His eyes scanned a star map and told Jabba that if he wanted reinforcements from the Sith, they needed to strike Kamino. If they could effectively wipe out the cloning facilities, the Republic would back off. Sure, their problems would still come from the Separatists, but Republic High Command wouldn't want to be surrounded by the CIS either. If both Kamino and Eridu fell, then the Republic would effectively be surrounded by the Confederacy. Valkorin relayed information about coming attacks into Republic territory, and how the Void could benefit off of it. Jabba chuckled and turned to his advisory board, and confirmed an attack strategy. He then asked Valkorin on his true intentions with actual reinforcements, and the Emperor promised with his dying breath. Just as those words left his mouth, alarms blared inside the bridge of his flagship. The Emperor abandoned the calm, giving Jabba the choice to save his criminal empire or let it be crushed by the weight of a 3-faction assault. Valkorin, on the other hand, raged. He was given intel from the surface of Coruscant. Jaral was continuing to use Sith Empire strategies against the Sith, and it worked perfectly. If it weren't for Revan, Valkorin would have had Jaral's head months ago. The Sith Emperor whipped around, demanding for their fleet to abandon Coruscant. They were done with these people. At that, the contingency created for the planet was deployed. In the circumstance that the people of Coruscant refused to bend the knee, several chemical bombs would be dropped to subdue the population. Some of these bombs were straight up gas. Some of it was reactionary poison, which would make people hallucinate and make them kill each other. And some were duds, just to freak them out. It really didn't matter. They were getting bombed, and the fleet above the former capital disappeared into hyperspace, with Valkorin preparing yet another lesson for his student. Zala may have been pained by her failure, but she never got mad at Valkorin. She understood she lost at Fondor. She was prepared to make things right with either Aldderon or Kamas. As a precaution, every vessel returning to Tier Nanog had to make a stop at Rune, before returning home. It was a Republic outpost, one that only monitored Jedi starships coming in but never going out. This was part of the treaty made between the Council and High Command, following the incident earlier in the year. The exact reason for this precautionary measure would be on full display right here. Just as the starship carrying Anakin, Revan, Ahsoka, and Zala exited from hyperspace, they were trailed by a Sith starfighter that started blasting at them. Immediately, due to coming out of hyperspace in friendly territory, their engines were pretty much blown apart. Skywalker and R2 flipped all the emergency powers to the rear thrusters and the rear shields. Anakin grabbed the control yokes as Ahsoka got into contact with the station over Rune. The hangar bay opened up, and the Jedi starship, with smoke billowing out of its back, slid through the bay doors and crashed onto the ground. The starfighter that trailed it in landed, and out from the cockpit exited the missing Thexan, finally having found Anakin and his pets. The 4 Jedi exited the crashed vessel, each igniting their sabers. Clone troopers rushed in from around nearby corridors and raised their blasters. Thexan watched every movement around him as he ignited his golden lightsaber and raised it to his side, demanding that Skywalker surrender himself to a challenge. One warrior to another, the fate of their lives in the balance. The victor gets to be set free. Anakin could tell immediately that Thexan was only here for him, and while he had no doubt that this individual would die by the hands of the clones, he wanted to have a personal duel. He would be honorable. Skywalker rolled his wrist and stepped forward, telling everyone in the hangar bay to stand down. It genuinely caught the clones by surprise, same with the other 3 Jedi. Thexan knew what he was doing. Zala's fate was known to him, and he could lure a Jedi into one-on-one combat because he had answers Skywalker needed. Anakin inferred that just by his opponent's arrival, he wouldn't do something that stupid if he couldn't offer something or get something out of it. The 2 opponents stepped into the center of the bay and circled each other, slowly pacing the other's footsteps. Their sabers moved into their respective form positions and they stopped. Silence filled the air, anticipation beat inside their chests, and then it collided in one swing. Yellow and blue in the middle of the arena ringing out. They quickly followed the first hit by trading rapid blows with one another. Skywalker went in aggressively, using everything he had learned throughout the war to push his opponent backwards. But even with an early window victory, he didn't let it slip his mind. Anakin wanted answers. He wanted to know why Thexan was here. There was something worth telling or hearing, something he could gain from this battle. Anakin parried a strike, pulling his left leg backwards and slashing down to deflect another attack. Thexan threw his arm at Anakin, and he hooped his elbow around it, swinging his opponent outwards with all of his own energy and launching the Sith across the floors. Thexan's saber jabbed into the ground and he stopped his roll and got to his feet. Anakin changed positions. He asked what Thexan wanted from him. He exclaimed, "Revenge." Rushing forward, he whipped his saber across his body, using the forbidden form to deignite his saber and activate it again. But Skywalker completely avoided any of it by simply backing away, rage-baiting his opponent further. He knew that Thexan would try something ridiculous, and now Anakin knew one of his opponent's greatest tricks. Their sabers then again smashed together. They aggressively traded blows, each weapon cracking away in collision. Thexan shoved down, using his high swings to try and take Anakin's advantage away, but Skywalker slowly turned this against his opponent. Their weapons continued to collide, but instead of an all-out brawl, it was who was striking. Thexan continued to pour energy into his attacks until Skywalker, mimicking his every move, wrapped his arm around Thexan's neck and kicked his knee out from under him. He wanted to know what information Thexan had. The Sith coughed and heaved, only for Skywalker to pull against his neck tighter, forcing his opponent to reveal what he had. Zala, she lived. She was Valkorin's apprentice, and he planned to bring Skywalker's head back to her, so she knew that the Emperor lied. Not only would he be a hero for killing Anakin Skywalker, but his seat would be protected from her, an unrelated rat from the Jedi Order. Shock filled Anakin's body. Thexan used it to bash his head into Skywalker's chin, forcing the Jedi Knight to stumble backwards. In this, Thexan got to his feet and turned back, thrusting his saber at Anakin, who had to defend himself from strikes that came closer and closer to ending his life. But as he looked lost, he found his momentum. Thexan swung deep into Anakin's defense, but when his offense seemed unstoppable, Anakin closed the gap, forcing their blades to interlock in close proximity. Using his size and strength, Skywalker gripped Thexan's wrist with his metallic hand, shoving it down and ripping his saber upwards out of their lock and through Thexan's chest. The Sith's head cocked backwards and his body crashed into the ground. Anakin looked down, stepping away and reaching his hand out, sensing no pulse through the Force. It may have been a victory, but his heart was temporarily stopped. What did Thexan mean by Zala had joined the Sith? His eyes met Ahsoka's, and he could see how much she was trying to hold back tears. It had already been hard enough for Ahsoka losing two of her friends, but if what Thexan said was true, then they had a real problem. Skywalker took his opponent's saber and quickly requested for a shuttle. They had to return to Tier Nanog for approval from the High Council. In the northeast of the galaxy, where General Ackbar completed yet another battle against the Void, he received exciting information. The Democratic Sentience Coalition of Mon Calamari sent him a transmission of their progress. Thanks to the DSC alliance between the Quarren and Mon Cala, other planetary systems were preparing their own militias and militaries for war against the Void and the Sith Empire. Ever since the battles that freed Mandalore and Mon Calamari, there had been a greater call for unity amongst the people of the galaxy. While the factions of Confederacy and Republic could unite, the DSC believed a more united, sentient coalition was needed. As seen by Mandalore's continuous fight against the Sith, and various other rebel groups in the galaxy like Steel and Saw Gerrera's partisans on Aldderon, people were ready to fight. The oppressive regime led by the Sith could be stopped if people unified. At first, terror embraced the galaxy, but now they had a chance. Nothing was more evident than the unification between the Confederacy and the Republic. Without that treaty, then the DSC likely wouldn't even consider the possibility of being created, but it was growing. General Ackbar had, in the past few days, made a move through Lothal, Garrel, and now Barrows, so it was relieving to hear that there could be other citizen forces joining them. Duchess Satine of Mandalore was already sending representatives from her system to Mon Calamari and nearby rebelling systems to get official documentation of planets willing to join the DSC. It should also be stated that the growth of this civilian coalition was not to spite the Separatists, the Jedi, or the Republic. It was created to assist them. Every individual planet had the potential to fight back, if they had the courage, was what depended on it. In this scenario, these planets were looking to build an army and navy of their own so they could protect themselves. Obviously, schematically, it'd be a lot more challenging. Take, for example, internal interests. Mon Cala would rather protect themselves over Mandalore and vice versa. So whatever the people of their governments crafted up needed to be mutually beneficial for the system to work. But what became the overarching belief in the early stages of this coalition's formation was offense. If these planets could supply their own defenses, like Aldderon, Mon Calamari, and Mandalore, then the purpose of having a coalition should be to wage battle rather than defense. And of course, they were already creating a new governmental system by doing this. As even General Ackbar pointed out, they would be more efficient at taking territory. Holding it was also a different story, but it's why Ackbar's solution and contribution to the DSC was for an all-out invasion of Void territory. They could conquer the criminals and force them to stop working on behalf of the Sith. This wasn't slavery or anything of the sort, but it was a suggestion that would see warriors of captured planets joining their resistance instead of the Void. All of this was up in the air, but the hypothetical brought a new sense of pride to Ackbar, as his fleet picked up from Barrows and started towards Targon. On Tier Nanog, Sola spoke with Oppa Rensesis first. She was happy that for the most part, the first mission back in the field was unexciting. The duel inside the hangar bay got her blood pumping, but she wasn't ready to go into active battle herself yet. Master Rensesis understood and appreciated her honesty. Before the debriefing could begin, with the majority of the High Council and Revan, the former Sith Lord paid a visit to an ally from Coruscant. Natabre was closing in on her recovery time. Medical droids foresaw her return in the coming days, weeks, or at the very latest, months. but the entire medical facility was being moved into the finally finished Jedi Temple. All the younglings and Padawans had their own bedrooms and beds. It was a tiny luxury, one that they took for granted before the war began, but one that they enjoyed with every ounce of their souls now. Revan felt terrible for Natabre, but he was glad to see that she was making a recovery. However, that led to Revan speaking to Anakin about Zala. He had heard rumors from the surface of Coruscant. He was unsure about most of them, but that one of those rumors was this. Revan was coming here because he knew that the Sith Emperor was the key to all of it. With the battle lines drawn and the contest of the war being decided by the next several massive campaigns, he needed to inform Skywalker of how they could destroy Valkorin. He was the key to breaking apart the Sith Empire, and tragically, Revan also believed it might be too late for Zala too. He didn't know her all that well, aside from the few stories he was told on Coruscant, but he didn't want Anakin to get his hopes up. These were the two things he wanted to mention to Anakin specifically before they spoke with the High Council. Skywalker appreciated the honesty from Revan. It was nice to have someone that understood far more about the Sith on their side. Sola had only seen so much due to her position with Malgus and, well, Malak and Revan. Revan did make a point to tell Anakin that she had untapped potential too. It'd be a shame if Sola wasted it all here on Tier Nanog. While Skywalker understood Revan's sentiment, he also had spoken to Sola extensively about her PTSD, and the Jedi weren't especially great about therapy. Revan let out a hefty chuckle to that before they were summoned to the discussion with the Council. The Jedi Council had many thoughts about the duel over Rune, but most importantly they were relieved to see that Anakin did well and survived against a force like Thexan, which, yes, further proved their trust in him at this point in the war. Revan first spoke about Zala's likely turn, and probably the betrayal that resulted in the harm done to the Star Forge. He reiterated points about the structure of the Sith Empire, revolving around Valkorin. Without him, they would fall apart and split in the Civil War. He could guarantee it. Following that, though, there would be numerous ideas and suggestions. Revan knew about Jarrah's attack on Coruscant, because they planned it out before he escaped. The original plan between Jarrah and Revan was to attack the Emperor and force him away from the capital. It worked, but the problem now was getting to Valkorin and taking him down. As per reports by the CIS, Republic, Cthulhu, and several other Jedi across the galaxy, the Sith were mobilizing. Their targets on soft locations like trade routes were either going to get worse, or they were going to start looking elsewhere. As a side note, thanks to Quinlan's capture of Black Chrysanthemum, they knew that the Void was also mobilizing. It was a bit of a difficult position to be in. The Republic and the Confederacy agreed that the CIS wouldn't go further east than Ryloth, but with the mounting forces on the Sith side, it might be the right decision to let them through and ward off the Void. Quinlan didn't have a definitive target for them yet, but based on the activity from the Sith, they were able to assume one of the following three worlds were going to be hit by either the Void or the Sith: Kamino, Geonosis, or Gamorre, which had been a long-standing Republic stronghold since the beginning of the war. He also hypothesized a counter to Mon Calamari, due to General Akbar's push to the northern hemisphere of Hutt space. The Council also reported on activity outside of Aldderon. Cthulhu believed that based off the energy surge in the Kalmath system, that one of the main Sith Lords were preparing for a counterattack against Aldderon. Reinforcements from both factions had already returned to Fondor, and the route through Aldderon was filling up too. The Jedi would have the available forces to counter anything that came their way, but they also wanted to put some trust in Revan because of how Anakin vouched for him. He knew Valkorin, and if Revan could provide a means to destroying him, then it had to be done. A fractured Sith Empire could bring an end to the war and to the death that plagued the galaxy. Grandmaster Mace Windu requested that Revan and Anakin go to Aldderon and assist Master Rapal with whatever the Sith throw their way. If they can, destroy the Emperor. Mace addressed a few others over the communication device and requested that they prepare counter-offensives. Specifically, this included Depa Billaba, Plo Koon, himself, and Kit Fisto. They were anticipating a huge Sith attack. However, if they were also going on the offensive, they had to have their defenses ready at the same time. The stage had been set for all-out war. Following the discussion, Anakin spoke to Ahsoka about Zala. The two of them sat beneath the pink weeping willow at the heart of the Jedi training grounds. Across the field, they could see Revan speaking to Oppo, and the elder Jedi Master was letting out a massive belly laugh. What they were saying, they could only imagine. Anakin, though, was very serious in this conversation. He personally believed in redemption. They had all seen Zala dip into the darkness before. She had accepted hatred, used her pain to fuel her before. She was capable of going to the dark side, but this was different than anything they had seen from Zala before. But it did align with who she was. If Ahsoka wanted to come, she was more than welcome on this mission. It would likely be deadly, and to save Zala from the dark side would take everything they had. Ahsoka had already released her tears, and only certainty sat in her eyes now. She had processed what Thexan said on Rune, and she was ready to stop the Sith, no matter what. Her friend might still be alive out there, and that was more than enough hope for her. With their short conversation concluded, they said their goodbyes to Oppo, Sola, and most importantly for Anakin, to Natabre. The engines on their vessel flipped on, and R2 beeped away, as the ship launched into the air and departed for Aldderon. Our season continues with chaos on Coruscant. Chemical bombs fell over the city, and rebels were forced to react in a multitude of ways. Dural may have gotten the Sith Emperor away from the system, but his stench was still embracing the planet. The guerrilla freedom fighters rushed back from their initial location. Sith bombers sped through the air and released their bombs. Dural knew that the enemy would grow tired of them, so he prepared anti-chemical weaponry. The only question was whether or not it would work. Thanks in part to the echinopolis that was Coruscant before the war, there were weather systems in place around the planet to regulate temperature and rainfall. A big reason for this was due to the height of the city. The only shown location of the planet's actual surface was Mount Umate in the former plaza. As a result, the people of Coruscant over the centuries added weather control devices to make sure the temperature was both breathable and hospitable to the population of over 2 trillion. Now that the war had been going on for well over a year, the rebels in Dural had equipped these weather devices with mounts that could, in theory, protect them from the elements and from poison. The Sith never liked playing by the rules of combat, so when the bombs dropped following Dural's surprise attack against the Empire, he and his warriors rushed back towards the portals. Inside, Hovercraft pulled out the massive machines that regulated Coruscant's atmosphere. His captains quickly flipped to switches as the chemical detonators floated down from the sky, and with the ignition of the machines, the weather system changed. Air currents redirected the bombs away from the populated portions of the city towards the industrial sector. Of course, there would be those infected by the various diseases inside the bombs. The first type to hit the ground was a regular chemical explosion. It shot out a spray of gas that would gag any grown adult in less than a minute and kill them. Intention was a quick and easy death with that bomb. The second and previously mentioned bomb was a hallucinogenic that turned people into self-destructive animals. It was a curse if it captured you with its rancid smell. Those that ended up in range of this specific type of bomb ended up turning on friends and family, killing them in fits of uncontrollable rage. Though thanks to Dural and his team of engineers in the underworld, they were able to make sure any casualties across the city were at a minimum. As the weather system booted up and deflected most of these attacks with air currents, the rebels realized that the Sith were fully gone from the system. Lord Valkorin had only given the orders to bomb the planet, and once their bays were empty, and return to the main fleet just outside of Aldderon at Kamaz. The rebels of Coruscant would remain on edge, but the first thing they did without the Sith present was get into contact with other bands of survivors around the planet. The major metropolises around the city had been hit hard. These survivors under Dural's command may have called the former Senate district and financial areas home, but the Echinopolis spanned the entire planet. There were billions of stories, lives, and survivors still living and potentially even thriving in their own ways. Dural may have only been a military man, but he was able to unite the fighters on this side of the planet. It was time to see if he could bring Coruscant together to stand up against the oppression of the Sith. Though it must be said, Just because the Sith fleet departed from the planet, it did not mean that the rebels believed they were safe. It was just an assurance. They could not communicate with one another yet. Jrral believed that the Emperor would grow wary of continuing the fight here. Too many resources for practically nothing. Whether or not he would come back remained unknown. But today, for the next several hours following the cleanup of the bombings, there would be room for celebration. In that excitement, Jrral, amongst his advisors and allies, would start working on a plan to be able to aid the rest of the Republic, but their contributions were already making a huge difference. Valkorin's new station on Kamaz forced a reaction from the Confederacy, especially Cthulhu. The super tactical droid had already positioned the attack fleet into a defense fleet. Once they picked up on the movement from the adjacent system, they moved the Lucrehulks and Star Destroyers back into formation so that they could be prepared in case of a counterattack. On the surface of Aldderon, Bola Rapal, hundreds of clones and the Jedi Knight would work together to take care of the survivors. Aldderon had once again proven its resilience, but that was also in part thanks to the widowed queen, Brea Organa. As Master Rapal was learning throughout his time on the planet, the Aldderonians were fostering secret bands of rebels inside the forests. These were approved by Brea, and she distributed the Royal Guard to help train these guerrillas. Unlike with Mon Cala or Onderon, the Sith rarely went to the surface of Aldderon. That was especially enforced by Darth Bane whenever he took over this post. He didn't see any value from the people of Aldderon, aside from slave labor, but the Empire already had more than enough of that. As a result, most of these rebels were simply training for a battle that never came. Though the Jedi General informed them of what the Mon Calamari were trying to plan with their planetary coalition. It put fire back into the hearts of the rebels that never saw their day in action. Regardless of what Bola was trying to do on the surface, General Cthulhu had a much more important job: oversight of forward command. Admiral Trench had gotten reports from Republic High Command about movements inside the Sith lines. The mass mobilization had him moving to more defendable locations across CIS territory. He understood that he had to be close to a hyperspace lane and two locations of interest for the Sith. The Void was also making moves in the Outer Rim, but the reinforcements from Geonosis and Hypori had already mounted up for their own counters if the time presented itself. The Admiral and leader of the Confederacy was also in close communication with Cthulhu, which is why he knew exactly what was coming through Fondor. Just as the Republic was doing before Cthulhu's arrival, during the battle with Zala's fleet, the Aligned Force was mobilizing. Counters were readying themselves for pushes into the core. Everyone present on both sides knew how important this moment was. Everything had been building towards a series of wins or losses. Among the fleets over Fondor was Mace Windu. He had continued bouncing between systems. Right now, he was with a completely different fleet again. His previous one had him hitting targets in the Outer Rim. Now he was with a front-of-the-line fleet, 5 Star Destroyers, several Venators, and plenty of support ships. He stood at the helm of the ship, with the officers on deck, and watched the other, several fleets, entering orbit and preparing their hyperdrives for the next jump. Fondor was becoming a necessary route for everyone preparing to engage in battle. As Windu was getting ready to give the deckhands their orders, the bridge was buzzed by Skywalker's shuttle. Mace pursed his lips with a half grin, telling Anakin and those with them that the Force was with them. The crew gave a similar response back to Mace, and departed into hyperspace towards Aldderon. Another detachment of Republic Venators followed them. At that, the command was given, and Master Windu made his move for Hosnian Prime. Inside Anakin's shuttle, the 3 Jedi sat with concentration. Revan was a little rusty at it, but he was walking everyone through a battle meditation. Skywalker was calmer than ever before. Similar to the lead-up of the Battle of Coruscant, he was hyper-focused. Everyone inside the ship was focused. It wasn't lost on Anakin what had happened the last time he prepared for something like this. It would be his and Ahsoka's first mission with a large battle group since he landed on Dathomir, almost half a year before. Skywalker listened to Revan as he spoke methodically, connecting the 2 other Jedi to himself. He knew that the most effective approach to battle meditation was connection. Perhaps there were different forms, but he was going off of what little he knew. Ahsoka and Anakin already had a strong connection, but maximum efficiency was needed for this. Skywalker told Revan before they left Tier Nanog that he was worried about Ahsoka. They both knew what happened last time on Coruscant. They were going into the belly of the beast again. Everyone had to operate at their most efficient level. Revan asked if either of them had anything to say. Master and apprentice turned to one another and thought for a moment, before shaking their heads. There wasn't anything that they needed to say that wasn't already known, so Revan took the moment to say what he believed should be said. He thanked them for their embrace of him. He hoped that their friend Zala could find the same path home to the light. He reinforced the importance of their mission, and he promised them both that he would do anything he could to protect them. Taking down Valkorin would not be easy. It would take everything they had. The two younger Jedi nodded. Revan took a moment to smile, and R2 added a few beeps in to fill the space. While the aligned forces were mobilizing, many of them jumping into hyperspace for their own battles and campaigns, the Sith were the ones to strike first. The massive fleet under the leadership of Tulak Horde, Valen, and Nihilus deployed over the planet Darknell. It was a Republic defense world, with mines protecting the perimeter of the system, Golan platforms, and a standby fleet, which immediately called for backup. The hulking Sith force deployed fighters and wiped out the hyperspace mines immediately. It was a quick and decisive strike. From the bridge of the flagship, the Sith Lord in command directed his forces outwards. While Nihilus remained silent inside of his own vessel, Valen joined Tulak Horde to watch his work. Similar to her brother Arcan, she believed it'd be more important to learn on the job. She might have had her own array of failures to learn from, but losing a massive invasion force like this wasn't something she planned on surrendering. Lord Tulak wanted to win the battle over Darknell as quickly as possible. If he didn't, it could allow for a countering Republic fleet to make its way to Eridu, or even worse, one of the separatist battle groups. Tulak wasn't concerned with either faction in general, but because the Republic held their high command base at Eridu, he knew how difficult it'd be to take anyways. There was no need to make that battle any more challenging than it needed to be by allowing the aligned coalition to send reinforcements to protect the massive station before they ever arrived. Just as quickly as they exited hyperspace over Darknell, the battle began. The starfighters dispatched by the Sith were almost immediately intercepted. Their main targets had been the space mines, so some of the Sith pilots kamikazed into the mines to detonate more Republic fighters and clear the path. Everyone who fought with Tulak understood the importance of their role. This was the battle for the war. If they could destroy Eridu Space Station, killing off all of Republic High Command staff, then they could easily open the gateway into Republic territory. Also, there was hope that the other potential invasions could aid them across the battle line against the Republic, the CIS, and any other aligned force. Neither Sith flinched inside the command vessel, as it drifted closer to the minefield, where detonations still rang out, killing entire batches of fighters from both sides. Tulak turned back and nodded to the commander of the vessel. The flagship slowed its movement, and a beam readied from the center of the hull. An orangish-yellow light emitted from the wings of the battleship and sped towards the center of the bow. Once it reached the tip, it blasted out a fiery ray that eviscerated everything in its path. Sith and clone pilots were killed in moments before the beam collided with the edge of the first Golan platform. Valen leaned forward to examine the damage, and she didn't see anything notable. Tulak raised his finger and smiled. The ray stopped firing and the flagship continued forward, with the rest of the fleet already surrounding it and making a push through the minefield. Some of the ships would be hit, but none of the damage would be substantial enough to destroy any of the vessels. Instead, everything would fire at the Golans. The Republic fleet in the area would move to protect the first platform, but there was a problem. While yes, Tulak had been successful during the war, his name had been kept quiet from the Republic, his troops relegated to training exercises until he believed the time was right. Maybe it was ignorant, but Lord Horde had an idea and brought it to life. The cannon strapped to his capital ship wasn't a super laser. The beam may have destroyed the common fighter instantly, but against a space station, Golan platform, or Star Destroyer, it could do a fleet's worth of damage in minutes. His time away from battle was spent on creating the perfect super weapon. Darth Sidious's dream of a Death Star or Eclipse could never be born, but the theory of strapping something powerful onto a flagship was a generational goal for the ancient Sith. Tulak's weapon was what he called Cosmic Rust. By using engineers, Sith alchemy, and a destroyed civilization in the unknown regions, he created a beam that could cut through shields. As Vaylin watched now, the damage was not instant, but over the course of several minutes it would break through the hull of anything. Didn't matter if it was a tank, starship, or building. The cosmic rust broke past shields due to the material it was coated in, and spread across the structure of whatever it hit. The Golan platform, which continued to pour turbo cannon fire into the ranks of the Sith fleet, slowly broke apart. Cosmic rust was a one-and-done type of blast. Eventually, whatever it hit would fall apart. Slowly, the Golan's weapons malfunctioned. Corridors opened up into the battle, sending officers and clones to their icy depths, and small isolated detonations filled the platform. Vaylin and Tulak watched the destruction. The Sith Lord was so beyond proud of his creation. She turned and asked if there was a cure to it, and he nodded, his hand raised, pointing towards the corridor outside the main command room. When her eyes found it, she saw a massive container with a silver-like material, and she nodded her head with a smile. Brilliant. He quickly explained that it worked like a secondary shielding. If he accidentally hit one of their vessels, the ship could flip turbo lasers on to fire at it, and they would coat anything with the protective material that would instantly stop cosmic rust. The cure to cosmic rust was a lot more simplistic than the actual weapon. He turned back to the front of the ship and snapped his finger. At that noise, a third of all vessels in the dogfight turned to face the Republic fleet. The vessels were rolling around the rusting Golan platform, though some of those ships were already facing the side effects of being near the rust. Due to the explosions and some of the debris making contact with the hull of a Venator or support ship, their vessels experienced similar, much slower fates to the Golan platform. Vaylin again questioned how they would avoid it, and he smiled. Just be a good pilot. The fleet wouldn't dare going near the cosmic rust. It was integral to their strategy to do so, but the fighters, they had to be in control. He had already explained an incident or two where a ship entered the hangar bay with some cosmic rust on it, forcing the ship to undergo maintenance repairs immediately. The deal was, if a ship had cosmic rust, they had two options: find a safe place to land, not inside of a Sith vessel, or die. Tulak pointed again to the captain and the flagship's Lotus movement, tilting ever so slightly and loading up the beam again. Instead of targeting the Republic fleet, which would endanger the fighter attack sent in, they were attacking another Golan platform. The ray launched again, smashing into the side of the hull, and starting the entire rusting process once more. The Sith dogfight took another positive turn, with the clones dying off. Nearby Sith support ships and corvettes were ripping through the Republic interceptors, giving the Dark Warriors the upper hand. As the second Golan platform experienced the same malfunctions as the first, the Sith fleet encircled the Republic. The villainous attack group was much more prepared for this engagement, and it showed with the mass amount of firepower and how they directed it. Like many other Republic defense worlds on the edge of their territory, Darknell's largest defense ship was a Venator. The Golan platforms were meant to be the anchor for the defense, but no one knew of the cosmic rust weapon, and as a result, the system fell. Within 40 minutes of the Sith arrival, the Republic fleet was nothing but debris, floating around the atmosphere, and the Sith then departed for the Republic capital of Iridu. As for the people on the surface of Darknell, they would deal with the ramifications of cosmic rust, falling to the surface of their planet. Soon, entire buildings would fall apart, and innocents unaffected by the battle would then be killed. At the northeast of the galactic map, Admiral Coburn made a stunning move by requesting for Depa Billaba to aid him in a trap. Due to the minor confrontations he'd had with Darth Malgus, the Republic Admiral, accompanied by Commander Cody, and their experience with the Skywalker Morden team, were making a daring move. Thanks to General Akbar, this entire move was possible. With the Mon Calamar receiving small support from a collection of planets within Separatist and Republic territory, he was able to send a portion of his fleet back to Mon Cala. The group assigned to Captain Radis wouldn't go to Mon Calamari, though they would be redirected to the front lines of the Republic defense at Tufa, which had already been under General Bilaba's control. This fleet exchange, though, provided the Republic the opportunity to re-enter the offensive, which only aided the DSC's interest in building a planetary coalition across the galaxy. If they could gather the free systems of the galaxy into fighting against the Sith, Then the clones and Jedi could finish their jobs without worrying about the people. With the Mon Cala battle group under Captain Radis's command at Tufa, Depa Billaba departed west, past Potajev and Mandalore. Admiral Coburn's battle group had been popping systems around Ithor space. One engagement at Beheda had his and Malgus' fleet briefly engaged, before delaying their final battle by both retreating. The only reason Malgus fell back was to lead the Republic fleet into a trap. Coburn, throughout the past nearly 4 months, had been receiving fresh troops and new battleships, so while his fleet was crushing through the Sith wherever they landed, minor Republic fleets were doing cleanup work on minor defense worlds for the Sith. Malgus wanted to lure Coburn to Ord Mantell, where he'd be aided by another Sith fleet, which had by at this point been removed from the location to assist Lord Kresh with his offensive into Republic territory. This is how Admiral Coburn planned on trapping him. While yes, they'd be abandoning the route leading to Mon Calamari, Captain Radis's deployment should be enough to stop anything in that area of the galaxy if it did go toward Mon Cala. Coburn assumed that Malgus was still stationed over Ord Mantell, and because the Republic didn't know about the secret shipyard at Numidian Prime, they'd be going around it to blindside the terrifying Sith warrior. Depa's fleet left from Tufa, speeding through hyperspace to greet Malgus head-on, while Coburn's fleet quietly knocked off a small defense force at Usri, just west of Ithor. This aggressive assault, like many of the campaigns in this movement at the moment, could decide not only the fate of the two most dominant fleets for either faction, but the fight for the northern hemisphere of the galactic map. Coburn had been trying to press further north, so he could isolate the corporate sector and bank west towards Megiddo and Mulanist, but Malgus solely stood in the way. The Republic and Coburn especially couldn't afford to stretch supply lines that thinly if someone as brutal as Malgus continued to protect that area of space. Elsewhere, word from Darknell returned to both Iridu and the rest of Republic lines, but a problem was already brewing on the other side of Republic territory. While the defenses at Sullust would be primed for an assault if the Sith Empire didn't go to Iridu, Kamino and Dressel had their own respective problems. Thanks to the promises of Valkorin, Jabba dispatched his largest attack group yet to bring the hammer down on Kamino. Quinlan Voss's assumption that the Sith would attack Gamorre had been wrong, but his misplaced belief would also give him and the Separatists the chance to make a counterattack. So with Jabba's Void group making its move on Kamino and Shaak Ti preparing the defenses for one of the most important worlds in Republic territory, 3 key Void worlds fell under attack. Tatooine by a group assisted by Poggle the Lesser, Circumtor by Quinlan Voss, and the Fortress world of Obadiah by Admiral Akbar. It all started with Tatooine. A Separatist battle group moved into Void airspace, and the fleets engaged. Poggle's fleet was filled with Trade Federation battleships and deployed thousands of starfighters. Even though Jabba no longer called Tatooine home, the planetary defenses were still primed. Outside the planet's atmosphere, light cruisers and destroyers traded blows with a band of Separatist frigates. Hyena bombers trailed behind wings of Tri-Fighters and Vulture droids as they deployed over the sands of Tatooine. The 3 major cities had minor air raids, but most importantly, the Hutt defense towers, which were nothing compared to the turbo cannons used by the major factions, crumbled. The Hyena bombers moved through every single defense with ease, and only a few vessels were shot out of the sky. To intensify the assault, Poggle deployed HMP gunships with B-2 battle droids to the surface. There were some dogfights in the skies, but they lasted very briefly. The HMPs were untouched as they landed, releasing the B-2s. Once the super battle droids started moving against the ground defenses, the HMPs lifted off into the air and provided support from above. Their missiles were too much for anything on the ground to handle. As it had been throughout the war against the Void, several street soldiers realized their foolishness. Due to how the Void operated, with almost all of its military being controlled by former civilians, their morale was very easily crushed. The Hutts especially kept battle statistics and losses away from the public eye, so no one knew that the Void had actively been losing battles across their territory. Once it became clear that Jabba and his goons had lied to them, the people of the local population surrendered, though Poggle, with direct orders from Admiral Trench, executed those who fought for the Void. It was the protocol of the Confederacy. Anyone who served with the Void was an enemy of the state. They could lay their weapons down before battle started and they would live. but once their defeat became an imminent fate during battle, they had lost their chance to surrender. The Republic didn't know about this, and on joint assaults, these orders would not be followed. Across the Outer Rim, over the planet of Obadiah, General Ackbar arrived at a hyperspace with his Mon Calamari fleet. There were some Mandalorian Cormac starfighters that accompanied them into battle. Unlike Tatooine, where the defense force in orbit was weak, Obadiah was prepared for this battle. The planet had a refinery for Ryonium and frequently traded it to other systems within the Void. The Pikes, while being a key part of the structure of the combined criminal syndicate, made a deal as beneficial as they could for themselves. Their defense fleet was filled with layers of vessels. For the Mon Cala, this was their largest challenge yet, but Commander Ackbar helmed the fleet. This was his operation, and he was tired of being besieged by these villainous coalitions. The Mon Cala cruisers may have not been created with the intention to wage battle, but they were shielded better than anything in any military. So even though Ackbar deployed with such a small fleet, he readied the forward shields. Thanks to Duchess Satine, he was accompanied by pilots from Mandalore led by Princess Bo-Katan. Per Ackbar's orders, the Mandalorian fighters kept close to the main fleet. The cruisers launched their long-range cannons and cracked away slowly at the Obadiah defense fleet. The pirate vessels prepared the defenses, but their defense was unlike the offense taking a stand over Kamino. Shaak Ti from the surface inside Tapoka City watched the holomap. The Void sent in hundreds of starships, and the Republic defense fired away. Due to the activity in the Outer Rim because of the Void, there were 3 Star Destroyers outside of Kamino, but they weren't tanking the main hits. What the Void didn't know was how detrimental their attack would become. Breaking through the initial defenses of the Republic fleet would be brutal, taking nearly 2 hours to do. With bounty hunters piloting their personal starfighters around Republic defense lines, the Void was able to capitalize off of a lack of clone pilots. Outside the atmosphere, starfighters were breaking apart. The talented warriors of the Void forced the Republic to rely on its cruisers, while rookies and shinies on the surface waited inside the cities for their first true taste of action. The bounty hunters may have provided an avenue for Void dropships to break through the defense fleet, but the warships in the Republic fleet cut the dropships down before they could even breach the atmosphere. Explosions continued to litter the air as bounty hunters, per their orders, sped towards Tapoka City. Instead of a defenseless city, the Kaminoans and Republic built turbo towers inside the ocean, ones that stood out of the water and immediately fired at the attacking bounty hunters. To the surprise of the Void aggressors, there were acclimators and acquaintances defending the airspace over Tapoka City. The bounty hunters avoided the turbo lasers mostly. Some of them were shot out of the sky and crashed down into the ocean. Just as the battles over Kamino and Obadiah were kicking off, General Skywalker arrived outside of Aldderon. A communication was sent to Cthulhu, who opened a transmission with the small crew. He informed the Jedi General of everything that had transpired. Despite their position on the front lines, the waves of war were changing. The super tactical droid quickly listed off some of the aforementioned battles and locations of certain fleets, like the Separatist battle group heading for Botor, which would mimic General Windu's assault at Hosnian Prime. Anakin listened to this information update as he flew the shuttle closer towards the rear end of the Joint Defense Fleet. They were preparing to jump into hyperspace for another assault on Sith territory. Valkorin's fleet just outside of Kamaz was their target. Anakin was going to rendezvous with the closest Star Destroyer and then depart with the fleet. The plan was simple, and he discussed with Cthulhu before they set their coordinates and jumped. This was an all-hollow communication discussion, but Cthulhu would provide the shuttle 3 attack groups: the interceptors to take the brunt, the fighters to assist them with the landing procedure, and the HMP gunships which would carry troops to assist them on the inside. The 3 Jedi loved everything about this idea because it was what they needed. The super battle droids and commandos assigned to the various gunships would provide relief to them as they made their assault. Cthulhu analyzed every single victory under Skywalker's belt, and came to the exact number of battle droids needed to successfully find victory without any sentient casualties. There were 15 more droids than the perfect count by his calculations to ensure total triumph. Anakin thanked the droid general before the communication ended. Revan then turned to the 2 of them and stated that the droids really were a benefit to the Republic. Ahsoka agreed, admitting that it was a little hard considering how this entire war started, but it was nice. just relieving. As the final word left her mouth, R2 beeped chaotically. The three of them turned to the astromech. The proximity alerts inside the vessel were buzzing to life. Instead of jumping into hyperspace to confront Valkorin's fleet, they were being forced into their own battle. From the viewport, they watched a massive Sith attack force exit from hyperspace. They didn't hold back either. While the aligned fleet wasn't prepared for battle, all shields and weapon stations were ready for combat because they were going to be in combat. Cthulhu was genuinely surprised, but at the helm of the flagship, he immediately gave out orders to the rest of the fleet. Everyone panicked. Ahsoka pulled on the control yoke, ripping the Republic shuttle to the side to avoid being pulverized by blaster fire from the Sith fleet. This sudden attack sent everyone into confusion and worry. As a result of this reaction, Anakin regained the controls and spun the ship over some rockets. It wasn't enough though. The wing was clipped by a shot and ripped to the left, losing around half of its mobility. As a result, the vessel buzzed out of control and slammed into an open hangar bay inside a Separatist cruiser. Across the stars, Republic High Command came under attack. Eridu, after hearing of Darknell's destruction, prepared an adequate defense fleet. Everything was lined up, and the hypervelocity cannon on the surface of the planet was ready to fire. Because almost every order for the military came out of Eridu, this planet was ready for an attack force. So when a singular vessel appeared out of hyperspace, just beyond the range of any weapons, they were confused. It was what appeared to be a battleship, but according to the crews of the space stations and Golan platforms, there wasn't anyone crewing it. The officers on deck kept their eyes on the vessel, and it didn't do anything. It just dropped out of hyperspace and stopped moving. The engines weren't even on. It seemed completely inoperable. This was not only very concerning, but slightly terrifying. They knew, to an extent, what just slashed through the tight protective grid over Darknell. Some wondered if it was a singular vessel that could do that much damage. Others believed that Sullust was actually the main target, but for 30 minutes the ghost ship sat untouched by the Republic, and it didn't move a single inch. V-19s patrolled just inside the firing range of the Golans and Star Destroyers, but they couldn't see anything. Their scanners couldn't pick up anything either. Unlike the previous defense, this planet was equipped with 10 Star Destroyers, one of the largest operations in the entire Republic. It was a border planet too, not just close to Sith territory, but right on top of Separatist systems too. Eridu was extremely vulnerable, and the Republic did everything they could to ensure its vulnerability was never capitalized on. Without the Separatists working against them, it was just the Sith now, and whatever phantom vessel sat just outside their defense perimeter. The thing is, even when starfighters got into firing range of the battleship, it didn't fire at them. And the truth is, it was simply a distraction, a vessel that held no real importance. Lord Horde's fleet was designed to come out of hyperspace just when the ghost ship seemed to be a non-threat to the Republic. So when the massive battle group dropped into the system at a completely different vector, the Republic fleet had to readjust all of their lines. It was dangerous traveling through hyperspace without using a proper hyperspace lane, but the Deshade assassins under the command of Kem Val had mapped out locations in free space that would mark safe jumping locations for their fleet. Now, the Sith fleet that exited over Eridu wasn't on the other side of the planet. They were still within firing range of the Golans, so that wasn't changed. It was merely the principle of illusion, confusion, then chaos. Tulak quietly watched the Republic fleet move into its attack positions, but not into attack range. Just beyond them, inside Nihilus's Ravager, the Lord of Hunger and Valen prepared their landing sequence. A vessel filled with the best warriors in this attack group, including the Deshade assassins, loaded into dropships and exited the Ravager the moment it left hyperspace from a further vector. Tulak did not plan to underestimate his enemy. While he could go around them and probably win, he preferred winning in a straight fight. The Golan platforms were deadly. These were Mark II platforms over Eridu, so even if they secured the planet without winning in space, they would technically lose. The main target was High Command. If they could knock out the space station, then they would effectively cripple Republic leadership. It was a necessary part to winning here, because Eridu, for the Sith, was no different than pretty much any other planet. The key to them was the command structure. While Valen and Nihilus were preparing their assault on the hypervelocity cannon on the surface of Eridu, Darth Malgus engaged with Depa Balaba's fleet over Ord Mantell. She was working with a much smaller battle group than her opponent, but she led Malgus directly into conflict. There weren't any space stations in this area. The idea was to build the illusion that the Sith weren't focused on the quadrant of the galaxy. Even though their shipyards at Numidian Prime were just a little south from here, it was easier to keep the illusion because the ship production system was well defended and wouldn't need extra defenses. Regardless, Depa piloted her Delta 7 starfighter towards the massive fleet. Malgus pressed all of his deckhands into focus firing on the Republic battle line. Master Balaba was simply here to lure Malgus away from the planet, which she had done successfully. Their fight hadn't become broadsides just yet, but Malgus didn't like long-range battles either, especially since the Republic started using Star Destroyers. In theory, it was easier for him to win a battle in close range compared to long range, because Republic battleships could outrange anything other than the Resurgent Mark II, which had just barely an edge on regular Star Destroyers, but he didn't command any of those. Malgus' fleet continued moving forward, closing in the gap between himself and his opponent. Depa spun her ship through wings of Sith pilots, all of them breaking off and engaging with whichever Republic starfighter they could. Clones and soldiers duked it out, while Depa tried to cut a lane open for the bombers, but they were still outnumbered. At this, she wondered where Admiral Coburn was. He promised a swift arrival, and to his defense, they were coming. They'd engaged a small task force at Ugre, which delayed them slightly, but it worked in their favor. While coming from Ithor was a starfighter route, thanks to a hyperspace lane, Coburn, similarly to Valen and Nihilus, would be arriving further away from the Sith fleet. At his arrival, the Sith were just about to close into full broadside range of Depa's fleet, with cruisers trading blows right next to one another. But alas, Coburn had to ruin the fun. Malgus was devastated when he saw the Admiral's fleet arrive out of hyperspace. Massive Star Destroyers fired away, and Coburn, from the sanctuary of his bridge, gave out every command to his fleet. Starfighters were sent in to intercept Sith pilots as they tried to overrun Depa Balaba. At the same time, full salvos were launched from the destroyers. Green and blue lasers filled the darkness of space and crushed into the sides of the Sith cruisers. Their shields nearly crumbled instantaneously. With not only the main destroyers unloading their firepower, but the multitude of Venators doing the same, not a ship on Malgus' flank would survive the counter. Luckily, he had a larger fleet, so he could stomach the losses, but to protect himself in theory, he moved his vessels in between Depa's fleet, using the other Republic ships as protection for himself and his troops. At this, he started the boarding sequence, and he docked himself against what he thought was Depa's flagship. His saber ignited, and his warriors followed him into battle inside a Venator. The assault would be remarkable. Clones and various civilian fighters assigned to Depa's fleet, or honestly volunteered, would face the wrath of Malgus. He used the Force to crush windpipes and his weapon to dice people into pieces. His Sith troopers were pretty evenly matched with the clones, but they slaughtered the militiamen. Depa, on the other hand, had to break back into the ship somehow, but she couldn't free herself from the dogfights that preoccupied her. Commander Cody and Commander Gray, though, quickly came up with their own counter-strategy to best utilize their own fleet. They might not have the ability to stop Malgus inside his ship or inside any other ship, but they were clone commanders, and they could make an attack on the other Sith vessels. So they loaded up into their LAATs and departed from their flagships for their own boarding sequences across various Sith ships. While Windu's attack on Hosnian Prime and the Separatist assault on Botar were going successfully, Master Quinlan Voss found himself and his troops on the surface of Circumtor. The direct route to Nal Hutta was completely exposed. With the battle raging over Camino becoming a standstill and Void forces getting trapped by the surprise air fleet over Tapoka City, Pirate scum stood no chance in space against Quinlan. On the surface was a much different story. Venators and acclimators provided air security from Void fighters, but pirates lined the streets. Like the battle for Palgo the Lesser at Tatooine, the real resistance came from the civilian population, which the Void used as human shields. If they could keep throwing people at the Republic, then eventually they might win. That wasn't really true, but it worked to a degree. Due to almost the entire city population of the capital and Circumtor protecting the Void leadership, they were able to prep escape vessels. They rushed from their thrones to the hangar bays, and waited until the fighters gave them a clearance to leave. Just outside the city gates, Quinlan and his men, on the surface, rushed through a dead forest. Commander Fei trailed behind his Jedi general as they avoided artillery strikes, sending blasts of fire up into the air. The dead trees surrounding them were used as cover. The stumps, though, tripped many of the clones, leading to several more deaths. The terrain outside the city wasn't intentionally prepared for a siege, but it worked in the defense's favor. Quinlan provided enough cover for his men. Due to the dead look of the forest, the Emerald Saber drew a lot of focused fire. Behind the clones, their own artillery landed on the surface, and began unloading barrages at the Void camp. The walls were clobbered by massive shells, and launched civilian fighters from the ramparts. Just as it was with any real assault against the Void, these troopers realized their own foolishness in the midst of battle. The promise of a free galaxy ruled by the Hutts and championed by the people was never real. The lie of Jabba had led them into this position. Morale was low, but it soared in the initial minutes of the battle. Some warriors cheered when they watched a clone die here, or others got a boost of dopamine just firing their blasters there. But when the real battle became evident, when it became real for them, when the war was no longer a figurative, glorious crusade against a much more powerful force, their morale dropped. Friends, family members, co-workers died in their arms, or were just blown off the walls by shells of artillery. It never needed to be like this. The Republic always gave a chance for surrender, but it never came easily from the Void. Quinlan got his men lined up in a protective line, so they could fire onto the walls from below, and it worked perfectly. His weapon bobbed across his body, deflecting shots mostly into the walls, but into some opponents too. The clones around him, with Commander Fei giving them the go-ahead, slaughtered the Void warriors. Inside the city, the fighters cleared the skies, enough for a leadership retreat. The shuttles ascended into the air, and spat cannons on the Venator fired down, cutting through 2 of the 3 vessels and shattering the support of a building and dropping it too. Everyone on the walls of the defense force, and even those inside the cities, preparing their own defenses, were faced with true reality. The final shuttle broke through the fray and started to make its way for orbit, so it could escape. The Republic interceptors, though, had a different plan. They rushed through their individual dogfights, and 2 clone pilots spun around one another, firing their blasters through the clouds and smog of Circumtor. The shuttle used its own delicate, evasive maneuvers, only for the final torpedoes, saved for this moment, launched right into its engines. The ship, just on the edge of the atmosphere, plummeted. The Void warriors might not see the conclusion of the shuttle's crash, but they would feel the betrayal of their abandonment. Some of them would try and fight until the bitter end, but once the walls caved under the firepower of ATTEs, the battle was pretty much over. Quinlan and his men, after giving the walkers the orders to provide covering fire on the wall, but not to target the city, rushed through the gaping hole. Master Voss led his men into an almost instant surrender. A few blasters were fired, a couple clones fell, but more than anything, the civilian soldiers paid the price. They lost more troops during the few-minute-long skirmish inside the wall. Just like Tatooine, the crucial Void world of Circumtor had fallen. Aldderon, unlike many of the current battles in the galaxy, was a stalemate. After recovering from their crash inside the Separatist cruiser, Skywalker, Revan, and Ahsoka loaded up into a different shuttle, provided by the droids. Cthulhu had already given them the go-ahead when they were ready, but he was hyper-focused on Valkorin's attack group. The Sith Emperor had sensed the presence of Skywalker upon their arrival, having tried to get him killed. The attack on the Jedi Knight was very intentional. There was no other way missiles would have went straight for a random shuttle in the back of the Alliant fleet's lines. But it was a failed attack nonetheless. Skywalker was still alive and he was coming. After everything Valkorin had done, it was time for a Jedi to get his revenge. Oddly enough, Revan felt similarly. As Valkorin gave his orders out to the fleet, which kept up a heavy barrage on the Separatist warships, 2 fresh Resurgent-class dreadnoughts from Numidian Prime exited from hyperspace. This made their grand total 3. He added them to his battle line strategically, but he didn't focus all of his attention on the space battle. He knew better than to underestimate Anakin. He was a Jedi that would not stay dead or quiet, and because he had no intention of disrupting his own plans for galactic domination, Valkorin planned to sacrifice his student. It was about time she found her worth for him. The failure at Fondor, followed by the attack at Coruscant, put a sour taste in his mouth, and so, as he had with Revan and Malak all those years ago, he started a small alchemic ritual. On the other side of the battlefield, a wave of HMP gunships flipped out of their hangar bays and sped towards the Sith. As Cthulhu wanted, the aligned fleets prepared a barrage of fire that coated the space in between fleets in red, blue, and green lasers. The droid leader had dogfights at specific locations mapped out, and logged in a route for the strike team. Valkorin's flagship towered over the rest of his fleet. It took some fire, but Cthulhu knew how important it was to make sure the Sith Lord died today. These ancient warriors were slippery. The Jedi strike team would make sure it was dealt with. Joining the fighter squads would be the Jedi duo of Master Rapal and his knight ally. They sped between the tri-droids and fired away from their Delta 7s. Cthulhu stepped up to the viewport and watched the fighter attack speed down the middle of the line of the aligned fleet. They ripped through a few fighters and down the straight. He nodded his head and turned back to his crew, gesturing to the attack coordinates for a concentrated volley to open up protection for the fleet. With this command, he also redirected the focus of the shields to the starboard side, so the port side could release a heavier salvo. Behind the tri-fighters and vultures were the HMPs. Flak exploded around the attack group, but most of the gunships were left untouched as they broke through the battlefield. It was an intense journey for everyone. The Separatist shuttle weaved with the aid of R2 and Ahsoka. Revan paced the cockpit uneasily, watching the flagship get closer into range. The fighting got only more intense, with the Sith deploying counter-pilots to stop this attack. Valkorin wasn't at the helm of the ship during this assault, so he couldn't see it. His officers tried to stop it, but the tri-droids released several volleys of missiles, and they deployed buzz droids to stop the attack. The vultures didn't follow the same move, because some of them straight up slammed into Sith fighters, kamikazing them out of the fight. The main bulk of HMPs continued without suffering many casualties. Once they got into range of the flagship, the last missiles on all the fighters fired, breaking a hole in the vessel and allowing the Separatist vessels to begin the landing procedure. Once the HMPs broke through a landing bay, they fired their turrets at the Sith guards who prepared to fire, but they were cut down by the squadron. Once the warriors were killed, the HMPs rolled completely around and deployed all their battle droids. The first wave were the B2s. Their wrist rockets unloaded, detonating a door and opening it up for the rest of the attack. More Sith troopers ran down the corridor, only to get slaughtered by the heavy lasers on the arms of the super droids. As the B2s dropped from the gunships, a squad of commando droids jumped into action, under the command of the singular droid leading this assault. It was a commando unit, and the droid individually fired its blaster straight down the line, doming 3 Sith soldiers and giving the next command to the rest of the unit. Lastly, the CIS shuttle arrived, with the Jedi rushing out to an already finished skirmish. Revan, Ahsoka, and Anakin all looked to one another with amused reactions. They thought that there would have been a little more fight from the Sith than that. With a grin, they all moved forward into the starship. Thanks to the B2s marching and creating a nearly impenetrable line of defense, the Jedi didn't have to do much fighting. The commando unit commanded this perfectly. Every time they came to a junction in the hallways, the commanders would break off and cover the sides of the formation. Anything on the rear would be taken out by either the Jedi or the few spare commandos. Of course, Valkorin wouldn't just leave his flagship without marauders or acolytes, so the sound of lightsabers igniting echoed through the corridors. The 3 Jedi rushed around the B2s to take the front of this. At this, the commando captain gave the command to stop pushing down the main hallway and to break off and search for the bridge. With the B2s laying down enough cover fire, the Jedi rushed in, Revan engaging 3 of these marauders, with Ahsoka and Anakin each taking on their own. While Skywalker and Operation Skyfall were pretty important to the Sith for a period of time, these combatants were actually more interested in bringing Revan's head to the Emperor. A traitor was much more valuable than a Jedi Knight. Weapons clashed away, with Revan slicing his saber through defenses and countering at every step he needed. Ahsoka and her attacker traded blows, but she saved her energy, allowing the Acolyte to put all of his cards out in front of her. Anakin on the other side of the hallways overpowered his opponent, shoving them into the wall and puncturing their chest with his saber. When he turned over, he speared his weapon through one of the Sith attacking Revan, before pulling it out with the Force and rushing the other. Revan countered his opponent, dropping his saber out of his hand and catching it in the other, slashing backwards and cutting them across the face. With another swing, they dropped lifelessly. Ahsoka, with the wall beside her, flipped over the acolyte and sliced them across the back, down, before B2 pummeled the individual with blaster fire. Anakin and Revan tag-teamed the final Marauder, killing them without much struggle at all. The Commando Captain and R2 met up with the 3 Jedi, explaining that they had a slight problem. They were sealed in this corridor. It wasn't the biggest deal because the hallway didn't lead to any ports, so the command deck couldn't jettison them out into space, but they were still trapped. The droid then snidely remarked that it really wouldn't affect them, only the 3 sentients of course. But if they wanted to get out, they needed someone to break through the ventilation shafts and into the control room just a few hallways down based on previous specs. Anakin and Revan turned to Ahsoka, and she turned around before realizing she was up for the challenge. With Ahsoka beginning her trek to free the entire droid attack force, and the battle over Aldderon getting more intense, there were some other problems for the Republic. Not only did Ludo Kresh arrive and clobber the Republic defense fleet at Dressel, but Nihilus and Valen had arrived on Eridu. They were already starting their strike on the hypervelocity cannon. Above, in space, Tulak Hord was directing his fleet into battle finally. The first turbo cannons were about to sound off. Down below, Nihilus trailed behind his shock troopers and Valen, who led the assault. Clones from their defense points fired down at the Sith, taking out the grunts but missing the Sith warriors. Despite the deaths of their troopers, Valen leapt up through the air and swung her saber down on a defense tower. She landed on the inside of it, swinging her saber around and killing every single clone that used her for target practice. With a burst of electricity, a trio flipped out of the other side of the tower, falling to their deaths. She swung her weapon around and killed the last of the clones. The hypervelocity cannon wasn't defended well from the surface. It was a massive weapon that jutted out of the ground, with some minor ramparts surrounding it. Truth is, no one expected the Sith to make the move they made. Even with the extra time following the battle at Darknell, they didn't anticipate a ground strike. Nihilus, who walked like a shadow between his soldiers, walked straight into the orbital cannon's corridors. Clones saw him, went for the kill by raising their blasters, but with the whip of his hand, their entire life forces were drained from their bodies. Around the facility, other Sithly warriors used various saber types to slaughter the rest of the clones. They were no match. Those who survived, or militiamen who gathered at the site of the invasion force, were shot dead by the invaders. Valen moved between turbo towers, wiping out entire crews, before joining up with Nihilus inside the main control room for the cannon. The moment she got behind Nihilus, she watched his power at work. He raised his hand and ripped souls from bodies. Due to the amount of the people in the room, it took a few extra seconds, but she examined everything he did, and once it was finished, asked for a chance to learn from him. The emotionless mask turned around and looked at her before nodding, and continuing with the attack. Just as the bodies hit the ground, dozens of Sith troopers entered. Nihilus pointed towards the seats without saying a word, and they quickly shuffled to the control consoles and prepared every heavy cannon for battle. Moments before they assumed full control over the orbital cannon, Lord Horde got into firing range and unloaded his first shot of the cosmic rust. The Golan platform Mark II started to crumble, and the attack fleet went on the offensive. Cannons fired away, and Tulak Horde withheld his fighter forces. He didn't want to use them until he came into range at the space station. Republic High Command was held within a circular station. It was a large rotunda that housed nearly 65,000 people, many of which key to maintaining operation for the Republic war effort. The station, while small, was equipped with dozens of heavy turbo cannons and weaponry. Due to the placement of everything in the Republic line, almost everything entered firing range at the same time. The station was the last to join the fight, but it was absolutely felt by the Sith the moment the station got in the firing range. Yet, just as Lord Horde had timed it and hoped it would work out, the Republic was almost instantly blindsided by an attack from the surface. The orbital cannon fired a blast straight into the rear hull of a Star Destroyer, caving in its entire system and forcing it to detonate by hitting the reactor. The explosion was at the heart of the Republic defense line, and due to the formation of the fleet, the Star Destroyer didn't have any of its rear shields activated. This, along with the cosmic rust rushing through the Golan 2 platform, made for a surprising chaos that filled the clone line. Officers inside the central space station rushed around the rotunda and called out for reinforcements. Admiral Trench, who was deep in Separatist territory, promised to send reinforcements from nearby worlds, but he could not guarantee their arrival. As these officers were trying to direct traffic back towards Eridu, they realized it would be impossible. The Void was being routed from over Camino, with their assault falling apart, despite heavily damaging the fleet. They wouldn't be able to offer Eridu any support, same with Gamorre and Circumtor in Hutt space, plus they were so far away. Their only hope was holding the line. On the surface, the few scattered Republic outposts deployed what they could to stop the hypervelocity cannon from destroying their fleet. Another burst was fired, and instead of hitting the main contributors to the space battle, the blast smashed into the bottom of the space station. The shields held, but another clone operator called out that they were sustaining heavy damage from the blast. A couple corridors were damaged, and the breach had been made to the underbelly of the station, with reported casualties. Another deckhand across the room yelled out that the shields were knocked down to 70%. They wouldn't be able to take another couple blasts like that. They had to hope that the clones and militiamen on the surface could save them. Another cosmic rust blast hit the tip of a Star Destroyer. The main burst missed, but it was just enough to attach to the hull of the vessel. Damage started to creep across the ship as Lord Horde commanded his fleet to get closer. Heavy cannons on the Golan II platform ripped through cruisers and destroyers alike in the Sith attack. It was a heavy assault, especially with the Star Destroyers laying everything they had into the Sith. With light vehicles approaching the orbital cannons, the Sith Marauders that joined Nihilus and Valen deployed, rushing out and ripping through their lines. As Sith shock troopers fired down from the ramparts, killing anyone not cut to pieces by lightsaber. The hypervelocity cannon then unloaded another shell, smashing into the space station again. The Republic in space was acting out of desperation. They called forward 2 of their Star Destroyers for basically what amounted to a ramming maneuver. Just as the vessels pulled out of the fleet formation, one of them received damage from the already destroyed Golan platform, allowing the cosmic rust to find home on another vessel. The untouched destroyer powered everything into the engines and the forward shields as everyone but the captain and a few volunteers abandoned ship. Under the cover of the Republic fleet, this destroyer went almost entirely untouched as it slammed into the middle right of the Sith attack force. The explosion blinded Tulok's peripheral vision, but he didn't turn to face it. They were necessary sacrifices. He watched the bottom of the space station get hammered again by the hypervelocity cannon. His hand raised and every single fighter in the fleet deployed from their bays as the cosmic rust cannon loaded up again. The Republic fleet, which finally understood the potential damage the enemy flagship could do, focused fire on Tulok's vessel. The 2 closest Sith cruisers flipped their engines on and moved in front of the ship to protect its bridge. They didn't get into position immediately, but they used their shields to protect the Sith Lord's command ship. Without blocking the cosmic rust cannon, it was able to load up and send another burst into the last Golan platform. With several Star Destroyers falling apart, with one succumbing to cosmic rust, the Republic was in total chaos. Their ground forces, which were mostly civilian troopers, were trying to stop the orbital cannon from firing, and it was going terribly. Valen and Nihilus didn't even need to be involved. They watched from the command center as everything transpired. As for the defense in orbit, it was going terribly as well. Another destroyer, which was ravaged by cosmic rust, fell apart and sent more of its poison out into some of the nearby ships. It wouldn't be nearly as deadly as it would be for the vessel that just detonated, but like a disease, it would still spread. The second Golan II platform crumbled, and with the blast of the hypervelocity cannon, the hub of Republic High Command fell apart. The space station rotunda exploded into millions of pieces, killing everyone on board and sending a ripple shockwave outwards. Tulok Horde only pressed his assault more. This battle was over when he said it was. The end result would see the capital of Eridu besieged by Nihilus's flagship, the Ravager, true to his name, and most of the Republic fleet falling apart. The civilians that tried to shut down the orbital cannon failed, and due to the Ravager, the Republic heavy tanks never got into range to destroy it. The saving grace for Eridu would be the Separatist reinforcements, but even by that point it was too late. The Sith pulled back, having accomplished the fatal blow they were hoping to incur. It was no better than the fate of Malgus in the Northern Hemisphere. While he survived his boarding attack, the counters from Cody and Gray completely blindsided his fleet. 3 battleships fell under attack, with another group led by Waxer and Boyle going into the 3rd ship. These were powerful heavy hitters inside the fleet itself, and they fell to clone raids on the inside of them. Malgus was only one, and even though he had his marauders around the various vessels, Cody was just as lethal as some of them. Clones died during these attacks, but Admiral Coburn successfully broke in past Malgus' defense, and instead of being fearful that they might hurt Deppa's fleet, they boxed the Sith in and crushed them from almost all sides. The Venator that Malgus boarded would be targeted by the Republic, and he would almost die escaping into his own flagship. The barrage would continue until only a select few Sith vessels could escape from the Battle of Ord Mantell. The Sith Lord, Malgus that is, would retreat into hyperspace, heading straight for the shipyards at Numidian Prime. Over Aldderon, Ahsoka cut down against another marauder, killing them and throwing them through the wall. She quickly opened up the corridors and freed the battle droids. She had been held back by a couple of different duels that had ensued. She basically got pinned down because someone cut her out of the ventilation shaft and she almost died, but just like her former friend Zala a few days before, she survived due to her scrappiness. While the B-2 battle droids could have used their wrist rockets to break everyone out, the commando captain didn't believe it was necessary to waste those resources, especially if they could use them for more important targets like a Sith Lord. It's pretty much the only reason why Skywalker agreed to letting Ahsoka go to the command room. As Master and Apprentice reunited, R2 tapped into the control module and informed the three Jedi where Valkorin's throne room was. Revan and Anakin looked to each other and nodded, telling Ahsoka to stay close to them and keep an eye out for Zala. As R2 probed the database, he found no sight of her inside of any prison system, because Valkorin didn't keep prisoners, at least not inside of his flagship. The captain told all the B-2s to make a push down the central hallways towards the command bridge. Then, the droid informed Anakin that they would capture the main center and then use the ship to turn on the rest of the Sith fleet. As far as they could tell, the rest of the engagement with the Sith Empire was a stalemate. The Aldderonian Defense Force, with Cthulhu, was doing well, but the battle could still go either way. This was their chance to make sure they won. The captain just asked that they make sure they killed the Sith Emperor. The three Jedi all nodded and turned. As they did, Anakin told R2 to go and wait with the ship. The astromech listened and wheeled his way down with the B-2s and towards the main hangar bay that they arrived in. All three of them had moments of doubt going forward. Everything that had transpired today would determine the fate of the Sith Clone War. If they didn't win now, they might never find a conclusion. There was a burden unlike ever before here. To Anakin, he recalled the feelings he felt when they captured the Star Forge. This was different. They had found a key to liberation, to changing the trajectory of the war. This was different. He could feel the weight of being the chosen one right here. As they rushed down the hall, they found the corridor to the throne room and opened it. The doors slid across the floor and into the wall, and they were presented with the Emperor in all of his greatness. A few words could be heard as he spoke to Zala, who knelt before him. Something about this being her moment for redemption. Her eyes were closed, but the bags of darkness were visible even from their distance. Anakin looked at Zala and felt her pain. He turned to Ahsoka, and he patted his hand downwards, as if to silently tell her to maintain her composure and remain calm. Ahsoka understood this. Valkorin stepped around his apprentice, who remained silent. He raised his hands in a welcoming manner. Finally, young Skywalker arrived, and he brought a friend. How generous. The Emperor could hardly look at Revan. He was so disgusted. How dare he believe that he could just waltz into this throne room? What a pathetic little rut. Valkorin prepared to give Skywalker a monologue, but Anakin stepped forward, raising a lightsaber hilt off of his belt and tossing it to Valkorin's feet. Skywalker told the Sith Emperor that it was a present from his son. He wasn't able to make it today for, other reasons, but it's what one might call a parting gift. The elder man looked down for a moment and analyzed it. He could feel his son's defeat just by looking at it, and a disappointed scowl covered his face. What a pity. His eyes turned up and his fingers snapped. Zala ripped her lightsaber out, and a blood-red crimson weapon illuminated her face, before her eyes were hidden in the glare. She rushed forward. The three Jedi moved into defensive positions, activating their weapons and stepping out of the way. Ahsoka got in front of her master and deflected Zala's strike as she tried to call her friend's name. Anakin and Revan moved in for Valkorin. Their sabers buzzed beside their bodies as they crept closer towards their silent opponent. Valkorin looked at Revan and told him that he could never avenge the past. Revan didn't budge, and so Valkorin tried his luck with Skywalker, telling him that his actions today wouldn't bring back the dead of yesterday. These two Jedi were not willing to break to his taunts, so he readied himself for their attacks. The Emperor preferred to maintain a quiet and calm composure, so when the Jedi moved in, his number one option was his defense. He weaved his hands around his body, defending himself and using the Force to throw their strikes into the ground and away. He kept an eye on his son's lightsaber, but maintained a seemingly weak position. The Emperor understood that Revan wouldn't doubt him, and while he would inform Anakin of Valkorin's powers, Skywalker might doubt his ally if the Emperor showed no signs of them. It would be a frustrating duel for the Jedi. Valkorin didn't budge from where he stood, aside from moving a leg or arm out of the way. The Sith Lord was impossible to land a hit on as he moved, dodging. Anakin and Revan swung in, then the Emperor threw a shockwave at the floor, dispersing the two Jedi across the room. Once they landed, they moved in, trying a slower attack strategy. Unlike the two elder Jedi, Ahsoka and Zala traded blows. Their sabers rung out across the throne room, as Crimson and Emerald fought for dominance. Both of their fighting styles were scrappy, but for Zala, the one thing that kept eluding her was the similarities in their fighting styles. No matter how far apart they'd been, they were tied back to their basic training. Zala, though, with darkness coursing through her body, didn't give Ahsoka a chance to speak to her. She ripped her weapon down across her body and struck Ahsoka's blade. The Jedi Padawan spun around backwards, deflecting another strike, before her friend kicked her in the stomach and launched her from her feet. Ahsoka rolled across the ground and forced her saber above her head as Zala leapt through the air and slammed down. Their duel continued, with Ahsoka favoring a forward hold on her saber over the reverse one. As much as Ahsoka wanted to break through to her friend, she didn't have the time to catch her breath and tell Zala that she could still come back. It was lost on Ahsoka in this moment on whether or not Zala was really inside that body. Their weapons just continued to clash away, sending bright flares into their faces. Behind the Battle of the Apprentices, Revan and Anakin thrusted their hands towards one another, and Valkorin in the middle raised both of his own hands, protecting himself. His feet moved out to the sides as he tried to stiffen his position, but even his boots started to slide across the ground. With a push of the Force, two bursts of electricity launched out of his fingertips and coated the floor, blasting Anakin from the feet up in a sizzling pain. Revan leapt off the ground and ignited his saber mid-air and swung across his body. Valkorin moved out of the way, using the Force to lob his opponent through the air and into the throne itself. Revan let out a painful gasp as he rolled onto the ground and searched for his saber. As Valkorin prepared to fire electricity into the fallen Sith, he heard Skywalker and turned around. Anakin's saber ignited once more inside of his metallic hand, and just as Valkorin saw it, he turned around, blasting the Force towards Anakin's hand. But instead of stopping Skywalker, the entire wrist fell off. Anakin used this to his advantage, as he planned on distracting the Sith Lord by loosening up his metallic wrist. He thrusted his fist into Valkorin's face and clocked him on the cheek before pulling Vaxine's yellow saber into his hand and striking at the Emperor. Valkorin, already stumbling from the hit to his face, turned back to stop the attack with the Force. Anakin pressed down with all of his strength and used his stubbed forearm to apply more pressure on the top of his wrist. The Emperor held it up before releasing his grip and letting Anakin crash his saber into the ground, palming the Jedi's back and covering his body with electricity. Anakin smacked into the ground, dropping the saber. Valkorin pulled it into his hands and raised the weapon to stab Anakin through the back. Just as he did, he saw Revan coming towards him and raised the saber to defend himself, when from the other side of the room, a ceiling ornament slammed into his shoulder, lobbing Valkorin across the chamber and into the wall. The Sith Emperor slammed down and looked over with fury in his eyes. Revan helped Anakin back up and place his metallic hand back onto his wrist. Their weapons once again ignited, and they prepared for the duel with Valkorin to begin again. Just as they were about to move in, Zala rolled between them, forcing the Jedi to avoid her vicious strikes for their ankles. As they avoided, Ahsoka slammed down and was kicked backwards by Zala, who blocked the strike. The two of them re-engaged as the Jedi turned on the Emperor and slashed in. Valkorin rarely displayed his saber skills, but today he had no other choice. He stepped forward between his two Jedi opponents and they struck at him. His saber darted into their weapons, providing necessary parries and strikes to give him the opportunity to get into the defenses. Valkorin was a furious fighter, angrier with every passing minute, and he drove his blade at their limbs, hoping to rip one or multiple off. The battle meditation from earlier allowed Anakin and Revan to act almost like a dyad. They knew all of the others' moves before they were even made. Just imagine what they would have had if they had more time practicing together. Valkorin wasn't nearly as enthusiastic about their strikes. He batted each of them away, defending himself across his throne room. Even when he tried to pull objects from across the room to deter them, it did not work. Either Anakin or Revan would whip their bodies around and crush it, as the other protected them. The two Jedi didn't stop there, though. They experimented with using the Force against their opponent. One that nearly resulted in Valkorin's death was the two of them pulling the Force against one another and rushing past the Emperor, basically acting as a rope, and then pulling his legs out from under him. Valkorin didn't appreciate that too much. When they tried to capitalize on the moment, he gripped Skywalker and shoved him down towards the ground. With Anakin's hand behind his back on the floor and his saber over him, he protected himself. Revan then rushed in, slashing his weapon at Valkorin, who pulled away, firing electricity at Skywalker, who, ripping back with his own saber, caused another collision. As the duel between the three warriors seemed unending, the story of Padawans found conclusion. Ahsoka and Zala continued to trade blows, and in their lock, Ahsoka called out to her friend. She told Zala that she could come home, that her master had survived, that she could still find a place with the Jedi. She promised to help her. Zala's eyes flickered for a moment, as if the words had found their home. But in that moment of vulnerability, she took advantage of her Jedi opponent, ripping her saber down and destroying Ahsoka's lightsaber. She fell backwards, and Zala rolled her weapon in her hand, spinning it down towards Ahsoka, who pushed herself back at the last moment, eyeing her destroyed weapon, and the kyber crystal split in two beside her. She didn't have much time to react before Zala struck again. As Ahsoka rolled back across the floor, back up to her feet, she watched Zala strike and jab, the same way she always did during their training. And with her own agility, Ahsoka weaved around the saber and pulled it back around and shoved it straight through her friend's chest. There was a momentary pause as the air left Zala's lungs, and a shocked expression filled her face. Valkorin across the room pulled himself away from another few strikes and saw the crimson weapon sticking out of his apprentice's back. His fingers snapped. She had failed, and he returned to his engagement. Zala's breath hung in the air as she fell to her knees, and Ahsoka tossed the crimson saber away from her friend, noticing that something subtle had changed. She could see it in Zala's eyes. She fell backwards, almost pulling Ahsoka off of her feet as she did. She winced as the pain of her wound became more apparent to her, and she questioningly said Ahsoka's name. Wait, her friend was still alive? Tano nodded her head, not understanding why Zala had misunderstood their engagement. The fallen Jedi tried to understand what was happening. All she knew is she was fighting a blur. She told Ahsoka that something felt familiar upon their arrival, but she couldn't see her. Was it really her? Was she really alive? Zala's hand reached up and touched Ahsoka's face, and the painful realization of the truth fell upon her. As if the burden of death on a young soul couldn't be heavy enough, the lie that led to it was even heavier. Zala's shaky heart thumped away towards its final beat, and she grabbed Ahsoka's hand, trying to apologize. She didn't know the Jedi were still alive. She believed that they were all killed, that there was nothing worth fighting for but for redemption, that to stop the Republic was more than nothing. She believed, and to Ahsoka there was no need to apologize. Ahsoka always understood her friend, even when it was fully hard to grasp who she was or who she tried to be. Even when Zala turned to the darkness as a student, even when she abandoned Actu, Ahsoka always tried to believe. The only difference here inside this throne room was that Valkorin made Zala's sight of her friends unrecognizable. All she thought is that she was fighting marauders dressed as Jedi. She couldn't see faces, nor really feel them. A tear slipped down Zala's cheek, and she turned her head to see her new master fighting for his life. The moment was unreal, because her dedication to the dark side had only ever taken from her. All those lives she murdered, that she willingly murdered, was for nothing. The secrets she gave up, nothing. Zala gripped her friend's hand tighter, and Ahsoka grasped the hand with both of her own, promising Zala that it would be okay. She didn't have the words. How could she? They were both so young. Both were traumatized by a war that would leave no soul untouched. Ahsoka tried to be strong in seeing the realization of the lie that Valkorin had shrouded her friend in. Ahsoka couldn't help but feel guilt and pity and pain. Zala was meant to be so much more, and despite her attempts to hold back tears, they welted over, and Ahsoka held her friend until Zala, with nothing but an apology on her lips, gave her last breath. Her body fell limp, and her hand stopped applying pressure to Ahsoka's hand. Ahsoka couldn't let go. Even if her friend had hurt others, she believed that Zala deserved a better fate. Ahsoka held that hand, until the reality of the situation returned to her, and the war for the galaxy became the same frightening fate that befell her friend as she died. Anakin and Revan weren't aware of Zala's death, nor Ahsoka's grief, but their sabers continued to crash away. Valkorin was disappointed that Zala couldn't do more in this battle against the Padawan. He shoved his son's saber down into the ground, blasting sparks outwards into Revan's mask, and Skywalker deflected a counter with his metallic hand, and just as he prepared to push back against his opponent, he channeled a sense of serenity. He may have not seen or known about the death of Zala, but in it, he found peace. She may have passed on after playing the part as a servant of evil, but there was resolution. Skywalker focused forward, his and Valkorin's sabers locked and pushed against one another. The Emperor raised his hand, preparing to blast Anakin with electricity, and before he could release it, Anakin raised his human hand to meet it. In one moment, as Revan scrambled to his feet, the entire room was blinded in the mixing of light. Valkorin sent Sith blue and white force lightning at his young Jedi opponent, and Skywalker released a wave of golden force judgment. The blasts combined and pushed against one another. The Emperor couldn't stomach it when he saw it. What terrified the Sith Lord was how he was unable to stop the light once it started. As if a new force had awoken within Skywalker, he became harmonized and transcended in this moment. The burst of golden light launched Valkorin off of his feet and into the rafters, where he would fall to the ground in a collision that indented the floor. Anakin rolled his weapon into his standard form and moved in, with Revan following right behind him. Their sabers slashed down as Valkorin swept upwards, missing a parry here and another there. Anakin ripped his weapon across Valkorin's face, and he tumbled down the stairs to the lower level, where he got back to his feet and ascended with fury. That did him so much as Revan continued to press him, with Anakin assisting where he could. Valkorin and the two Jedi spread out and readied themselves for the final stand. As they did though, the vessel rocked. It was coming under heavy fire from the supporting fleet. The B-2s made it to the bridge and had been firing on the Sith, and they had gotten tired of it. Revan made the first move, striking in, with Skywalker behind. The two collided, and Anakin ripped through Valkorin's forearm, giving Revan the chance to slice his opponent across the shoulder. The Emperor stumbled and nearly fell to the ground, but with all of his strength he lifted Anakin and Revan off the ground with the Force. Ahsoka, seeing this, through her tears, pulled Zala's lightsaber with the Force and rushed up behind the Emperor, igniting the weapon straight through his back and out the left side of his abdomen. The Sith Lord stumbled and heaved. Anakin and Revan dropped, as Valkorin turned back, ripping his saber and telling Ahsoka that if she were taller, she could have taken his head as a trophy. He shoved his saber down towards her chest, and as he did, Revan with all of his strength pulled back with the Force, and Anakin sliced across the Sith Emperor's neck and he fell to the ground, rolling helplessly, gripping it with all of his strength to stop himself from dying. Ahsoka fell back with wide eyes, and Anakin stood between her and the Emperor. Just as Revan prepared the final blow, the ship rocked to the side, lobbing everyone across the room. Valkorin was able to use this diversion to break away from the Jedi, with his hand over his throat and a limp into an escape pod that was inside of his throne that shot him out of the vessel. Inside the pod he fell over, leaving the pod to be intercepted by the Sith Empire as it began its retreat from Aldderon. The damage done to the flagship was already finished, but it still stood, and with the Separatist fleet bearing down on the rest of the Sith, with the help of Cthulhu's leadership, the Second Battle of Aldderon was appearing to be a rout. Ahsoka quickly grabbed the pieces of her kyber crystal and pocketed them, while putting Zala's lightsaber on her belt, as she gave her friend a last goodbye and followed her master. The battle droids inside the ship were pretty much already leaving, and R2 was impatiently waiting for the Jedi to arrive. When they entered the ramp, the astromech pulled out of the fiery vessel and into the cover of the Separatist fleet, now finishing off the stragglers of the Emperor's fleet. Once out into the open, Revan would take the helm and pilot the ship back towards the Republic Star Destroyer, where they'd be able to take their moment for a breather and discuss with Ahsoka what had happened to Zala, and speak with Cthulhu about the various battles across the galaxy. Not far from Aldderon, to the north, on the planet of Dathomir, Lord Plaggus smiled. He turned towards the other three, referring to them as the Sith Quadumvirate, that the time was upon them. The blue fires inside his cave blew out, as the fire in his own eyes slowly faded. The chamber became dark, and he walked from the cave. Bastila looked to Crate. Their fate with the Sith Lord had yet to be decided. The truth of the great lie about to be revealed, and Maul, loyal to only one Sith in the entire galaxy, prepared for his reckoning. As the Quadumvirate exited the cave, they were greeted by Mother Talzin, and Plaggus smiled, thanking her for everything she had given him. She nodded her head with a grin. The work of the Night Sisters had liberated him. Now it was his turn to repay the favor by leaving. Plaggus bowed to the mother of the clan and started off towards the shuttle, with the three other Sith he now had by his side, trailing behind him. No one spoke a word. All followed closely behind and departed from the system, as Plaggus seemed to recognize that his moment to rise was here. Back on Tier Nanog, Oppo Rancisis listened to a status report from Republic officers. Without high command, there was no one to collect all the information. The battle at Virdu was a definitive loss, but there had been so much ground gained today. Aside from the Battle of Dressel being a complete failure, and Ludo Kresh getting stopped in Bothan space, the Republic had some major successes. Quinlan Voss established a foothold that could see the end of the void, with the short jump between Circumtor and Nal Hutta now at their disposal. General Akbar had success at Obadiah, after eventually cracking their fleet, and now the Ryonium gathered by the Pikes could be accessed by the Republic and Separatist allies across the entire Eastern Hemisphere. In the core, Osnian Prime, Botar, and Aldderon were all decisive victories, with Fondor being the key to establishing a foothold for the Alliant force in that sector of the galaxy. Master Balaba was unsure if she and Admiral Coburn would use Ord Mantell as a staging grounds or not, but early reports from Commander Cody suggested that there were millions of civilians looking for a chance to take a fight to the Sith Empire. Oppo was about to read the newly released report from Aldderon. It was about the Emperor and the fate of General Skywalker. He eagerly prepared to turn on the communication when loud footsteps approached. Master Rancisis turned around with concern on his face, but it was Sola Gray. Her face wore triumph and happiness, but she had to take a breath for herself. Oppo asked his child if she was alright, and Sola nodded her head. She explained that she'd woken up. The Tabre survived. The medical droids were clearing her right now. She was healthy again. Oppo's own face lit up, and he thanked Sola for the news. The moonlight over Tier Nanog lit up the ground, and the two of them moved over to greet Natabre after all this time. And that, my friends, is the finale to Season 4 of the Sith Clone Wars. Special thanks to all of you guys for making this series happen. I'm very proud of this season. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I think this is the longest season of the Clone Wars just by length of episode, but this was a really fun season for me to write, and I hope you guys had an equally as fun time with it. I do have to tell you guys, I have the entire outline for Season 5 finished right now. So I'm going to be working on that for the time being, and I've got some other mini-series coming out for you guys, but just so you are aware, Sith Clone Wars Season 5 is officially official. It is announced, it'll be coming, it'll be written, and I'm excited for you guys to see it. This season specifically, I do want to make a couple notes. This season is ironically something I've been planning for a long time. The whole thing with Zala was something that was set up, I think, in Season 2. And she was always meant to be like the antithesis to Maul. She's kind of like this constant light side version of Sisyphus. Obviously she falls to the dark side, but this season wasn't her season per se, but it was the extension of her arc, and how her arc is, honestly, she's gonna haunt the narrative is what I'm kind of saying. Is her arc in Season 2 is designed to haunt the narrative. She's not the main player. She definitely has a larger role in this season, which is why she's featured so prominently on the poster. But her arc is haunting the narrative. That's her. She's Sisyphus because that's what she experiences, but she is meant to haunt the narrative in many ways. And That was always her place from the beginning, and it was always layered in there. And I think when I released the full movie of the Sith Clone Wars, I mean all 5 seasons plus if there's more combined, you'll see that arc a little bit easier as it's just in one full movie. But that from her is really why her presence has been so pronounced in this season, and why I was really excited for her arc to be finalized, because her haunting the narrative definitely still applies outside of her just being alive. As for like Anakin and Ahsoka, you know, I thought that there's something that works really well in Last Jedi that I like, and it's separating Rey and Finn. I think it's just something the characters needed, because those characters were like inextricably connected, and Finn couldn't get over that. And so that's what Anakin needed in this season. I thought that taking Anakin away from Natabre was very necessary for building his character up, and kind of showing how much of character growth he had. Because he's no longer relying on the dark side. As you see here at the finale, he's using electric judgment, which is something only one other Jedi is known to have used, which is Plo. You know, he's using skills and abilities that, you know, he is not reaching in the regular Clone War timeline, right? He's advancing far beyond his years. And so he's reaching this pinnacle of light that he's never experienced in his life, and that's why he's able to use Force Judgment, and why he's able to literally almost kill Valkorin in a duel. You know, all of this is for a reason. So I hope you guys are enjoying so far, as I've done since the beginning of the Sith Clone Wars, especially with Season 2 going forward. Everything is going to tie off at some point. I promise you, if there's a cliffhanger, don't worry. It's all planned into the story, okay? Trust. So I hope you all enjoyed Season 4 of the Sith Clone Wars. I love you all so much. Thank you all for supporting this mini-series. It's not even a mini-series at this point. It's like 25 hours of content. So anyways, I love you all so much. Spread the love, and always, my friends, may the Force be with you.